recording. Okay. Everything should be fine here on this end. What is happening to me? Okay, let's discuss the different elements of MDT, kind of to give a broad structure. Did I make it to these like little sticky notes? The various elements of MDT would be oh, this cable is annoying me. Kind of theoretical. Oh my lord, I cannot write English. Tragic. This is not a great start. Theoretical basis. So that might include ideas such as EST, such as Tritype Pyramid. Would also be maybe a little bit of history. I don't know what everything will be included here. Some metaphors, some meta information about how all of that works. Then we can move on into other things such as, let's say, something like basics, like such as what are types, how do types work, which is a very broad question. Right. What are the elements? How do the elements work? What do they do? Work. Things like that, right? Then kind of we can go into intermediate stuff. Intermediate. Lord. My lord. Yeah. Then we can oopsie. Oop. How do the elements interact with each other? Interact with each other. How are the types interlinked? Stuff like that. What can be added upon on the elements? How the elements can be modified, stuff like this, right? Okay, so this is kind of intermediate. What be the advanced stuff? The advanced. How do the different elements of type interact? How do they combine, right? So when you have something like modalities, right, and then you have something like charges, and you start asking yourself questions like, okay, now I know what's masculine Ti, now I know what's masculine, now I know what's Ti plus. Okay, what's masculine Ti plus? Questions like that, right? Right stuff. How does the DCNH really work? And on what level, which is very, very interesting because the DCNH is actually one of the only dynamic range kind of like elements, because it doesn't actually, it isn't like a static thing. It isn't a process self only. It's in between the process self, and it's also more on the codified self in a weird way. And it's also on its own level because it's like chemical modification of your informational processes, which is all super, super mega cool. What would be also some other advanced questions? How do the F blocks really work? Stuff like that. That's kind of the idea. Now this is a very, very rough outline that I will be breaking in many ways. Do I get to see a recording? Because there will be a recording. I am leaving. There might be a recording, but I do recommend this fucking boat. Welcome in, Great Akro. Thank you for coming in. What is
Hello.
I want to say? So yeah, like I've been saying, right? These are kind of the basics we'll be going through. So yeah, let's start with some theoreticals then. While we're at it, I don't know. Let's start with the basics. Let's kind of go through both and pick apart what I think will be kind of the basics, right? So, introduction, sure. That's kind of like a basic. Let's copy this. Okay, I'm gonna use my Windows clipboard to get back to all of that. I'm gonna count all of this as introduction, evolutionary specialization theory. That's just like basics. Tritype pyramid, of course. These kind of are things that you've already gone over. I'm gonna skip over these because they're not necessarily important. Let's see, what do we else have? Jungian faculties, also very, very interesting and big basics. Symbology. No, I'm gonna leave that for later. Okay, I'd say by the point we get to, once we start going with the elements, it's kind of a little bit over basics. Let's see here. Introduction. All right. Wow, that's a horrible paste. That is a disastrous paste. But you know this actually works. Tritype pyramid, and then let's add Jungian faculties. Add it while we are. Yeah, this could have definitely been better organized for sure, but I'm not an OI user, so what are you really expecting? Self-improvement? What? Those are kind of the basics. Really, what I could do if I'm really, really smart, I could use the chapters from 5.0 because those are already there, and why not, you know? But sure. Okay, so okay, introduction. What should I say in introduction? Oh God, now the lack of organization is gonna start to get to me progressively, but we'll still push through it. Okay, so yeah, to give you a quick idea of MT, and I don't really want to spend too much time on the basics because you should already notice by then. When I get to the dense stuff, to the stuff where you're gonna have problems, the stuff that's really gonna make a big difference. So, in the introduction, right, there's lots and lots of typology theories. There's really a shit ton of them, right? You can see kind of the development and progression of them down there. And with that, we have the thing where it's like, oh, what theory do I learn? Do I learn this, that, and the actual good answer would be learn all of them because all of them have value in one way or another. And it's really unfortunate that you can't get all of the value in one. And the MTT's idea is to take all the great ideas, combine them, and even add a little bit of MTT's own great ideas into this whole great, you know, construction for someone to be only able to learn one system and benefit from all other systems. And have that system be the best system, and have a bunch of people riled up together in a in an effort to make the best typology system imaginable, which is great to be able to collectivize the efforts into just like one big system, so that they are not all split into individual systems and typology as a whole not being able to be moved because of that. So yeah, has anyone graced us? Not yet. I don't think you're gonna fail. I think you got it, the Morpheus, either way. But yeah, if you want to go sleep now, that is fine. Yeah. Oh, she's already gone. To EFI users. Uh, but yeah, you got it. So here is the introduction for you. Theory overview, kind of the whole idea is that MTT has a lot of, it comes from a lot of different people for different reasons, such as these people that you can see here, or these people that you can see here, right? Not really hugely important, but it's something to mention, right? Different people that were a part of the theory in one way or another, or a part of it, it's making it directly or directly in one way or another. So, yeah. Okay, now moving on to evolutionary specialization. Right? I don't want to spend a whole lot of time because I've said this a million times, right? But evolutionary specialization theory is all about the idea that humans have limited energy. They don't have infinite energy. And so, because and due to that fact, that energy has to be split. There has to be some kind of division, and division means that there's going to be some kind of division mechanism, right? And that division mechanism is going to have to answer to survival needs, because humans at the end of the day are an organism, and as all organisms, they want to survive, they want to perpetuate themselves and perpetuate their existence and their kind. And so, by that rule, it only makes sense that the energy division mechanism to a finite amount of energy would be an ideal algorithm to achieve and perpetuate said goals. And that is essentially the idea behind MTT, is that since we as humans have always lived in collectives. We're very social animals. It only made sense that since we have such limited finite energy that various individuals would specialize in their cognitive algorithms to achieve different tasks that the tribe would need to achieve as a collective. And that is essentially the idea, right? These different algorithms are represented as types. These types have different skill sets which allow the tribe as a whole to move forward. So, yeah, here you got it, the evolutionary specialization theory. If you want to read more about it, you can read more. Do we have anyone else in here? Nope. Okay, let me check Brahman's messages, because why not? Yeah, let's see. What do you got? Base? Yeah, what I got to say? Great to cry. If you want to say something, you can say it to me. Back to the thing. All right. The Tritype Pyramids. Let's talk about that. So the Tritype Pyramid is one of the most important concepts within MTT, although it's not talked too much about, at least not in the middle part of the cake, right? Definitely towards the end, definitely towards the start, which is the idea that MTT approaches the mind from a three-side perspective, the cognition from a three-layer perspective. One, which is the highest, which is how are you in different contexts, the contextual self, right? The way you express yourself, the way that you use whatever is inside you naturally and whatever you've learned, and maybe something outside of that as well, and combine them to express an image, a hologram, an idea, and a painting of who you are that may not necessarily represent anything about who you are. The express self, the masks put on different people. That's your express self, the highest layer, which tells us the least about you, but it's a layer that exists. Then under that, a very important layer, which is the codified self. So the codified self is who we form ourselves to be. It's the things we learn. It's the emulated situations that we integrate within ourselves to repeat time and time over again. And even playing field where everyone can change and become whatever they want within it for limited boxing situations. That's the codified self, right? If I learn to be a certain way in a certain situation and I get that certain situation again, I can apply that codified self again. The codified self doesn't necessarily tell you anything about someone's process self, not too much anyway. But it definitely is something that tells you more than the express self, because it definitely has become a part of them by that point, in one way or another. And yeah, the things we learn and the things we integrate in ourselves and the way we shape ourselves ultimately affects who we are at the end of the day. It's the nurture we get, or the nurture we put upon ourselves. But then below that, we have the process self, the most important thing to any typology, which is the nature of the individual. It's the core permanent type, which represents the neural wiring that is innate to the person, the default settings, the algorithm that was proposed to you by evolution that we were talking about. That is what the process self is. These are innate, non-malleable things. These are things that are unchangeable. Things that are who you really are over time. The consistent image and the consistent self and the consistent idea that people have of it. This is your process self. When we say you, we may mean the things you decide to express within yourself from the moment to moment that may change. We may mean the codified self that changes over years. But what we definitely mean is the process self. That's the constant in your life in one way or another. And that's the important thing for typology, right? Because we want to focus on things that aren't just changing from moment to moment, that don't have ultimately all that much meaning. We want the constants that are very useful to be able to project someone's life upon 5, 10, 20, their entire life worth of time. Right? And that's what the process self is all about. Yeah. There you go with the Tritype Pyramid, which is pretty base, pretty cool. All right, so we got the Tritype Pyramid out of the way. We might go into the Jungian Faculties, but actually I like the way the 5.0 has went on about it. So the plane of information, let me start doing some horrible drawing. So the idea behind the plane of information is that you have light, right, as a metaphor. And light is a spectrum, right? Yeah, when the sun shoots at us, there's a spectrum of different colors that are at us, right? But we didn't always used to have names for these colors. And the divisions between the colors are rather frankly arbitrary, more or less, right? But they still are meaningful. And the idea behind it is you have the different lights, right? The different colors shooting at you. What you could do then is go to the different like strains of light.
Can I have an actually moment?
What'd you say?
Can I have an actually moment?
Sure, sure.
Actually, I'd have you know that for each civilization, the names of the color come roughly in the same order. First black and white, then blue or green, of blue then green or green then blue, and then yellow, red, and the rest.
Based?
Pretty,
It's hyper
pretty
based.
much every single time.
Based.
There you go.
Thank you. Yeah, like I was saying, you have the strains of lights, right? And you can take them away. And then you can discover something such as red, green, and blue. And then what do you have? Then you have the primary colors, of which, or at least a set of them, of which you can rebuild any color. And that is the idea behind typology. We take cognition, which is essentially the spectrum of information that is shooting at us. We take the primary colors of it, the primary Jungian faculties of it, and then using those, we can rebuild any cognition, the grounds up, just like how we can look at any painting, deconstruct it into its primary colors, and then rebuild it. That is the idea behind typology, and that is the metaphor of the plane of information that is used within MTT to explain what typology really is doing. So, yeah, pretty base. Now here we get into a little bit of technicalities and a little bit of a fun thing where it's like you can start saying that you can start making dimensions out of it. But by saying that, oh, okay, so if we have this kind of information and then we have this kind of information, right? And then we have this kind of information, like this kind of information, right? Right? Let's say thinking, feeling, sensing, and then somehow the fourth variable fits in, right? And then we could add our acceleration, deceleration, which we will learn about later in the theory. To add the fourth dimension, then we have an entire idea of dimensionality within the theory, and then any cognition, we could say that it exists, somewhere on these dimensions, like it exists just right here, buddy, and somewhere along this, which is just pretty cool idea, but pretty useless, especially when you're just learning about the theory, but it's something to talk about. But let me read this real quick. Now that we know of the plane of information representing space, we can add another dimension in play, which would represent time, an essential element when constructing the metaphysics of anything. Some would argue as much as the most essential element in any form of metaphysics. As for the reason for why such a dimension would be needed in typology, it will become clearer as we move forward in the theory book. But to quickly introduce it, we can say that not only are there electrons in the brain, which, when combined with the chemical processes and the means, which are the neurons, produce information of different kinds, but that such information travels through the brain and converts it to other forms, which are all not only take place in space but in time as well, will represent said movement and speed by either the willingness to go faster, the willingness to go slower, accelerative or decelerative, where elements that are accelerative accumulate momentum and move faster, and the decelerative ones will act in the opposite manner. So yeah, here you have, and here you start seeing kind of a bunch of where kind of MTT bases itself on, right? Where these ideas come from. Great, do you want to say something?
Yeah, it just dawned on me. Remember the, or how do you call that in English? The three, uh, three arrows, repère. How do you say that? Fuck.
It's fine.
The Cartesian thingy.
Yeah.
My brain. Um, wouldn't that be useful to make statistics? Because if you arrange the people based on their different faculties, and you see, uh, well, wouldn't we be able to do some sort of cool math and predicting new things
Yeah. Well, yeah,
about
we
the
would.
different types?
Yeah, we would. Maybe you should go to the MT STEM team.
Well, I think about that later in the year
That's fine. Yeah,
when my second child is a bit older.
yeah, that's amazing. But what type do you think your child is? Just kidding.
Sorry?
What type do you think your child is?
No, the first one he's growing up to be some sort of uh not he, uh some some sort of INFP, I think.
Based.
He's really um you know he's really not sensible. How do you say that in
Sensitive.
English? Hmm?
Sensitive.
Mature.
Sensitive, yes.
Oh,
Hmm?
how old is it?
Yeah, he's really affected by others people's feelings, and and also he has a very artsy side of him for a 2-year old.
Got you.
Like like sometimes they ask him to do some some activity, and he starts by doing it, and then after 5 minutes he's like, "Oh no, I don't like this. Let me do it my way." It's pretty fun. Also, he loves to dance, but like most children, I think. Well, let's let's go on about the lesson. Sorry. Adele, you still there? Uh, Are you people still talking?
I'm talking. I don't know where that was.
Yeah, he pretty much disappeared.
Hmm.
Okay.
So yeah, I was gonna say that this kind of shows you kind of a little bit of MTT's thought process. That whole article is the way that we came to acceleration and deceleration is just through the idea of you know what is happening between the neurons. They're transferring like information. They're transferring chemicals on one level, where it gets very interesting with the DCNH, right? But on another level, there's electrons moving in them. What are the electrons doing? They're movement, so that's momentum, so there's speed. And that's what energy is essentially representing, right? When looking at the old OPS, frankly, extremely vague idea of energy, trying to explain what the animals were doing, what the F-flux were doing. It was rather extremely confusing. What do you mean by energy? What is this abstract term that is just being used there that has no actual real meaning that we could transfer into actual concrete typology? And then, boom, here it clicks. Neurons, electrons. The electrons are moving. The movement, the momentum, that's the energy element of it. That momentum, that acceleration versus acceleration. And this is going to become very interesting. But yeah. So even with a part that may seem useless within the theory, very all interconnected. On to the next thing, which should be Jungian Faculties. Not within 5.0, however. There'll be capacity management laws, which we'll get back to later. This is kind of the same metaphor all over again. Trying to kind of refer to being like, oh, this is what the Jungian faculties are doing. Placebo, are you there?
Yeah.
Hey, could you please read for the class the things that are here?
Read what?
This text.
Oh, what do you need me to do?
What?
Okay. I'm me.
Right across.
I can
Yes.
do it if you want, but like,
Do you want? Oh,
Go, Placebo.
okay. The Jungian faculties introductory metaphor. The Jungian faculties split the hair of reality akin to splitting the layers and tone of a picture, then split it again into the individual colors to see how they differ, then to see what the primary colors are. Then we can reverse engineer by mixing the colors again according to an algorithm by which we can apply the same principle over and over again to all pictures because they all come from the same primary colors in despite of this. Well, I think you can write in spite of the seemingly unique mix. The element will be the representation of the primary color from which we can not build, everything that it's that is cognitive, from which we can explain all the behavioral the behaviors.
All the behavioral. The behavioral.
No.
Alright.
Behavioral what? It's an adjective. It's supposed to refer to something.
No, it's all. Okay, I guess you could say all behavior.
Yes, and also the despite, you can remove the D at the beginning.
No, that's why I need an editor. God damn it. Where is the spite even?
No, no.
In
Despite,
spite.
remove the E. In spite. That's the proper form.
Fucking Frenchman teaching me about English.
Well, you're German yourself, so I'm way more than qualified.
Okay, Placebo, you want to try your shot with processing units?
oh, you want me to read it? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, most of MTT, including the elements, will be revolving around one main core idea, which is that of processing units, the interactions and the framework around them. Processing units shouldn't it be represent? Okay, processing units represent the various processing drivers of the brain and the kind of information and energy they deal they deal with and the intricacies of said interactions, the range of cognition and the difference in it, and a lot more. So that MTT takes a connectionist approach to constructing a framework around cognition, in that it works on the axiom that the brain functions a lot like an electrical framework, akin to the work that's been done in similar fields, such in the case of Hodgkin model. Oh,
Yeah, so
the Hodgkin. Bye bye.
yeah, so the processing unit, a very interesting idea, which is a lot of MTT's model will take a semi-connectionistic approach, which just means a computer-like approach to understanding the brain by saying that the brain has these units and these units and these units, and they're all interconnected in this electrical model, the model of neurons, and each of
That's
those
why I chose
processing units.
to learn MTT.
What?
That's why I chose to learn MTT.
Based. So yeah, it tries to connect all everything in like a neuron-like model by assuming that the neuron-like model essentially functions like an electrical model with electrical circuits, which are connected ultimately to processing units akin to the computer's processing units, but in a cognitive sense. And that's what the Jungian faculties will be essentially representing, right? These different processing units, whether it be intuition, trying to understand the things between the things, the pattern of the things that are emerging and trying to predict the future in one way or another, or trying to use the sensory perception functions, which are focused on understanding reality as it is and as it was, or trying to make decisions and make calls based on what's logical, or trying to understand things based on what should values, right? Values, right? Things like that, right? It's all operates on almost a computer-like model. The only thing that kind of breaks this is the DCNH, which adds this whole chemical layer to it, which goes back a little bit to the organic side. But other than that, it's very computer-like oriented, which is a very interesting thing to know about MTT and thing to, you know, have in mind. So yeah. Now moving on to the first dichotomy, and now we're really starting to kick into the Jungian dichotomies, which is the first dichotomy is going to be between that of things that make calls, right? The things that make judgment calls, right? Take the shots. Then things that are more related with the observation, with the passive perception of things, right? Deciding, we're gonna have deciding elements such as thinking and feeling. And those are gonna make the judgment calls. They're gonna be like, okay, do this or do that. While the intuition and sensing are gonna be the right hand, which is all about, right, they could be the main lead if you're intuitive or sensor first, right? But their idea is gonna be all about perceiving things. Sometimes really perceiving things, like things in the literal sensory environment. But a lot of the times it's just gonna be things that don't necessarily exist, like patterns, right? They're things between the objects that don't necessarily exist, but they're there. They're things that you can perceive. They definitely don't make any of the judgment. That's the first dichotomy between the deciding and the observing elements. So to read that really quickly, the first dichotomy is that of the agent and its perception of the world. It is the dichotomy between the drivers of decision making and that of observation. Simply put, in MTT, the first dichotomy is that between processes responsible for observation, data intake and output, versus that of the processes responsible for judgment and decision making. Also, the dichotomy known as deciding versus observation, as the elements, uh, mentioned earlier, will be distinguished through the fact that they are responsible for observations or decisions, which is also synonymous with
Thanks
judgment
a
versus
lot.
perception. Yeah. So now that we've mentioned this deciding and observation from kind of a high level, let's start going to the lower levels to talk about what exactly decisions are and observations are. So, decision. The first we want to start talking about is the decision-oriented processes. Those are the processes that are directly responsible for managing identities. And that's the second element, right? Anything that has to do with judgment calls has to do with identity in one way or another, right? It has to do on what you want, what you like, what makes sense to you, what doesn't make sense to you, all of that. But then on the other element, it's gonna also be the other people, right? It's gonna be like, okay, what do other people like? What do they not like? What makes sense for them? What doesn't make sense for them? What has made sense for them? Right? Things like that. It's gonna be also very closely tied with identities. Move back to the text, meaning the creation, perception, and management of self and others. But most importantly, this all plays into making decisions or judgment calls ultimately, so that you can say that something is functionally the right thing to do or that something feels like the right thing to do. What matters is the decision ultimately, and any decision requires a driver, and the drivers are the so-called decider functions. But before we get ahead of ourselves, let's describe the axes of decisions and the elements within it. Yeah, describe the axis. The feeling or values is one of the two main ways of arriving at a decision. It is one of the abstract mechanisms, as it cannot be quite explained explicitly. So yeah, that's a very interesting thing. Feeling and intuition are rather implicit, because you can't really explicitly describe them. I mean, they're there, and you could kind of describe them, but they're not really there. Unlike thinking and sensing, right? With thinking, you say logic this, that, this, logic that. Or sensing, this object exists here, this object has existed here, and this is the connection between them. This is the structure of objects. Very explicit, as opposed to intuition and feeling, which are rather, what are you trying to describe there? So yeah, but going back to that, but it revolves all around the value orientation of something, so that the right decision is the one that is based on the values of the individual and the individuals around them. The other way of arriving at a decision, however, is thinking or function. And as the name implies, it is all about functionality of the decision. So instead of thinking of the emotional impact, the decision, emotional impact of the decision, God damn it, I keep making of the decision relative to a set of values, it is all about the functional impact and what or does not work. This does not make sense. On what, and What does? Oh, this is horrible. Yeah, this is still in beta. There's a reason this isn't released. About the functional impact on what does or does not work. Okay, here we go. Okay, decision. By the way, does anyone have any questions so far?
All good.
Assume not. All right. We can move on
Yeah.
to observations. Great, Akira, you want to read this one?
Here we got observation are all about the perception of objects in relation to each other. They are the processes responsible for quantifying an intake as well as output or of things or objects. I did not understood what I just read.
Um,
Uh,
Observations are all about the perception of objects, so seeing things, right? In relations to each other, so
no,
seeing
no,
things
the beginning of the sentence makes perfect sense. It's
they
the
are the processes.
ending of it
Yeah. Responsible for quantification and
that I
intake as
feel
well as
is
output. The quantification, right? Counting things, seeing things, right? One, two, three, right? Knowing what things are and how things are, and intake, right? Taking things in and then outputting things in. Right?
okay.
Yeah.
Let's go with that.
Sure.
They're also responsible for the best perception of systems, time, and space. They play a vital role in everything as they constitute data and patterns in terms of intake and output. Not only do they play a vital role relative to each other, they also play a vital role relative to the deciding process, as without things to cast judgment upon, it cannot be done. They are also directly related to the perception of others and chaos, as well eh, as perpetrators of either. Okay. The underlying position behind that observation will always be that of information relative to objects, so that any issue of the world, whether they be systematic, time or space related, they will be observation issues. Sensing the explicit and concrete way of perceiving the world, as it is all about the sensory data. Simple what can I see, taste, touch, and so on. Sensing makes up the perception of literal things, while on the other hand, we have the second way of perceiving the world, which is through intuition, which perceive the implicit world. It is responsible for the perception of pattern and for seeing in between the lines. While sensing, while sensing is there, intuition is kind of. Uh,
Oh.
I lost the text.
My bad.
Okay, intuition is kind of there as you can see the pattern. The patterns of pattern emerge, but more mentally than in reality. That was um, a bit bumpy.
So yeah, thank you. So yeah, observation. The interesting thing
You're
about
welcome.
observation. The interesting thing about observation that like how decision has to do with the dynamic of self versus others, this dynamic of identities. Uh, Observation has to do all with this dynamic between chaos and order, this dynamic of where the objects are going, where they are, how they are relative to each other, their states, their security or insecurity, right? All these things problems, right? Where will we be in the 10 years? Where have we been? No, the machines are gonna break. Everything is gonna go to shit, right? These things relative to things problems, right? This is the dynamic of observation. Yeah, and as if for most of everything we've already kind of mentioned. So yeah, now we kind of have an idea of observation versus deciding, which is first dichotomy. And here's a cool figure that doesn't really mean a lot, but it looks cool. Fantastic, amazing. Now here's a bit of a yunky idea, which is something that really confuses a lot of people when kind of looking at the theory, especially if they come from different.
Can we pause a bit? I
Yes.
need to switch head here.
Gotcha. Placebo, while he's gone, I think. Also, welcome in, Major. Welcome in, Major.
You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, well that's good. I'm having some mic issues today for some reason. Yeah, nice to be here. Nice to be here. Happy Sunday, everybody.
Thank you. Placebo, mind reading this little quick excerpt while he's gone?
Okay.
Can we put in
Well,
some more typos for his next slide, please?
each of the
I need an editor
dichotomies
really
there
badly.
I'll do that for you if you like.
Would you say, Major?
I'll do that for you if you like.
Sure, you can go.
Yeah, no, no promises on time scale. Okay, but in principle,
Gotcha.
it's the kind of thing which is easy for me. So I do a lot of that, so I'll be very happy to do it for you. Yeah, but yeah, no promises in terms of time scales, but I'm happy to help. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Major. Is
1,
Great
2,
to
1,
Crow
2.
back? 1, 2, 1, 3.
Oh yeah, okay.
All right, so
I
here's
switched to a how do you say that? A noise cancelling headset because my child is crying. Sorry.
no, that's fine.
Sorry, it's just
Uh,
the word.
so yeah, here's an interesting concept. It's something that people from other schools of thought sometimes struggle with. It's just the concept of the anti-category. You're gonna have like elements within categories that are somewhat kind of rebellious, right? So think of identities. You think of identities, you think of something like feeling, right? But then thinking is like how? Because thinking is kind of rebellious if you think about it. It's like, oh, I am objective. I am basing myself based on these objective logical parameters and these systems that exist outside of me. But when you really look into it, it's like, okay, what question are you asking yourself at the end of the day? Oh, I'm asking myself, okay, what makes sense for me, or what generally makes sense, right? Oh, well, these have very identity inclinations, don't they? Asking yourself at the end of the day what makes sense for you, and it's going to be an ego battle if someone tries to challenge that. Clearly an identity problem, right? And same thing with the general thing, right? What makes sense for everyone? What makes sense generally, right? What is the practical way of going about this? These are all identity related things. That again, there's gonna be ego battles off, and there's gonna be a dynamic between yourself versus others, or others versus the self. And it's like,
So
yeah,
do you mean fighting with my dad for 20 years about what I have the right to do and what I have not was
sure,
an ego battle between me and him?
yeah, yeah, and some elements are gonna look rebellious. They don't necessarily make sense, like thinking, identity. What are you talking about? But then when you look into it, yeah, thinking is definitely fucking identity. So yeah, here's the anti-category axis. We've kind of already described this, but since we have these axiomatic dichotomies, right? We have something like thinking versus feeling. We have intuition versus sensing. You can start making types by saying that, okay, which side have you chosen each time? You've chosen the side of thinking. Okay, cool. You've chosen the side of intuition. Okay, you're a thinking intuitive. Or you're an intuitive thinker. Or feeling intuitive. Thinking sensor. Feeling sensor, right? And then based off this, you can start building the basic types, as we can see here, which is pretty cool. Which would be the basic 8 types. Once we get into the qualitative and quantitative, we get types. And then once we get into further dynamics, we realize there's about 32 types actually. Pretty cool. But yeah. Then once we get into the subtypes and we're done with all of them, we end up with 49,152 subtypes, if I remember the number correctly. We're even cooler. But yeah. Here's the little compass of dichotomies, and you can see that through this we already start creating the clubs, which is going to be an interesting concept. Also, here's an interesting idea. Each hour we'll be doing like a 15-minute break, so this doesn't become fucking, it doesn't kill your brain, and it all continues nicely. But yeah, this is pretty cool. Yeah. Qualitative versus quantitative, very important part. Okay, so we've already known about thinking and feeling. Know what those are. know what intuition is, right? Thinking being that of functionality, sensing being that of things, right? Feeling being that of values, intuition being that of patterns. What happens if we multiply them by 2? By adding a version for each, one which is more concerned qualitatively and the other one is more concerned quantitatively. Well, we get the 8th cognitive function. So, let's read this real quick. While the Jungian faculties represent the primary colors, most systems do not stop there. Right? Most systems, in fact, akin to display technologies, require another dimension in order to allow for lighter and darker tones of each of the colors that will be represented through the legacy terms of introverted and or extroverted, or as known in MTT as qualitative and quantitative. By multiplying the faculties, and I've written here facilities if anyone's wondering, yeah, I don't even know if that's correct, but by multiplying the faculties by 2 due to there being a qualitative and quantitative version of each, we get the famous 8 cognitive functions. The qualitative or quantitative orientation will take a different form depending on whether the element is a deciding or observing element. As in terms of the observing elements, it is in terms of the quantity of the elements relative to their quality, as opposed to the deciding elements where it is the quantity of the agents relative to the agent. By adding a faculty with an orientation, we get a cognitive. You can even read here the little quote. But let's look without talking too much into theoretical. Let's look at the actual definitions and see how they come. So within each one, you'll have 3 things that are making up the thing ultimately. For example, we can see how these 4 elements are oriented towards a qualitative nature. These 4 are oriented towards a quantitative nature. These 2 are function oriented as well as deciding. I mean, all 4 of these are deciding. All 4 of these are perception or observing. 2 are function oriented. 2 are value oriented. 2 are pattern oriented. 2 are data oriented. 2 are organization oriented. 2 are gathering oriented. 2 are others oriented. And 2 are self oriented. And boom, here you have how all of this is making up. So let's look at it one by one. So DI, right, which is introverted thinking or qualitative thinking, think plus a qualitative nature. It's a function-oriented element for once. It's a qualitative information element, and it's a self-process oriented. So how do these all come together to make sense? Here's how they come together. So it's a qualitative function, which is a self function, right? So there's an element of quality, an element of self, and there's an element of function. Let's look if we find all of those. So the first thing is what works, right? So this is the functional element, and for me this is the self element, and the fact that it's a self element makes it a qualitative element. Self is a qualitative thing, right? Optimizing thing for the self is a qualitative process that takes on refinement and refinement and refinement. While optimizing things for others is a process of sacrificing. It's a process of coming to compromise. It's a process. It's a more general process, not necessarily qualitative as much as it's quantitative, because you're trying to account for as many as you can sensibly. And yeah, that's how all 3 come together to make up the definition of TI, which is what works for the self. Then we can move on to the next one, which is FI, right? Qualitative value or self-oriented value. And then we can see the same thing happen here. What I value, right? What I, right? This is self-oriented. Value, right? And the fact that it's I makes it qualitative. And then move on to the DE functions, right? And since these are deciding and they're introverted, we call them DI, decider introverted. Since these are deciding and extroverted, we call them DE, decider extroverted. Since these are observing, we call them OI or observer introverted. And then since these are observing and extroverted, then they're OE or observer extroverted. Okay. And now move on to the DE functions. And start off with TE. So TE or quantitative functions and others functions. So you're thinking about what makes sense generally, what makes sense for everyone. To think of like a CEO or boss, right? Or they have to think about what makes sense for this person from that department, what makes sense for that person, what makes sense, and you're gonna have this optimization process. That's essentially what ENTJs or ESTJs for that matter as well, or any TE dumb for that matter, are known for. Being these leaders and being these bosses. Why? Well, because they have this ability of just being able to understand what makes sense for everyone. And that is what ultimately comes down to, is what generally works. And then we can move on to the next one, which is FE, quantitative values, others oriented value, which is what is generally valued. Do you like this? Do you like this? Do you like this? Do you like this? And not just the what do I like and trying to optimize my favorite ice cream flavor. Okay, what does everyone like? What ice cream flavors would I want in a shop that everyone would like, everyone would. That's also a question of FE input. These are the four deciding elements. We go over them real quick. TI is what works for me. FI is what I value. TE is what generally works. And FE is what is generally valued. Now we can move on to the little sexy boys down there, the four elements that we haven't talked about. So NI, NE, SI, SE. Let's check if it does. Yes, Emmy. Hello, welcome in, Emmy.
Well, I think your mic is having problems.
My mic's having problems?
I don't know if anyone. I hear you now.
Oh,
If
is it
anyone
fine now?
else was having. Anyone else?
Seems fine enough for now.
I can hear you fine.
Okay,
Yeah, I
that's
can
great.
hear you now.
I hope you didn't miss anything important. But we move on now to NI, NE, SI, SE, the observing element. We can start first with the OI functions. NI is all about this qualitative process of patterns. It's an organizing or even better synthesizing patterns. You're taking all these patterns and then you're synthesizing them to have a better understanding of what will ultimately happen. And that's what NI is all about, understanding what will happen. This synthesis of patterns. And obviously you can't get there without a little bit of NE, which is what could happen, right? This quantitative patterns process, this gathering of patterns, being like, okay, I'm seeing these patterns there, I'm seeing these patterns there, I'm seeing these patterns there, but it's not going to get you too far without the NI, which is going to be like, okay, so I'm seeing all these patterns, where are they ultimately leading? Other than just these possibilities and these just bunch of tree branches that keep branching and branching and branching, where is this tree ultimately going? Where is this source? Where is its core? What is it going to be? What is this tree, right? NI. And then SI, right? And SE. SE is all about gathering the data. It's being like, okay, what happened here? What are the facts? Give me the fact. Give me this fact. Like, that's very interesting, right, for investigators. Because investigators have this SI, SE, NI interaction where they have to gather a lot of data. They have to understand all the facts of a case. Without them, they can't get anywhere. But at the same time, ultimately, their job is an NI, right? It's very interesting. Then with the S here, right, there's the other part of it, which is okay. So I have all the data points, but they can't just be random data points. I want to organize these data points to have a structure of data points, to have a full understanding of what has happened and what is happening. That's what SI is about: organizing and structuring and synthesizing the data into a bigger structure of data. Now, one interesting way to look at this in terms of speech is when you hear an ESI user speaking, you're gonna hear them hop on from one theme to another, from one topic to another, but each topic is gonna be dense in terms of the data. It's gonna be like a bunch of fucking like a manual, but then it's different manual. Well, with SENI user, the facts are gonna be kind of disconnected. Like, oh, this fact happened, and Mama Jane's married Papa Kane, and all of that. But it's still on the same topic. The topic isn't gonna change as much. It's just the facts are gonna be more disconnected. While with the NESI, it's the topics that would be more disconnected, which is something interesting to take note of. Yep, these are the 8 informational elements or the cognitive functions. Does anyone have any questions? No. All right, we can then move on.
Oh, clear.
Oh, yeah,
That's
go ahead.
pretty clear. No, I just said it's pretty clear. Pretty clear. I'm not sure, considering all this, how Lamb Source managed to mistype you. Should be some kind of a trial or something.
And if there is, at least let him know ahead of time.
We're back to that shit again.
You definitely fucked that up.
It's a dog pile. It's a dog pile in the best way, though.
Yeah. What? Um.
Honestly, Adele, you deserve to be dogpiled on for that.
It was an L, but anyone who looked at the
Yes,
reasons
it was a
makes
very
sense.
big L.
I love L's, don't you, Emmy?
Dude, I'm only one L. I don't need any more L's. I have the
Yeah,
best
says the
L.
3L.
Wait, who's 3L? I'm not 3L.
What are you, 3B?
Yes. LEVF.
That is interesting. Moving on from psychosophy and the dog pile shit that happened yesterday. The
What's
chicken
your
that I'm eating.
psychosophy?
Can we pause for a bit? I think
Yes.
it's the hour mark.
It is. 5 minutes actually.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
let's fill that 5 minutes with what's your psychosophy?
My
Okay, let's
psychosophy
go.
type is probably
Let's fill that
LVFE.
5 minutes with dogpiling.
LVF.
What is psychosophy?
Psychosophy is an interesting
Okay.
Russian developed system where you have 4 elements: physics, physics, emotion, volition, and logic.
Mhm.
And all the 4 elements are connected to each other, and they're all dichotomous to each other. So which means that there isn't like this dichotomy group system. Each element goes against each other, kind of like DCNH, right?
Okay.
Yeah, and each
What's
of
your
the slots.
DCNH stacking again?
Well, each of the slots represents a kind of framework, right? The third spot is going to be insecure. The first spot is going to be overconfident. The second is ideally confident. The fourth is ignored, right? There's a lot more to psychosophy, but that's kind of the basic introduction. My DCNH, I'm still unsure about it. All I know is that I'm creative first. And from that point on, everything goes
Dominant
to shit.
last.
Probably.
I have
My
CXXD in yours.
currently, my best guess is D and DN. What am I talking about? CNHD. Although I have been given
DNHD.
although I have been given CHND. I've even been given CHDN. I've been given CDNH. So it seems like most agree at this point that it's CNHD. But I don't know. What do you think?
Sure.
Or it might be normal. I think
You're
third.
not going to answer the question, Emmy. Can you say gabagool?
Gabagool.
Yeah. Emmy's from
Yeah.
New Jersey, and so are
Yeah.
the Sopranos. I'm trying to get Emmy to say lots of things from the Sopranos. For example, can you say
No, what you gotta do is type the word and ask me to pronounce it.
okay, the New Jersey Turnpike.
Gorgata. The turnpike?
Can you say stool pigeon?
Stool pigeon.
Come on, give it some willy.
Stool pigeon. I don't know. I've never heard anybody say that actually. So
Stool pigeon. It's
yeah,
like
I've
a
never.
rat or it's like a police informant.
Oh, I didn't know that. Huh.
Yeah.
See, I wouldn't have a reason to know that.
Such a weird
I've learned
metaphor.
something today.
It's a pigeon that sits while you're taking a shit and then just informs the police officer so he can arrest you while you're taking the shit while you're down. This reminds me of like the question of what would you
I
do
think
if you were
it's
taking a shit and Mike Tyson came into your room?
stool. Yeah.
You heard this, did you? How did you
I
hear
think
it?
I was thinking about stoop, not stool.
Yeah.
Okay. Stoop kid's afraid to leave his stoop.
My favorite answer to that question, to the latter question, was I will defend it. It's like I'm sitting on my, it's like I'm the king and I'm sitting on my crown thing, right? I have to defend it. So you will stand up and fight Mike Tyson. Very intriguing.
Well, Midget Spinner said he'd already be halfway down, and in a desperate situation, so he just go for the double leg.
Let's call it 1 minute early. All right.
Almost killed me. Almost killed me. Sorry.
Yeah.
Please continue.
In fact, we will not continue. We'll take the break of the hour, which Great Occur requested as well. So there you go. It's a beautiful timer, isn't it? Huh? We
I
are
feel like in the
back
beginning I
now.
was like very obviously an INFJ.
Yeah, maybe here.
But then like as time went on, people like struggled.
Let's try this.
Sheldon Cooper story.
Hello, people.
Whoever
Can you
the
hear
two
me?
Adele's in the audience.
Yeah.
Can I be heard? Hello.
Yes.
No.
Are you asking, do you want us to hear you or can we hear you?
Yeah, 'cause
I
those are
don't.
two different answers.
I
Yeah,
don't.
'cause
I don't ask the
Maybe I
former.
don't
Can
want
we
to
hear
hear you,
you?
but I
The
can.
answer is no. Do we want to hear you? The answer is also no. Now we can hear you though.
Right. What happened to this? Why is this black? What is it protesting for Black
That's
Lives Matter?
racist. Are you recording?
No. Yes. I am. I have my
Okay,
hand on the pause button.
for my
However,
own safety, I will not say anything. I don't want my existence to be recorded.
says that as is being recorded. Yeah. Is
Yeah.
this? Okay, this works.
Sorry, I'm an
Let's
advocate.
go. Yeah, now let's talk about the qualities. We've already mentioned that these are called
Yeah,
DI, DE, OI, OE. Now we can talk a little bit more about it. So, as seen by the figure above and implied in other sections of the theory book, there is another dimension to each of the qualitative and quantitative dimension itself, which is that of the qualities seen between each of the elements with the same orientation within their respective groups, so that TI and FI would share a quality. TE and FE would share quality, and so on. This originally comes from the human needs section from objective personality, but it has been modified quite a bit since being added to MTT. It adds another dimension to it by highlighting the mechanism of which the faculty arrives at its orientation. Does that mean I wrote that wrong there somewhere? I have no idea. So that, for example, the way the introverted deciding DI functions arrive at their orientation is through their focus on the self, which is innately qualitative relative to the quantitative agents. And so once again, the same happens with the observing extroverted, OE for example, where the many object is quantitative relative to their singular object orientation of the introverted observing, OI, functions, which is rather qualitative. To further define the qualities, we can start with the introverted deciding elements, or the I, that is based on the agent's focus on itself, so the I is all about the self, as opposed to the extroverted deciding elements, DE, which are all about the other agents. On the other hand, we have the extroverted observing elements, which are all about gathering more objects, as opposed to the introverted observing elements, which are all about synthesizing them into a high quality object or object structure. So here's a little cool demonstration. You can see, right? So here we have one object, right, OI. And then here's a bunch of object, OE. Here we have one person, DI, and here's a bunch of people, DE. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about it. So, yeah. DI is all gonna be about something related to the self. It's gonna be all about the me story. I want this. This makes sense for me. I want this. This makes sense for me. As opposed to the DE, this is what people need. This is what people like. This is what people need. This is what I want. Here's right. Then OI is gonna be all about like we need order, we need structure, we need to understand everything. We need all of the structure and order. Well, always they're like, no, we need freedom, we need more stuff, we need more stuff, we need more stuff. Always like, no, we need to make the best of what we have. We need to make right. All of these struggles kind of thing, right? So OE is all about getting more and more. OI is all about making the best of what you have or organizing it, sensitizing it, right? The E is all about others, while the I is all about the self. So yeah, when we say someone is being too DI, we're calling them a selfish bastard. When someone's being too OE, we're calling them a chaotic bastard. Yeah. That's the IOE.
When you're saying someone's too OI, you're saying they're Sheldon Cooper.
Pretty much. Does anyone have any questions?
Me for real. Me for real. Actually me. Bazinga.
Placebo when you put him in a gladiator stage and he dies immediately.
I'm not dying immediately, bro. I'm him. But you're SC Polar. You're tripping and stabbing yourself. Don't lie. That's what I fucking thought. I'm goated, bro.
Yes, of course you are. You know the thing about goats, however,
You're
goats
SC
move very
inferior.
fast.
You'll try fighting and then trip over something and die.
No. I trust me. I used to like when I was a kid. I used to like have so many lightsabers because I was like a fucking nerd. I still am. Not gonna lie. But and I used to like train with them and shit. I'm goated. I don't worry about me.
And then you accidentally sliced yourself in the face.
Probably because I tried to do some cool Star Wars trick.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know the
Nerd.
thing about goats, however, they're fast. Let's talk about fast and slow. I bet your mother liked that. The vast majority of
That
theories
was not
stop
a
at
good
8.
segue.
Oh, I like
Segue.
that.
My bad. Segue.
Bro's
Swagway.
already stumbling with the SE of the words, let alone the
Swag-
SE of a soul.
Swagway.
Swagway.
Christ, he makes Smake Way his own way.
Swagway.
Oh well.
I'll sage through your way and make a better segue. But anyway, while I'm doing it, I might be fast or slow. But let's not waste much
Seg my
more
way
time and
harder.
be slow.
Wait.
If you don't shut up, I will get our sponsor to make you shut up. Do you know about our
This is like
sponsor?
Prime 2-pack.
Raid Shadow
Prime
Legends.
2-pack.
Raid Shadow Legends. The SE inferiors can now finally dream of being something better. That's all they can do.
Yay.
The vast majority of theories stop at 8 cognitive functions, with a few testing the idea of more, and even less actually formalizing such an idea. Examples include various socionics models, such as Model G, Model B, and to a bigger extent, Model L. Such models do it by introducing the concept of charges and information loss, but in MTT we arrive at it through a second dichotomy. A dichotomy that is less about information and more about energy, less about space and more about speed. The dichotomy of acceleration versus deceleration. In other terms, going faster or slower. Like how the information elements deal with information by gathering more of it, organizing it, and so on, the energy elements deal with energy by accelerating it or decelerating it. They will be of the same faculties as the information elements, and they can function at states at certain times, but usually will be considered functions of their own, especially within the F-block stack. Simply put, there are accelerative forms of the faculties that are concerned with expanding more energy into the faculty and accelerating its functions, and there are those that are rather concerned with decelerating its functions to slow down everything. The importance of this dimension is, let me correct something. It is to the functions. Okay, this actually made sense. Okay, the importance of this dimension to the function is not only to formally introduce the concept of energy to to an information theory, but also to act as an explanation to perceived introversion and extroversion. As extroverts generally want to expand more energy and go faster, while introverts want to expand less energy. Most theories have abandoned the notion of I or E in the latter name denoting social introversion or extroversion, yet they have not introduced a formal mechanism to explain it, which ends up causing a lot of problems in their typing processes. So simply, the accelerative functions are going to be all about going faster, as you will see in a second, while the decelerating ones will be all about going slower. Rather simple. Where are the definitions? Here are our lovely definitions. I could read all of this, but I won't. Actually, should I? I have no idea. Let's see what we have here. So, IT, decelerative function, slows down thought processes to enhance clarity and depth in logical analysis, as opposed to ET, which is accelerative function, speeds up logical reasoning and decision making, leading to quicker conclusions. Then we have IF, which is decelerative value, slows down emotional processes to enhance clarity and depth in value analysis, as opposed to EF, which is accelerative values, hastens emotional responsiveness and value-based decisions, also increases emotional excitability. And then we have IN, which is decelerative intuition, slows down intuitive processing to allow for deeper understanding of patterns and meaning, as opposed to accelerative intuition, which facilitates rapid intuitive connections and insights, prioritizing speed over depth. Then we have IS, which is decelerative sensing, slows down sensory processing to allow for a thorough understanding of the sensory information, as opposed to ES, which is accelerative sensing, which accelerates the sensory processing, focusing on immediate and broad sensory experiences. Then we can think of an example for each. If you're just working on a little engineering project, you probably want IT, right? You want to make sure that everything is fitting together. You want to make sure that you're making sense of it. In your math test, probably IT as well. But then if you're managing a hotel at a really quick, rapid speed, and you're having to click and do a lot of things and make quick decisions, ET, right? If you want to understand your philosophy and your feelings, you want to slow down with the IF. But if you want to make a YouTube video and get everyone excited, then go with EF. If you want to understand the deeper meaning of things, then probably go with IN. If you just have the idea of you just want to brainstorm, then go with EN. If you're learning something and you just want to learn the physics around it and just get used to it, then probably go with IS. If you're driving at a high speed and you want to get a ticket, then use ES. All amazing things. It's actually the reason why NISE users will usually be better at video games is because they have a SE. which means also they have ES, which means that they literally have which means that they literally have a cognitive overhand by literally being able to process things faster. So this is a double-edged sword, of course. Placebo, do you want to
Yeah,
read
I
this?
was playing Warframe for the
Oh, go
first
ahead.
time with someone yesterday, and I was better than a majority of his friends. I could just easily pick up on shit. His friends are stupid.
Sorry, did you call my name?
Yes.
You want me to read all that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, you ready for fun-filled reading?
Oh, you want me
Watch
to read
this.
something?
No. I got this one, guys.
I was just gonna say I'm not gonna read anything because I'm playing Power World right now.
New functions. As we can infer from the previous section, there are new functions which are created due to the dimension of energy. In this section, we will explore what that means and what the new functions do. We can start off with the decelerative ones. The decelerative functions, as the name would imply, are all about slowing things down to rather get a better look or judgment at whatever we're working with. Decelerative functions are functions like IT, which is about slowing down thoughts or functional judgment. IF, which is slowing down emotions or emotional judgment. IS, which is about slowing down sensory perception, and finally IN, which is slowing down pattern perception. Decelerative functions allow you to make generally better judgments in a slower fashion with a lower quantity. On the other hand, however, we have the accelerative functions, which we'll get into now. The accelerative functions rather favor an approach of the faster the better. They accelerate things, allowing you to deal with multiple decisions or observations at a time for when that is required. While IS might be great, I'd say great at building a house, might be great at building a house as you want to approach it delicately, and the quality of each decision makes the difference. There are other scenarios such as combat field where every second it's talking about combat anyway, where every second and quick decision makes the difference between life and death. Examples of accelerative functions are ET, which is about accelerating thoughts or functional judgment, EF, which is about accelerating emotions or emotional judgment, ES, which is about accelerating sensory perception, and finally EN, which is about accelerating pattern perception.
Thank you. Are the 8 new functions clear? I imagine that's a yes or a shy no, but I'm gonna assume it's the former. All right, now we're done with chapter 2, which was what? I don't know what the chapter it was. The elements, I guess. Probably. Yeah, it was the elements. The first one was what? The introduction? Pre-type. It was pre-type, right? Before the type. Now we get into the elements. Now we will be getting into such silly thing. Yeah, dynamics. Now we'll be getting to the complex big boy stuff. Dynamics. Alright, so we can start with stacks. So stacks are essentially the holy grail of any Jungian typology, as they represent a percentage of all the structure found with any Jungian typology. To quickly define stacks, we can describe them as simply as comparative structures of elements, of which there is usually 2 kinds, the dichotomist and the relativist. The more known stacks are usually the dichotomist, in which we have dichotomies such as T, VF versus N, VN, which give us structures such as S, T, F, and in such structures the important factors are there are always groups in dichotomies, and the groups that have bigger and smaller elements within them, but are also bigger and smaller relative to other groups, blah blah blah. So let me draw this out to and get you an understanding of what exactly is being said there. There is 2 kinds. We'll first discuss the first kind, which is called dichotomous. So in dichotomous, you have groups, right? There's A, right, is bigger than B, and then you have a group like C is bigger than D, right? And then that means that group 1 is bigger than group 2. Then what could be the case is that group 1 has A and B. But then B maybe what is it called? But then here's the interesting thing. B maybe what is it called? Smaller than, let's say, C, right? Which means that within the groups themselves, you're gonna have an intermix, right? This is a little complicated, but I'll explain it, right? So the groups such as thinking, right, feeling, right? You may have one of them be bigger than the other, and you may have one of those be bigger than the other. But since feeling is so low in its relationship to thinking, feeling actually, even though it's as a group with thinking, as a group with deciding is bigger than intuition and sensing, feeling still ends up at the bottom because of its dynamic to thinking. While the dynamic between intuition and sensing here in this case would be more fair. So let's explain this real. Let's say you have like $100, right? God has $100. 50 of those $100 goes to you and your brother. 50 of them go to your mother and your sister. You are a dickhead. You take $30. Leave your brother with only $20. Your mother, let's say, not so much of a dickhead. What she does is she goes for a 25-25 split. In that case, right, you will end up as number one. Your brother will end up as the last person, and they will end up somewhere in the middle. Now, how did that happen, right? When you both got the same amount? Well, it's because of the divisions ratios, right? We could even do this with bigger numbers if one of you got more numbers, right? But that's kind of the idea between dichotomous relative stacks, is that you have these groups that ultimately go against each other. Your group A, their group B, and even though that you as group A got as much or even more than them, because of your dynamic, one element within your group became inferior to every other element within their group, right? Which is the case for a thinking DOM, right? If you're an intuitive DOM, then it's gonna look more like, for example, this. Nope, my bad. More like this. Right, but that's not the point. But then you have the second kind, which is the relative stacks. In the relative stacks, everything it's a free for all arena. Everything goes against each other, like such. Right, and then at that point, it's just like kind of like a piss match, right? Like A first, B second, C third, and then D fourth, right? And the reason why each element is in each element doesn't have to do necessarily within what is it called, the relative to each other or anything like that, right? The whole group dynamic. No, this is each one goes against each one, and whichever one comes out at the top comes out at the top. This is essentially just a leaderboard. A wins against B, C, and D. B loses to A but wins against C and D. C loses to A and B but wins over D, and then D loses to all of them. That's kind of how those groups work. So we've provided an example for where this is the case. A case of the latter would be in the DCNH system, or even outside of MTT within psychosophy. It looks something like this, right? The reason why L first isn't because there's some groups here. This isn't because L and E are against each other. And this is the interesting thing, right? When you have relativistic models like the latter, you can have the opposing elements be next to each other because every element is opposing to each other, right? In our first model, you can't have TF and then NS. This doesn't make sense. But in those models, you can have logic and ethics, which are very interesting, next to each other just because of how the model works, right? And same thing, right? You could be creative normalizing. It's a thing. It's very interesting, right? And so, for example, in psychosophy, my bad, it would look something like this, for example, where LVFE. This is a bit more sensible because the L is in the first position, the E is in the second position, V and F are kind of in the middle. This makes more sense. But something like this is also totally allowed within the system of psychosophy, even though these are technically what would be the dichotomies, because everything is dichotomous to each other. That should be rather fairly simple. As simple as explaining discrete logic it can be. Yeah. And you can kind of see here as a nice visual of it. Look at this. So here we have what would be kind of the first one. You have groups, and then this is bigger than this is bigger than this, and then ultimately end up with a group like this. Or we could have the ladder model, where everything goes against each other, and which one wins out becomes the top, second, third, and fourth. Look at the visual again. Pretty nice visual, all things considered. I hope you like it at least. So yeah. Does anyone have any questions? I assume not. I go ahead, Major.
If everything was a dichotomy, then would nothing be a dichotomy?
No, actually not. In this case, not. I get where you're going, but no. It just means that everything would be dichotomous to each other, right? If everyone hated each other, would anyone hate each other? Yes. Hello, Cole.
Nothing is absolute.
Hi.
Oh, sure. So yeah, here is the stacked for you.
Well, no. If nothing was absolute, then the statement "nothing is absolute" would be false, because nothing is absolute is in fact an absolute.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, moving on to the course. So the course is a very interesting concept to understand in terms of kind of like where MTT comes at things. So how MTT understand things is you have the four cores, essentially thinking, feeling, sensing, and intuition. And those are the big chefs. And then anything like functions, whether it be the information ones, whether it be the energy ones, whether it be the introverted or extroverted ones, these are all just thinking, feeling, sensing, intuition, and thinking, feeling, sensing, intuition. Did I forget anything? I think I said all four of them. These are all the four faculties just taking on different forms, just putting on different masks. And it's really just as simple as that. A lot of people thought the course concept is very complex, but no. Just always remember that these are just the cores switching which one has the ball and switching what way they want to play with the ball, essentially, right? For example, when looking at something like the F block stack, which we'll look at later, where you have like something, for example, such as Ti, Ne, En, Ef, what was happening is thinking has taken on a qualitative form. Then we have flipped to intuition, which is taking on a accelerative form. And then, no, I mean, what am I talking about? A quantitative form. Then, and actually, technically, it would be Fe before Ne is what we discovered. There's still some technicalities, rough area about how the F blocks exactly work at this point. But then, for example, in that case that I just mentioned, the intuition has not switched to any other element, unless we go with the latter model. Let me not confuse you. The intuition has just now switched to another mode, an accelerative mode, and now we have switched the ball again to feeling, which has now all of a sudden taking an accelerative mode, right? So that's kind of the idea behind cores, is that each of the faculties are just switching masks and switching between who plays what, and that's what all of these stacks are ultimately in one way or another representing. Just ultimately the same elements over and over taking on different forms. So yeah. When we get down to it, with such as masculinity, femininity, charges, and all that, there's also another dynamic, but we'll leave that for later. So yeah, that's the course for you, with a very nice animation, if you ask. If I say so myself. Okay, now we're getting very excited because we're about to get into the F blocks, the animals. One of the more complex concepts within theory. If you've learned everything till this point, then congratulations, you've just finished the basic. Now you have the most basic understanding foundation of MTT. Now we'll be moving into the rather more complex things within MTT, the F blocks. Now you're going to understand the complex dynamics of types. The agent arena dynamic is a rule found within some of the concept of the theory, most notable of which is the F blocks. It simply states that some dynamics have a lead element, which is the agent, which acts upon the auxiliary element, which is the arena, i.e. the canvas or the platform that can be acted upon. This can help greatly distinguish how seemingly types and how seemingly different types of things. Similar? I have no idea. I think it's similar. I forgot something. But what is it? I have no idea. How seemingly similar types and similar in elements. Wait, how seemingly types and similar oh, this made sense. Why do I keep doing this to myself? Just blame the Great Acro for all of this. He's responsible for all of this. Let's go.
Excuse you?
Distinguish how seemingly types and similar. Okay, fuck this C word. How types and similar elements may be different in the way they go on using it, as some types may see the particular function as them and the other as rather. Yeah, this doesn't make sense either. On identity, and the other as rather simply the tool. So this is going to make a lot of sense when we get into the F blocks, but essentially you're going to have some elements, which are the lead, the driver, and then you're going to have the other element act as the canvas, the street upon which you're driving, or the car upon which you're driving with, right? Let me just hop into F blocks real quick. So for example, the difference between FISE and SE. FI is an FISE. You're expressing your emotions in the forms of SEs, for example, creating art or creating, I don't know, an apple. And then someone comes in and eats that apple and they like it. So that's SE to FI, right? You're sending all these sensory data to your own emotions and then you're integrating it with themselves. You're eating the apple. You're literally consuming the apple. Well, in the other case, you're expressing an apple. You can see it's the same elements, different direction, makes a whole different process. Pretty cool. So let's get into the F blocks now, finally, since we've been teasing them for so long. So, function blocks or F blocks are one of the most intriguing concepts in MTT and are highly inspired by the OPS's conception of animals. They represent the combination of elements to further create compound processes, in so long that they consist of one deciding and one observing. And in the case of MTT, a directionality from A to B or B to A. So, you get two processes, such as SE and FI, you combine them, and depending on what directionality you get, boom, you have a F block or an animal, right? Consume or reverse consume, i.e. express. The function blocks work on many levels. As on a higher level, they describe the interaction of different qualities, such as the interaction of DI and OE together as a process, but also on a lower level, in which they would describe the interaction of T and N, or even TI and NE, for example, as they are all about how various elements express themselves through other elements and what processes that can create through their dynamic. By adding up the common qualities found between two deciding functions of the same temperament with the common qualities found between two observing functions of the same temperament, we can see that functions operate in a dynamic manner in a way that allows them to simulate more functions through the combination of them. So yeah, like I said, you get two processes, you combine them, and then boom, you have a third process, which is pretty cool. Much like the functions, the FPs also have a stack which is known as the FP stack or animal stack, as the legacy term animal is used interchangeably with F blocks. The structure for it is largely provided by OPS, in which there will be 4 FPs in a stack, denoted as 1, 2, 3, 4, where the main rule is that you can't have the dichotomies FP and 1 and 2. So no consume blast or blast consume, play sleep, sleep blast, none of that. With that being the main rule established, we get the 16 unique FP stacks, which are divided by 4, as there are the 4 that start with each FP. That is an important distinction of the first F block, unlike the others mainly determined by your type. So, kind of an important rule, your type determines the first F block. So for example, as an INTP, you will get express consume. As an ENTP, you will get just normal consume. As an ESTP, you'll also get normal consume. If as an INFJ, you'll get normal blast. As an ENFJ, you'll get reverse blast or representation, and so on, right? But then from that point on, right, you could be a consume play, consume sleep, and then it even goes on. So consume play sleep blast or consume play blast sleep. It could be a consume sleep play blast or consume sleep blast play, and there are 16 of those variations, and technically 32 if we account for the directionalities as well. But yeah. And that's where the element of, the agent arena dynamic comes in, is because one of those elements is always going to be the lead, the other one is going to be, the canvas. One is going to be the paint brush, and the other is going to be the canvas, Pretty cool. So, with quality blocks. By the way, does anyone have any questions so far? Because this was quite dense. Or any confusion in general. It doesn't have to be a specific question. If you're just confused, tell me and I'll help you out.
Yes. So, like the first f block is determined by your first two functions,
Yes.
is there any hard and fast rule regarding the three other one other than
Yes. Yes.
you
There's
cannot
one.
have the opposing
Oh, no, there's only these two, right? The first F block is determined by
okay.
your type. The second is you can't have the opposing F block after it.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah.
The rest is up to
Yeah. There's one point
interpretation.
of interpretation. There's just one point of kind of debacle right now in MTT which hasn't been resolved, which is to the rest of so for example, the INE, right? Let's say you have play. Now, as a decider, you'd imagine so there's two kind of possible arguments from this point on. And it's still something to be decided upon, kind of, which is a bit yucky that we haven't figured this out yet. But one argument would say you'd have EN, EF, because your NE comes before your FE. But then the problem is that this is an observer F block. You're actually, this is a observation problem. You're trying to like present the NE to the FE, which could be seen as like a decider problem, but at the same time, what? And then the other perspective would be like, is it EF EN? You're trying to push people to the to like the EN, right? You're trying to accept. It's actually I just realized I confused you by using the acceleration elements. It'd be much simpler if I use those, and I can explain the other ones too. But some would say it should be NEFE, while some would say it should be FENE. And I see both of their arguments, and it still hasn't been decided upon. The rationale for the latter seems to currently make more sense because as a decider, you should have decider F blocks, not observer F blocks. That seems to make sense. But at the same time, it seems like going with whatever element comes first seems to also kind of make sense too. So which one is it? It's still to be decided. It's a bit yucky. And here's also a reason why it's yucky, for example. Let's say you're INFJ, right? And then you have your consume as a problem. Well, what's your consume? Is it the SETI? Is it like the normal consume? Is it the fact that you can't consume information? Well, that seems to be the way we observe it in people who have consume last as observers. But then if we go by the first rule, it shouldn't be actually that consume. It should be this consume, which is more about expressing yourself. But it doesn't seem that they have a problem with this. It seems they have a problem with this. So it seems rather like the latter option, where we go off the deciding element always for deciders and observing elements always for an observer. Seems to make some sense a little bit more than the first option. So now we're getting really to the edges of the theory. And I hope soon enough they will be cleared and a decision will be made, which makes sense and is correct. But yeah. That's kind of a rule, which is going to be a hard rule eventually. We just don't know which one to decide on right now. I hope some of the people who will come out to be theorists out of the Gen 1 Academy will help in deciding what the hell to do here. But for now, it's kind of, up in the air. But yeah. All you need to care about right now is there are... You go ahead, girl.
Now, how many people are those?
People who've signed up for the theory team.
Yes.
Let's look that up right now.
When's the intelligence team training?
You will get to know that eventually. So rules again. So right now for the MTT we have technically 18 people signed up. And for the PTA, which also would be kind of responsible, we have 18 people signed up as well. But how many of those are actually in the class? So we have Solar, that's 1. Cold, that's 2. We have, let's see, what do we have? We have Brownman, that's 3. We have Fireone, that's 4. We have Wildman, that's 5. So about a quarter of the people who are signed up, and then more to come in Generation 2. It seems like a quarter of the team will be concerned with theory, so that should be fine. So in total, there'll be like at least 6 up to 9 people who will be concerned with the theory after Gen 1 is done.
Yeah, much more than that, and you wouldn't be able to come to an answer.
Oh yeah, we hope it's gonna work out in one way or another. But yeah. We're now at the hour and a half mark. Let's see how much we'll get before the next break. So, quality blocks. F blocks, like mentioned above, are all about combining processes to create more processes. We can first start by describing how they work on a high level, which is on the level of qualities before elements themselves. So, by combining qualities of DI and OE, we get something called consume. OI and DE gives us blast. OE and DE gives us play, and finally DI and OI gives us sleep. Consume, for example, is classically all about internalizing new information into the agent. An MTT due to the FPs not being commutative, that is to say that their order is relevant, we also get something called reverse consume, which is about expressing internal through creating new information. Consume is any DI plus OE, and the classical is OE to DI, while the reverse is DI to OE. On the other hand, however, we have blast. Blast is classically about expressing known information onto the tribe. That is classically described mostly as the process of teaching or enforcing. We get that by imposing OI onto DE. We can reverse it by imposing DE onto OE, which is rather much more of a politician's process in which we impose the tribe upon the structure of known information. The energy FBs are usually described in their transformed states rather than energy states. For example, sleep classically is all about self-reflecting on the known information, while reverse variation is all about organizing the self. We can get both respectively by imposing DI onto OI and OI onto DI. Finally, we get play. By imposing OE onto DE by presenting new information to the tribe, we can reverse that by presenting the tribe to the change of flow of information so that the process of creation would account for the tribe. The latter variation is DE imposed onto the OE. And here we can look at this graph, which, why doesn't it zoom in? I can just go here instead. Share this tab instead. We can look at the different things. So here are the classical elements as recognized by OPS. Consume, integrating new information within the self, learning or integrating. Play. This is weird. Wait, this does not make sense. Something is fucked up here. Teaching, enforcing is blast. Reflecting or mentalizing is sleep. Directing, introducing. Okay, some weird shit has happened. Let me fix this. Is this in the thing? Parroting, establishing. This makes sense in the reverse one. Yeah. Show me. Teaching / enforcing. This makes no sense. Okay. Let me fix that real quick. So this is up, which means that this also has to be up. So we're fixing problems within the beta version as we are here. Okay. Okay, what should I do? Reflecting, mentalizing. That isn't even it though. There's so much confusion here. Let me fix it real quick. Okay, we know that teaching, enforcing should be blast here. That's a good start. Directing / introducing, that should be play. And then finally, reflecting / mentalizing should be sleep. Okay, now I can just delete this. Yeah, I'm gonna leave a note to myself to fix this. Fix. Hold. I hope I'll remember. No, I'm definitely gonna remember. I'm not gonna release this like this. Okay. There we go. This should be enough of a note. Okay, now that I've fixed this, let's make sure that there's nothing screwed up here. Trailblazer. This is starting establishing. What? Organizing known information. These smaller sections here, I don't know why they're so stupid. Doesn't make sense. All of this is screwed up. Okay. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna delete all of those. Here's my solution, and I'm gonna fix them later on. Okay, so you don't need those. Those are not necessary. Extremely silly. Okay. Now that we've gotten rid of that problem for now, consume is all about integrating new information within the self. Play is all about directing the tribe at new information. Then sleep is all about self-reflecting on the known information.
So,
Yeah, go ahead.
can I interject for a second?
Sure.
Like, let's say the consume on the screen OEDI is ENTP consume,
Yeah.
like any TI.
Yes.
Okay. So the other one is quote unquote INTP consume.
Yeah, here it is. This is like just a general EP consume, right? This is general IP consume.
Yeah, that's the types that came to my mind.
Yeah. So, then we have blast, which is enforcing known information of the tribe. Then we have finally the reverse variations, which are going to be like the other consume, which is decider consume, expressing the self through creating new information. Observer play, which is presenting new information to the tribe. Sleep, which is organizing known information. And blast, which is expressing the tribe through known information. So let's give a few examples for each of those. So we've already given an example with like literally consuming stuff with the normal consume. Blast, think of it like a police officer, right? Like an SITE police officer. Here are the rules. Here is the structure, the legislature, and you're gonna need to follow it because it's best for you. You're enforcing the known structure on the tribe. That's normal blast for you. And we have the politician on the other side, which is like, okay, here's what people need. Here's the structure. Let me put that into the structure, the TESI process. You obviously know the DIOE process. It's like, okay, here's what I feel. Here's what I like. Let me express that through the reality, for example, just as one example. Now, for each consume, for each blast, irregardless, and for each one of those, irregardless of the direction, you're gonna have a bunch of types that fit under that, right? They're different kinds of consume, right? So, for example, even with reverse consume, we have TI to SE, we have FI to SE, we have TI to NE, FI to NE, right? And then with the other consume, we have NE to FI, NE to TI, SE to TI, SE to FI, right? Just kind of letting you know. These are kind of the high level stuff. But yeah, I hope that makes sense. These are the definitions for it. So yeah, pretty cool. I'll fix this graph later on, and by the time MTD 5.0 is actually released, you won't actually have to deal with Billy Boy problems. So here are the function blocks. Then here's a lovely little graph. One of my favorite graphs of all time. Here is the clock of the blocks. So you can see, right? You have here the D, E, O, I, D, I, and O, A down there. And depending on how you combine them, this four-way Venn diagram, you get different things. So for DI to OI, that's play. From D to OI, that's blast. From E to OE, that's play. From OE to DI. Then depending on which way you go, you get a different one. Right? DI to OI, mostly, let's go with the easier ones, right? DI to OE, that's reverse consume, while OE to DI, that's, what's it called? Normal consume, right? So depending on whether you go counterclockwise or clockwise count, normal clockwise, gonna get a different F. Pretty cool. Oh, yeah.
So
Okay. Yeah.
if
Go ahead.
sorry, so if your first your first F block is reversed, are all of your F blocks reversed also, or is it depending on their uh, on your stack, your function stack, and the order they appear in it?
Yes, it's dependent on the order, right? There's still that little problem that I mentioned earlier, but yes, it's precisely on the order.
Okay.
Yeah. At least for the first one, it's quite rather clear, right? For the second, third, fourth, there's still that little debacle, but until then, the first one is rather clear. Very interesting, isn't it? So, yeah. Does anyone have any other questions? No. All right, then we shall move on to the next thing, which is the Beebian structure. We have about 16 minutes before we go into the break, if anyone's wondering. Yeah. In MTT, there are models that there are three models that are divided into three sections, which are information, energy, and the mix model. And there's an information model, there's the energy model, and then there's the mix model. So when we mention the first functions, right, we're usually talking about the information model. This is the information model in which the information functions are. There's an energy model, and then the F block stack or the animal stack that actually mixes both. So you can see, for example, when we were here doing all of this, right, when we were talking about like TI, NE, EN, EF, right? When we're talking about that, you can see this is information, this is energy. This has its own model, this has its own model, and together they make up one model. Just something to mention, right? So we'll talk about each one of them, probably all of them before the break. So yeah. So in MTT, we use the Beebian model, or the information model as derived by Dr. John Beebe, and modified by the MTT team, which is a model that blocks the informational elements based on 4 blocks, the first of which are the ego blocks, and the 2 of which are the shadow blocks. Together, they are called the ego or conscious stack and the shadow stack. The structure states, what the fuck? Structure stats by assigning, starts by assigning the dominant function axis within the inferior, then the auxiliary dominant to auxiliary inferior. So yeah, let's mention what we're talking about here first. So this whole thing up here, the 4 up there, that are colored in this kind of darker blue, or darker aqua, darker baby blue, are the ego stack. The ones below are the shadow stack. The 1 and 2 here, or 1 and 2 here, are the first block. 2, 3 and 4 are the second block. 5 and 6 are the third block. 7 and 8 are the last block. And what also was mentioned here. Okay, so 1 to 4 is the first axis, right? It's the dominant to inferior axis. Then we have the secondary axis, right? The auxiliary dominant to inferior. So this is your auxiliary inferior. And technically the same applies down there, but usually we don't talk about those in terms of those dynamics. You could say this is the tertiary dominant to auxiliary. And I don't know what comes after tertiary. Fourth? What would the word be? Quadrary? That's an interesting question.
I'm pretty sure I already asked this question, but once again, let's say you're a jumper type. Is your auxiliary stack also jumping?
Yes. Let me just figure one thing out. What comes after tertiary? Wow, it's called quaternary. Yeah, so this is called the quaternary dominant to inferior axis. You don't know that. But yes, although jumpers will usually be using their energy model, unless they're reverse, unless they're like in something called a transition. What is it called? Transposition. Something like that. There's a way you can turn the energy to info and info to energy. And so let me draw that out for you. So let's say we have an ITP jumper. It's gonna be TISI, NEFE. So that's gonna be SE, NI, right? And if we want to transition them to energy blocks, we can do this. IT, IS, EN, EF. Really, what's down here? Really? No, not really. But we can do this. Then we have here, what was here? ET, ES, IN, IF. And you can see here, right? This is sleep, play. Oopsie. This is another play, and this is another sleep. But yes, to answer your question, yes. When you're a jumper, your functions do flip around like that. Is that a satisfactory answer? I hope so.
Yep.
Okay, so let's return things to their formal such. Okay. That's the Beebian structure for you. Each of the functions are given a number, such as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And those are usually the names given to them as well. Sometimes we can call this by dominant, inferior, auxiliary, tertiary, right? Usually they're called one thing. Usually we say dominant, and usually we say inferior, and then we say 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8 for the rest of them. Or sometimes we call this the last. There's some other names for them, such as 5th is called the ignored, 7 is called the blind or polar. Sometimes, but rarely, very rarely, we call this the creative. Although it's definitely more socionic than it is entity. This is the usual. It's almost usually called 6. No, so yeah, some things to know. Wait. Now we get it really quickly, and it's not gonna waste much time in there. But the energy model, merely represents the IE, the like III, EEI, oh, III, like kind of chains, which we've kind of shown already by transforming the info elements there to energy elements, but this is kind of how it's going to look like.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. I know you're going to say something. And this is essentially how that looks like, right? Here we have kind of a play, alpha play here,
Yeah.
alpha sleep, gamma sleep, and then gamma play, right? Things like that. And then by combining this model with this model, we get the greater model. It's gonna be like the what is it called? The F block model. And now you see a bunch of letters. Where are the functions? Well, we can just write those out. So let's take this for example. Consume, play, sleep, blast. And let's assume the type is an alpha type, meaning that they have TI, FE, and NES. Okay. So let's look at what they would have, and we need actually a bigger thing. So let's go to the theoretical thing. So as we had said, consume, play, sleep, blast in such a fashion. And we had also said that they're an alpha type, meaning TI with any SI, for example, right? So they consume, let's say also they're a deciding type for the sake of simplicity. And so that would mean that their consume is going to be TI, any. Then we're going to have a play. Let's just, for the sake of funsies, we say it's EN. Yep, even though it's still not decided, right? You can see we are using here info and energy. Then sleep, let's say IT, IS. And then finally for the blast, we could say SI, FE. And in this way, we have here, you can see in the middle, 2 energy, and then 1 for 2 info. And that's essentially what the F block stack model is showing us. Kind of the both models combined together. These are the 16 possible, what is it called, F block stacks. As we mentioned before, the rules are your type determines what your first F block is. You can't have diametrically opposing F blocks after each other. Although that is the case, can be the case in the middle stack. So for example, play sleep here, just in the middle of the stack, just not after each other. It's 1 and 2 that matters. And just like that, you can have any either one of those, depending on whether if you consume, these are your 4 options. If you're blast, these are your 4 options. If you're play, those are your 4 options. And if you're sleep, those are your 4 options. Let's read this really quickly. So the graded model, also known as the F block model, or in OPS the animal stack, essentially the combination of the informational model and the energy model to give the greater F block or animal stack, where the blocks of each intertwine to create a greater stack where each type uses 2 informational blocks and 2 energy blocks in their ego stack and the rest in their shadow stack, not to be confused with those of the informational model. The main rules to be known about the mixed model is that it's an alternating model where the information and energy blocks alternate except in the middle spot, and that the type is defined through its first block. Ultimately, these rules come together to create the following grade stacks. So here's one interesting thing about it. Let me go back to the whiteboard. So if you consume, play, sleep, blast, right, and these are all alpha functions, right, that means that you're going to have a shadow F block stack. There's going to be gamma, which is the opposite quadra, which means TEFI and NISE. You're going to have those following ones. You're going to have a blast opposing to consume, sleep opposing to play, play opposing to what is it called? Sleep, and then finally consume, right? And if we really want to go through it, your blast would be what? It would be TE, and it would be NI. So I'm not sure which way you'd go at this point. Depends on the model, right? So your NI, your TE comes before, so you could have TE NI, right? And then your sleep is gonna be, let's say, NIFI. And then your play is gonna be TESE, example. And then finally your consume is gonna be your SEFI, right, for example. So yeah, if we assume the first model to be correct, which we are leaning to the second one, but yeah, technicalities on technicalities. A bunch of dense stuff. This is why this is called intermediate and not basic, because this is really dense. But what isn't dense is these are all R32 types within empty. Read them here. Lovely. Okay, we're at around the 1 hour and 54 minutes. Does anyone have any questions before we go into our second break? Emmy, do you have any questions?
No.
Absolutely not. Okay. Great Accord, do you have any questions?
I've asked all I have to ask. All I had to ask, sorry.
Solar, are you even there? Reporting to Solar. Boop, beep, boop, beep, beep. Nope. Cole, hello.
Solar. I don't have any questions.
I have a question.
Placebo. Oh,
Does
Playmate?
anybody else love the sound of humans dying in Foul World? Or is that just me?
Come again?
What?
Cole, Emmy
Could you
asked if
please-
anyone loves the sound of humans dying in Pal World. I'm sure Cole does.
I did not play Pan World, so
Skill
shame on
issue.
me.
Hi, and VinnyJimmy. Yes.
What's that?
Hello, Placebo. Hello, what
Yo,
was
do
this?
you wanna hear? Do you wanna hear the fucking airport?
Yes.
Wait.
It's probably more exciting.
Is that your
Hello?
computer?
Yeah.
You have not heard my old.
Me when that's when I turn off noise suppression.
Bro, you have not heard my old computer when it runs. It's a,
Oh
it's
no,
a
but it's
fucking
also
jet
my
plane.
amp is on. My amp is on as well. The buzzing sound is my guitar amp.
Based. Can you play us a piece?
It won't be good because I don't have a pick. Can't find it.
No one cares.
I dropped it and I got really annoyed because I couldn't find it. I hate it when I can't find things in the sensory world.
Humans
Ugh!
dying.
Sorry, what did you say?
No, I heard a human die. It's funny.
One sec, let me play a backing track. Yeah, this should work. This should lift up it. Okay, that one sounds alright. Can you hear it?
Yeah.
I can't remember the song, right? Okay. Wait, I can't remember half of it. Wait. Oh, I remember the chorus though, so that's. I remember the chorus. It's like. No, I can't remember. My bad.
Alright, you can stop.
I think I remember that. Wait, oh, I remember the solo. I think. Let me see. Do I? Okay, I think I do. Is it? Yeah, I do. Wait, let me turn on the backing track. Okay. I really can't remember anything. Holy moly! Wait, let me practice. Let me practice. the
Placebo,
solo.
placebo. We thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Alright, we've gotten to the 2-hour mark. Now it's time for the second break. Placebo, turn on his noise cancellation. Turn it on. Thank you. Okay. Beep up. Alright, timer starts again. Where did Cole go? Where did she leave? Just kidding. Okay, we'll see you again. I won't be going anywhere, but I will see you again in 15 minutes, I guess. Play Minecraft until then.
How much longer does this class go on for?
This one 15 minutes. Oh, class. I don't know until we're done.
How long is that gonna be?
I don't know. We're probably not gonna have a third break. We're probably gonna be done after this break.
Alright.
But until then, we can talk about the intertype relationship theories again. I don't know.
Sure.
Placebo.
Yeah.
As the FE polar person.
I love ENTPs.
What did you say?
What about INTJs? What about people like placebo? As we lose placebo, we continue with the rest. That is rather unfortunate. Where's Brown Man yet? A Brown Man in here?
I prayed for a slice of pizza. Now I can make pizza appear in my hand whenever I want. Pretty amazing skill, yeah? Here, take a slice. Oh shit, he
Understandable.
gave me pizza. Interesting. Random ass guy unlocked
Interesting,
pizza
but not as
generation.
interesting as function slotting. So, what's function slotting? Well, we can just read this excerpt
Nah, it's
about
more interesting for sure.
it. Why do you have to ruin my segue?
Because I love you.
What is this? What has this turned into?
Don't worry
Function
about
slotting is all about
What
the roles
happened?
of different functions depending on their position within usually the information model stack, how that affects the energy dispersion, their role, and more. To begin with, the general theoretical amount as suggested by the OPS team is a division of 80-20 between the dominant and inferior functions, then a 60-40 between the aux and dominant, and aux inferior. So aux dominant and aux inferior, as well as just general dominant and general inferior. So yeah, the balance and imbalance aspect of each. Then for each, we can divide the said number in a 60-40 between the ego and the shadow function. So that the functions one slot had 100 energy points, it would actually end up having 60-40 would go as a function of blah blah. Okay, let me show you the picture and explain it because it's just confusing. The first assumption we make is that decision observation get an equal amount of energy, each of them getting 50%. So ultimately, the decisions 50% is going to 1, 5, 4, 8, and 50% is going to 2, 3, 6, 7. Then that 50% is gonna be divided into the dominant. So the dominant is gonna have a 1, 5 where you're gonna get 80% of that 50%, and the 4, 8 are gonna get 20% of that 50%. And then between each of the elements, right, that 80% is going to be split in 60-40, that 20% is going to be split in 60-40. Same again, right? Well, within the auxiliary function is going to be more balanced because the 50% is going to be, the other 50% is going to be split between 60 and 40%, and the 60 is going to have the same split here down the middle in the similar fashion. And then we can look at what numbers that would elude. So the first function would end up having 24, second 18, third 12, fourth 6, while the, what is it called? The fifth would have 16, the sixth would have 12, the pentesticle seventh would have 8, while the last would have 4. What this is to say is that between the dominant and the inferior, we have an unfair dynamic, while with the an unfair dominant dynamic, well, we have here a fair dominant dynamic, and then there's roughly a middle fair cut between each of the ego and the shadow. These numbers should not be taken all too literally, as they're just conceptual, intuitive numbers to understand the functional dynamics and the positional dynamics, not to be taken as literal power numbers. Although there's definitely truth to them, and they show something interesting about the theory. This is just to understand the power or the amount of energy allocated to each of the functions. And even with this, there's lots of technicalities left out. Okay, yeah. So for example, what's gonna happen often is that if you're an introvert, right, your introverted functions are gonna get somewhat of a boost in that you have something called the homogeny principle, and the homogeny principle is just essentially if you're an introvert, you're trying to make everything else introverted. If you're an extrovert, you're trying to make everything else extroverted. So that naturally is going to give to your attitudes functions a little bit of a boost. Then there's some other technicalities, such as, for example, because of the dynamic between 1 and 5, where the... Yeah, go ahead.
Are you streaming?
Yeah, Chakra? Oh, I'm not streaming. Wow. It took you guys a while to mention that.
Yeah, sorry, I was finishing like preparing my meal. So I was
This isn't a problem in the recording, but yeah. No one had let me know that I was talking about nothing. So let me just continue. So
That
one and
was my
five are
pal world.
one and five are gonna have a bit of an interesting dynamic where, because the fifth function will have an opposing attitude and it will be a part of the ego functions, right? All the deciding functions for a decider, all the observing functions for an observer. Because of that ego fight, the fifth function is often going to be kind of subdued, as opposed to the sixth, which is kind of an observing function. So it's seen as a tool and therefore allowed to flourish much more than what is it called? Than the fifth, and then the opposing logic is used for the eighth and the seventh, because the eighth is has the same kind of what is it called attitude as the first in many ways. It just ends up being that oh okay, this is gonna get a boost, which is rather pretty intriguing. Wonder your jumper would it still be fi the last plus a TISINEFE, that means TESE NIFI, yep, it would still be, yep. Okay, so the same logic follows there. Right? And so with a lot of technicalities, these numbers start being more and more blurry, but this is kind of the theoretical amount potentially brain allows for each of the functions. And just taking as such with the other rules taken in mind. For example, the 3 and 7 would generally be kind of more subdued because they're kind of observer. They're the most inferior observer function. So being an observer for a decider, that's gonna make you inferior. The other way for a decider. So these would have such a difference to the first and fifth, right? And the fourth and eighth. And they're kind of the weaker of the two, which are already kind of weakened by the fact that they're not deciding for a decider and not observing for an observer. And then you have the inferior of the inferior, which means the third and seventh function are going to be kind of in kind of really bad situations over time, because oh yeah, it's something balanced, yeah, it's there, but you don't really care about it. The fourth and eighth, even though you suck at them, ultimately they make a big part of your story, while the third and seventh don't. Ultimately ending up making over time the third and seventh functions worse overall, because you care about the fourth and eighth. Third and seventh, not so much. So it's gonna be, for example, SISE 490p. So they're gonna develop their FE and FI over time because they care about them. But the SI and SE, it's like, oh, who cares about those? Who needs those? Kind of thing, you know. So yeah, that's function sliding for you. There's some other things in it. Like Gemini had said something interesting. Will I bother? How much should I go into detail each time? Probably not too much. Just to kind of get a little moving, and then the document is there for anyone who wants to kind of enhance their knowledge on what each of the functions means. For example, uh, why the second act of it, though. It's just kind of an example. Okay, let's read some more things then. Suggestive functions are going to be the 1, 2, 7, and 8. Now, the reason why those functions would be considered suggestive is because of their qualities, right? If you're the IOE, they're also going to be the IOE. If you're OIDE, they're going to be that, and so on. And so that's why they're attractive. But only 1 and 2 are going to be where you're competent and suggestive. 5 and 6 are interesting because they're competent, but they're not suggestive. There's something you're good at, but you could care less, kind of thing. You know, you can do it, but do you really care? Not so much. Then you're gonna have the incompetent but suggestive, which is like the 7 and 8. So they sound like interesting ideas, but you're not competent at them. And then you have the third and fourth, which is kind of in the worst position, because they're neither competent, neither attractive. And then we can look here also another thing, which is core to the identity of the type are going to be the 1, 4, 5, 8, which, as I've said before, are the ego functions, right? If you're an observer, these are observing functions. If you're decided, these are deciding functions. And so that's why they matter to you ultimately the most. Well, the 2, 3, 6, 7 are going to be tools that ultimately do not innately matter. The above will be unbalanced, while below will be balanced. So, yeah. Okay, now that we're rather done with the slots, obviously, if anyone wants to know more, you should read the documents. Now we will go into modulations. So modulations are all about, we have a function, can we expand its definition or be even more precise in making distinction? And the answer to that is yes, there's quite a few. So one of the ways we will discuss now is the modalities. Modalities are all about the rigidity and confidence interval in any function. And they also work on a dynamic, on an axis dynamic, much like many things we've discussed before. So, for example, you're going to have people who are masculine on their DI functions and feminine on their E functions. Masculine on their OE functions and feminine on their OI function. With the masculinity, you're going to have a sense of confidence, a sense of stability, and a sense of rigidity, unwillingness to move. So, for example, that if you were confident in self, you're not going to be very movable in terms of your identity. But then the problem with that is that you're going to be very movable in terms of the tribe, and you're going to be rather on the shyer side of things. You're not going to be trying to take control over the conversations, and that's going to present itself as a rather problem for you. Well, if you're masculine DE, well, then you're not really confident within yourself. You don't have this rigid identity, which means you're not as much of a butthead to talk to. But at the same time, you're kind of a butthead to talk to because, well, now you're trying to control every conversation. You're trying to control the narrative. So it's rather interesting, right? And then with masculine OE, right, you're confident of your gathering, you're confident of your NE and SE functions, but then you're rigid in them, right? And then you're feminine in the structure. People can fuck around with you with the structure, right? Interesting things like that. So yeah, just to present the modalities rather quickly to you, they're all about the rigidity of functions. Do you have this as immovable? Okay, then that's movable. Do you have that as movable? Okay, then that's immovable, and so on. They're rather interesting and used in typings often. Ooh, and now we're gonna move on to rather one of the most interesting things, which is the charges. So the charges from one system to another, they're rather quite radically different. In MTT, we use the same axes rules, so DI, OE, and all that. But obviously, since our information elements are different in other systems such as socionics, the functions with the charges are going to look different. And ultimately, what they're about in MTT is destructive or constructive potential and the perception of destruction or construction. I just realized this is wrong here. This is not supposed to be like that. Is it also in the figure, or was that fixed? Wait, is it? Let me. I just noticed the destruction in it, and let me correct it because I have masculine OI, and I want to make sure that the structure is stable. So let's just move this a little bit like
God
that.
damn it! Our world just crashed.
Well, that's a structure that's unstable right there.
Yeah.
So let me look at this.
How unstable your structure.
If you insist. How do I? As you see, I saw the negative structure there, right there, the wrongs in the structure, because I do have negative structure. So let me also write in here a little bit of a fix, as has been the case before. 32 for red. I should fix this later. So this is not really much of a big problem. It's just more of a visual thing than anything else. And we'll just go through and explain how these things work. So if you have one thing positive, you're going to have the other thing negative. So if you're self-positive, you're going to be others negative. If you're, for example, chaos positive, then you're going to be order negative, and the opposite is true. So let's look at the chain for the self-positive individuals. Those are individuals who have a natural positive inclination and usually stray away from the self-negative inclination. It's going to add a level of confidence as well in it, naturally, to some extent, a very little extent, but it's really all about when it comes to your feelings, when it comes to your thoughts, are you focusing them on the positive space or the negative space? And what does that mean? Let's read the definitions. The TI plus is all going to be about what works or makes sense for me. Positive self or logical functionality. So you're looking at the positive logical structure rather than the negative one. Where TI minus would be like, okay, what does not make sense or work for me? Negative self or logical functionality. If you're going to speaking to a TI plus person, they're going to be trying to find how things make sense for them. And so they're going to point out what makes sense to them rather, where the TI minus is rather trying to deconstruct these logical structures and say why something doesn't make sense because they're trying to find what doesn't make sense for them. And then they're also at the same time, that means that they're either FI plus, right? So that means that they're looking for what they value, what they like in that as well. Or they're FI minus, so they're looking for what they don't like, and those go both hand in hand. But here's the trick. If you're TI plus FI plus, that means you're TE minus FE minus, which is quite brutal. Because TE minus is looking for what does not generally make sense or work, the negative tribe logic. So you're pointing out how people are dumbasses. And then you're looking for what is generally not valued or hated. So you're pointing out how people are hated dumbasses. Quite brutal. But on the other side, with the DI minus, we have the DE plus, which is rather quite nice. So you're pointing out how people are generally providing something, how something is useful for everyone, and you're as well pointing out how everyone would appreciate it. So, it's a give and take with each one of those. And then when we go to the chaos positive, we have the SE plus, right? So what are the data points? What are the facts, the positive data, right? And then with NE plus, what are the possibilities? What could be, right? Again, you're looking at the base positivity. But then on the opposite side, we have the SE and NE minus, right? What the data points or facts are not. Negative data, NE minus, what the possibilities are not, negative patterns. You can see this, right? So if someone who's SE plus is trying to prove something, right? They're trying to prove facts being true, while SE minus are trying to prove facts for being false. These false facts, anyone who's trying to correct people, being like, okay, this is wrong, could be normalizing, but what it could also very likely be is a bunch of, negative SE. You're pointing out what the facts are not. Yeah, and then with the NE minus, you're pointing out, oh, how everything could go wrong. Oh, the elevator, everything could go wrong. Oh, no, I don't believe that's a possibility. No, nothing's gonna work. Everything is going wrong. This is going wrong. This is going wrong. This is going wrong. Not to be confused with the I minus, because on the OE plus side, we have the OI minus. So with the OI minus, you're looking at the structure, the data structure. You're looking at what things have not been. So to counter the SE plus, for example, where it's like, oh, everything is going, these are the facts right now, right? Or we get the SE plus with FI plus, right? Everything is going great. Yeah, everything is going great. You'd be like, okay, but it has not been going great all this time. Probably not gonna go great. Then I minus part of it. Everything will ultimately not be great. Everything is going to hell. The negative sensitive path of patterns. Yeah, that's SI minus and an I minus for you. SI minus is like all about how the past has been horrible, and I minus is all about how the future will be horrible. As opposed to OE minus, which is all about how right now sucks, how now is horrible. But then for that, with the OE minus, we get the OI plus, which is that everything in the past has been great, everything in the future will ultimately be great. It's just a hard time right now. So yeah, with SI plus, it's all about what the factual structure has been. And with the 9 plus, it's all about what everything will ultimately will be. The positive synthesis path of patterns, rather. And those are rather pretty interesting because you can make you can combine them and then start making stuff like double positive consume, double positive blast, double positive play, and stuff like that. And those are actually used within the database. If you look at the database, oh, hello, there's someone in the audience. Let me bring them up real quick. Let me bring up the database and let's check who is in the audience. Did someone fall down there? Oh, Lex. Hello, Lex.
Hello.
Hello. So if we go here to the database, we can see that these things are used. So we go here, for example, you can see how it's a double negative, right? And then there's even filters here. If you go here to add condition, we go into type, such as this, right? Or no, actually, modalities and charges, and then we can see those things, which are rather interesting. Anything within these special brackets, just for modalities and charges, that means that we're looking first for the extroverted observer and the and the extroverted decider. The use of this is because when we usually write plus plus minus minus mm or mf, we're usually referring to someone's first two functions, right? But that's not so useful when, for example, an INTP mm is the same as an ESFJ-FF. What that ultimately means is even though they have the opposite genders when you look at it firstly, they ultimately have the same functions as masculine or feminine. What this helps us is that they will ultimately, in that case, right, they have feminine DE, so that's going to be feminine here, and they have masculine OE. So they're both going to be MF in this brackets, unlike the other case where one of them is going to be MM and the other one is going to be MF. Same goes for the charges. So that's the use of the brackets, right? But yeah, those are used within typings and are rather useful. Now we can finally move on from the charges, and I believe we'll start needing to use 4.9 material from this point on. Yep, we will need to start using 4.9 material. 5.0 is still a beta of all else at the moment. Let's go into 4.9, pick some of the interesting things, and people. So should we go into symbology? Symbology is really not that relevant, but it's a way of describing the functions and the faculties, everything. So thinking is a square, sensing is a circle, intuition is a triangle, and feeling is a diamond. If it's filled in, it's an extroverted. If it's not filled in, introverted. If it has an I, it's an info function. E, it's an energy function. And here you can see all the 16 functions right next to each other on visually. Then you have some things around how the cores work and all that. If you really want to read this, just go to 4.9 and read it. But yeah, let's see what is interesting. What do we have here that is of particular intrigue? Here are the cores again. Some row stuff. Here are the types again. Types again. We should talk probably at this point at quadras. What's a quadra? A quadra is essentially a type group based on the function axis you use within your ego. IFE plus NESI, you're alpha. If you use the IFE plus NISE, you're beta. EFI plus NISE, you're a gamma. If you use the EFI plus SI, then you're a delta. Groups are very helpful because Quadra values later, we come up with a lot of things, but the important fact here is that this helps us in distinguishing types by one more variable. It's a group of types. And we can see, for example, how this is useful in terms of the typing tool context. So let's bring up the typing tool really quickly. As such, we ignore the little ad for here. And if we go here, right down there, we can see in a second, as soon as the website loads, we can see how this would be very useful. I think this has loaded enough. Yep, and we can see the MTT code types. If you are new to this, what we can do is turn off MTT, turn on MBTI, sake of simplicity. Then you can see all 32 types. Then we can go in here, and if we know the first two function dynamics of a type, the two function axes that they're using, for example, through the language thing we talked about earlier, we can select a quadra, such as beta, for example, and boom, it's 3/4 of the type eliminated. Alternatively, we could just go individually by the function axis as such. But yeah, that is how they're used, for example. But they're useful in many other ways as well. But yeah, quadras are a very important thing to talk about and mention, especially since we use them to describe a lot of things. So, for example, in the animals thing, I talked about alpha play. What's alpha play? Well, first of all, alpha means that there is TI, FE, and there's NESI. Play means there's OE and DE. Where's the OE there? Oh, NE. Where's the DE there? Oh, FE. So when I say alpha play, I mean NEFE. Things like that. And I can say this here in this case, just like that, in this rather nice graph. Yeah. Here's quadras for you. Okay, and there's also a fun thing. So once you learn about what is it called? The all of what we have learned about so far, especially the F blockings, and you have learned that there's also something called clubs. So what are clubs? Clubs is essentially your first two elements, and then that's a group of types as well. So if you lead with intuition and thinking, you're an NT. If you lead with intuition and feeling, you're an NF. And if you lead with sensing and thinking, you're an ST. And finally, if you lead with sensing and feeling, you're an SF. And all these groups also, just like the quadras, have something in common. And what's interesting is you can use the F blocks to see what are the club leanings. So for example, for CPSB alpha, it's going to be NT, NF, ST, SF in that order of what the most common club leanings are. Now with this, it gets more complicated, especially once you start considering something like the masculine feminine. For example, the NF could be double masculine one. So in despite of the fact that the this would say I don't know. Let's say the ST is actually double masculine one for the sake of simplicity. So in despite of NF being technically higher in terms of the club stackings, ST could be more prominent to be seen because of the masculinity. Yeah, things get very technical once you start wanting to be technical. But this can definitely help you see why a CPSB, INTP for example, would be more on the NF side of things. Unlike a CS PB, which might be more on the SD side of things. There will ultimately both be NT, but one will lean more into one club or the other. And it starts extremely getting complicated once you introduce something like DCNH in it. And it's just gets all cocked at one point. But yeah, good to know. Does anyone have any questions before we get into flow mechanics? Quite a dense piece. Great, the Crow, you're usually the person asking the questions here.
Sorry, I have nothing for you but a remark that
Oh.
my my success in typing people have mostly revolve around the fact that when you find somebody's story and somebody's quadra, you find yourself with two types to choose between or something
Gotcha.
like that, like very, very, very few types.
Understandable. Yeah, gotcha. Lex, do you want to say something? Lex? Lex?
Huh?
Hello, hi. You want to say
What?
something?
Hi.
Hi.
No, dude, I don't understand anything that's going on.
Yeah, you're kind of late. But yeah, there's a recording of this if you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna listen and
Yeah, thank you.
try to understand what that shit means.
Sure. Yeah. Talking about what that shit means, now we'll go into flow mechanics. So we'll take the lovely, F blocks, and now we'll put them into chains. And now this is the electrical circuits part I was talking about. We'll treat the functions like quite literally, or the F block stacks in this case, quite literally like the lovely, fantastical circuits. So here we can see the CPSV of an alpha. And here we can see the opposite, right? The BSPC. The shadow stack for the F block stack. Pretty cool. And how you would get to this is by having the first gate open, and that allows it to naturally flow in such a diagonal order. But what you could do is close the first gate, open the other gate, and this is how you get into your shadow mode, your shadow stack for the F blocks, allowing you to access these types in such succession order. Or you could close both gates, open the gate from below to reverse the flow of the ego, and then you just have reverse your type, allowing you to also reverse the directionality of your functions, most interestingly. Or you could close all three, opening the fourth, reversing your shadow. Also dynamic. But if you thought it gets interesting here, no, it gets even more interesting because you can do the transformation process I had mentioned earlier and transform all your energy into info, all your info into energy, and then you end up with this lovely something called the dyno mode, allowing you to access the rest of the 32 types and allowing you to just go through the flow like this, and using all the other dynamics we have learned along with the dyno mode, achieve the flow through all 32 types, all possible stacks to some extent. Not all possible stacks, but all of them in a way. Just I'd have to get very technical, mathematical, very technical, and finding where my headphone box is killing me with the battery low. All right. So those are the electrical chains that we had been talking about, and also here is another very interesting way to represent them, and you can represent them as a circle, and you can see these are all the functions, and here we can see the modes. We'll see a GIF very soon. Sense the move. So here we'll start with the normal flow, as you can see, first to the last. Then what flow are we going into? Here we can see the reverse flow that we talked about. Here we can see the shadow flow. And here we can see the dyno mode, right? There are all different visual demonstrations, visual ways of demonstrating how these would, how the chains would look like. And they're rather interesting. All right, here's the electrical chains. Does anyone have any questions in regards to them? Beep up.
Yes, I have a question.
Yes.
Would it be possible to repeat? Would it be possible to just repeat the last 20 minutes or so?
Yes, I have a recording and you can watch that later.
Okay. Good job. Good job.
Adele, I'm sorry
Yes.
for interrupting the. We're gonna need to leave.
Got you. You can watch the rest on the recording,
Oh,
it's no problem.
yes. Thank you very
Gotcha.
much. Bye.
But thank you for being here for that long. Alright. He is gone, and I assume no one else has any questions in regards to the mechanics. Pretty high part of the theory. Okay. Here's the rings. So what the rings, at least the transformation rings, represent is the each part of you which require one of the mechanics to apply. So as you can see here, the INTP can do their shadow mechanic, right? Open the gate 2. They can go into that. They can close gate 1, gate 2, and open gate 3, allowing them to ESFJ. Or they can close all of those gates and then for the all except the last one, leave it open. They can go to ISFP. If they apply the dynamodes and all that, they can get into the other chains as well. But those are the main chains. Now, the important reason to understand those rings is because later they'll be very useful in terms of the DCNH and explaining what parts of the types you have easiest access to and what parts of types should you be seeing the most in any type, right? For an INTP, you should see a little bit of ISFP, a little bit of ESFJ, a little bit of ENTJ, and more or less depending on their DCNH type, which we'll talk about later. So, yeah. A bit about transformation rings right there. Type names is rather an interesting part, which a lot of people fuck up for some reason. It's either you get this right off the bat, or you fuck up for some reason, and I have no idea why you fucked up. Okay, here's how different type names that work in different systems. If you want to learn about that, then you can do that, but we will talk about the MTT one in specific because we are MTT people. Oh, look at this, is wonderful. I really love the designs of Canva. They're beautiful. Okay. So type names. Remember the clubs? Okay, now we want the clubs, but we want to see which element will be dominant in the type. So let's take a type like the INE, for example. Oop. All right, now let's look at a few things. They're first leading with thinking, so we're going to write T. They're second leading with intuition, so we're going to write N. And then if we remember something, this is DI, this is OE. So this equals, if you remember, does anyone remember? It's consume. So that's T and C. And that's the type name for that. T and C. All right, let's get another type. Let's get an ETI for the sake of simplicity and also showing a principle. They lead first with intuition. They lead second with thinking. And this is still consumed, so it's NTC. Let's go through a few more types to demonstrate the principle. NIFE, just like this. Their first intuition, their second feeling. And this is OI. This is DE. So this equals blast. They're going to be NFB. Same thing with FENI. This is still blast. But in this case, we have F feeling, intuition, and then blast. TISI. That's
You
first
should play
T.
around with the opposite
The opposites? Like, what do you mean?
from code to MBTI code or OPS or jump or whatever. You should do the opposite. Try the opposite as well. That'd be fun.
Like you want me to do other type codes as well? Like translate from one type code to the other type
So,
code?
so for example, NTS.
Yes.
NTS will obviously be NITI.
Yeah.
So do from NTT, NTTI, NTT code to MTI code basically.
NTS, okay, so NTS would obviously be NITI. NTS would also be an MBTI modified code would be technically, here's where it gets weird. This is why we need our own code. It's technically an INFJ. Well, no, why is it an INFJ even though it's not a feeling type? Still a J type, but it's not a feeling type. Well, because INFJ represents the beta quadra. We make it an INTJ, it'll represent the gamma quadra. And it represents that function stack. It represents the function stack that goes like this. Right? And then technically you can elude this. If we write INTJ represents the INTJ function stack. And so by adding a minus J, representing a jumper, that just tells us to flip those. And so we get the lovely NITI. Oh, that's horrifying. Lovely NITI. The MBTI modified code is definitely confusing, but it would be technically the INFJJ. If this was NFB, then it's just INFJ, and that's simple. OPS code, well, they just call it, this is what they would call it. They would call it INFJ. And then they'd put in brackets. Jumper. Rather inefficient. Or you usually actually use just the MBTI, the Jungian code. They just say NITI usually. Yeah. In socionics it gets wonky because there isn't even really a socionic modified code, but there's two ways to go about that. There's the and there's also technically more MBTI ways to go about that. There's something called the letter corrected variation. I'm gonna go into that in a second. So now this is really getting confusing for no reason, but I'm gonna do it. This would be IEI, and then you could just apply the MBTI method and maybe say -J, or you could apply the OPS method and say. And by the way, jumpers aren't a thing in socionics, so that's one thing to take account for. Jumper like this, or you could say it's an ILI like this, and say it's an ILI beta. Now people are gonna be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" But it technically makes sense. And MBTI, there's also something called the letter corrected variation, and this is again why we need our own code. There's the letter corrected variation, which would be technically, that would be an INTJ. And then you just write next to it like a little b, referring that it's an INTJ beta. And this gets even horrifying with the decider types, because for an INTP, right, they're INTP jumpers. Not only are they sensic, but they're also a J type now. So now it becomes an ISTJ alpha, which is even more horrifying. And then you also get into a debacle with 16 personalities, because they also use these weird -A's and T's that they made out of their own ass to fit it with Big Five. And yeah, so just forget about everything I just told you in the 5 minutes, and just remember how the MTT code works. So, NITI, right? That's tuition first, thinking second, and this is OI plus DI, so that's sleep for you. And to do a play type to finally finish this up, let's take TENE for the sake of it. Actually, we haven't done enough feelers, so let's do FENE. FENE. That's feeling first, intuition second, and play third. The jumpers are rather fairly simple because it's just extrovert, double extrovert, then play, double introvert. Rather simple. And yeah, if we go here to the type database, those are exactly the codes used. What you could do is go into each one and then look, oh, it's an EPENF, and then you'd be like ENFP, and that works most of the times except when it's a jumper. So this is an ENTP, yes, but it's an ENFP jumper, ENTP. So the play, so it's actually an ENFP function. It's not normally, so it's gonna fuck you up with the jumpers, but it's gonna work most of the times if you're too lazy to rely on the code. But yeah, you can see it's used within the database itself. So yeah. All right. By the way, it's not just the database. The database is rather larger than this by a big margin. That was just the person's database, which we just started adding people to recently. But yes. Does anyone have any questions in regards to the type?
If you,
Oh, good.
I have a question.
Yes.
If I wanted to maliciously mistype someone for shits and giggles, how would I justify it using this method?
Well, the letter codes aren't gonna be very helpful. But if you want to maliciously mistype someone, then what you could do is use a lot of the malleable theory parts. So, for example, let's say you're
Refer
trying to
them
type.
to lamb sauce.
Yeah. So this is kind of the Lamb-Saucian method. So first of all, you want to use them. First of all, you don't want to limit yourself to MTT. You want to unlock your eyes to all theories, because you're going to be a syncretist who uses all theories. So look at psychosophy, look at socionics, look at all the MBTI variations, look at everything, even Big Five, right? You're going to use everything to justify your arguments. That's the first thing. So let's start with MTT. you're gonna want to abuse the modalities and type in, let's say you're typing in INTP, you want them to be an ESFJ though. You say you're FESI, but in fact you're just double feminine. So that's why you think the way you are. Then you could use the DCNH. You could say that they're rather creative harmonizing creative. Or actually, no, you want it the other way around. You want to say they're normalizing dominant. So it's just their hormones that are really making them look like that type. Once you've done that, what else?
I'm not
What else could
dating
you do?
them. That's I don't normally flop out the hormone thing until intimate relationship established. Like, how are your hormones today? You seem upset.
Yes, and then you could say also, you could try to do a play with the positive negative as well. You could say that, oh, you're just focusing on the positive elements. And then at that point, MTT can't help you anymore to mistype someone. By the way, these are all tools that are actually used for legitimate reasons, but I'm just going with the shits and giggles at this point. Now at this point, MTT can't help you. You're gonna want to pull out the other big guns. Well, the reason why you think you are is because you're an LVFE in psychosophy. Yeah, that's also having an effect. You're an LII in socionics. Yeah, and you are also low in neuroticism, which is exceptional for an ESFJ. After having combined all of that, and after also, and here's also another thing, it's very special to the Lamb-Saucier method, you want to constantly gaslight them and force them into believing that they're that type. So I want you to hear them very closely for every word they say, sometimes. And when you're doing that, you want to point out every single behavior they do, only the behaviors that support your argument, and interpret them as highly as possible to support your argument, an interpretation that supports your argument, without allowing any other possibility, any other possible interpretation. Every single time they do something that could support your argument, that necessarily means that they support your argument. Ignore all the data that goes against you. Then constantly keep telling them about that. Use your knowledge overhand over them to also confuse them. And then the other half of the time, you don't want to let them talk. You want to be taking control of the conversation, just drawing the narrative around them for everyone else, so everyone else starts believing your bullshit. And then you have the circle jerk until you gaslight them into thinking they're a type they're not. And then you have become lamb sauce. And I hope I hope this advice has been helpful to help you gaslight someone.
I
Yeah,
kind
thanks
of
very
want him to
much.
type me, honestly. No, I'm being serious.
This has got a gaslighting kink. You're in the right place.
What? Nah,
Have
I
you
just,
met
I just,
Adele?
yeah.
No.
I mean, Adele typed me, but I want lamb size to type, sauce to type me too, to see if he agrees.
Well, what to do is to tell him that Adele typed you, and you want to compare the two.
Yeah, that's what I want to do.
Tell him to get his
Can
typing out.
someone
Okay.
send me lamb sauce's username or ID so I can fucking add him?
I think his username is lamb sauce.
Okay, let me.
Anyway, it's not for me to say. He seems like a very nice guy, apart from if you say anything he doesn't like. That's the gaslighting.
Also, if you want to perfect the lamb sauce method as well, you should restrict type access by gender
Is he
and by
on this
yourself.
server?
So females are only allowed to have 2 types, those being ENFP and ISFP. Second, no one is allowed to be
Okay.
your type.
What am I doing?
Fourth, you might as well start using your intertype relationship theory to vibe type people based on what you like and what you don't like. You're gonna have a category of types you don't like, you put the people in those. Category of types you like, you put people in those. Now, whether, again, remember, with this gaslighting, it doesn't matter what their actual type is. It's all about making them think they're a type they're not. Also, never agree with them on their type. Except for a few times. You want to break these rules every now and then. Only a few times. So whenever someone calls you out on your bullshit, you can be like, oh, but I did this, like, I didn't do that, like, maybe one time. Oh, I never changed my opinion on types. Oh, what are you talking about? There was this one time in 1979 when I did that. So that means that your argument as a whole is false. You can gaslight anyone who tries to ungaslight the people. That's also very important. But I think that was a very comprehensive gaslighting typology tutorial. That is your way to become a master in the art of typology bullshit.
Rumba.
Black belt. But now that we're done with typology bullshit, we can go back to formal typology. And as you can
Let's get
see,
back to the real stuff.
yes,
Enough bullshito. Let's get
enough
back
gaslighting.
to the hard style. Let's get back to MMA.
Absolutely.
Take it away.
So yeah, here we have a little lovely thing that can help you if you still haven't memorized how the system works. So you can just look at the types, so TINE, TNC, NETI, NTC, and so on, just by looking at this lovely graph. And there's also a bunch more graphs to help you understand how this whole thing works out.
Okay, what do I text lamb sauce to effectively get him to type me?
You don't text them. You wait until around 11 p.m. Central European time, so your time, and you see if he's in the voice chat. If he's not in the voice chat, just hit him up and be like, voice chat when? And then you wait till he's in the voice chat, and then you talk, and then he'll eventually tell you your type, which is gonna be ESI, I predict.
I was
It's a
about
50-50
to,
chance.
No, I was about to like DM him and go like, "Hey, Adele typed me," and I wanted to.
You have talked to him before, though, so bit awkward.
Huh?
You've talked to him before, though, so
Not really.
just wait until he's in the VC.
And on what server?
The Jungle, his server.
Huh?
Yeah, the Jungle, his server. Now we can
Server?
go into
I'm not on. Oh, the fucking
Jungle.
the jungle thing.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so
I
we've already
know
talked
first
about the clubs.
use
We've already
the
talked about the
fucking.
quadras. Now we can talk about Quadra
never
Values. Now Quadra Values are something to be used with extreme delicacy, and they don't tend to be always correct. These are rather more probabilistic than they are necessarily always correct. At least the ones that are colored are very suspicious. But alphas, just like deltas, focus on details and connections, as opposed to betas and gammas, which focus on the overall vision and main factors. Alphas and betas focus on what works for themselves, while gammas or beta are focusing on what generally works. Alphas and betas are focusing on what's generally valued, where gammas and deltas are focused on what they value. Alpha and beta tend to be diplomatic, while gamma and delta tend to be direct. Alphas and deltas tend to be long-winded, while betas and gamma tend to be to the point. Alphas and betas focus on being reasonable and harmonious, while gammas and deltas focus on being pragmatic and ethical. Alphas and betas, sorry, my bad. Alphas and gammas see people as individuals, while betas and deltas see people as groups. Alphas and betas rather like to complicate the logic, while gammas and delta like to simplify the logic. Alphas and beta tend to complicate the relationships, while gammas and delta tend to simplify the relationships. Alpha and beta care for consistency, while gamma and delta care for accuracy. Alpha and beta are rather merry, which means that they're rather calm, chill, easygoing, while gamma and delta tend to be more on the serious side. Alphas and deltas see individuals as see objects as individuals. So individuals see the object like how they independent objects, while betas and gammas are focused on the dependency of objects. So yeah, here is the quadra values for you. Now that we're done with the quadras, we can move on to the lovely, very, very lovely stories. As Great Acro has mentioned, he uses often to type people, and all of us really. So, stories to type. So the IDOMs, i.e., which we usually call the IP stories, is all about being selfish, stuck in your own story. Everything is about your own perspective and how you're oppressed and misunderstood by the tribe. As opposed to the DE or the EJ story, which is all about being selfless, having no perspective or identity of your own, and constantly being concerned about the perspectives of others, always misunderstanding yourself and not giving enough to yourself. On the other hand, OE DOMs are all chaotic individuals with no sense of organization or order, always feeling controlled by some greater system that limits their freedom, as opposed to OI DOMs, which are overly controlling and planning individuals with no sense of spontaneity found within them due to their fear of chaos. Oh, I fear I have to control everything. Oh, I fear control. I have to free everything, kind of thing. Or oh, I'm stuck in my own ass. Oh, where is my ass? Kind of thing. These stories are very helpful when typing people. You can see either one of their four people usually, and it makes typing a lot easier and much more fun. So yeah, here's the story for you. Ooh, now we're getting into DCNH. Now we're getting into danger zone. And also, oh my lord, it is also 2:50, and that means the third break, in fact. So let's talk about DCNH after the break, I guess. Let's see what do we have here. We've already talked about this. We've already talked about this. Modulations, we've already talked about them. Tempos are an interesting thing. Tempos were an old legacy concept in MTT that were all about the temporary states of functions. Now this is kind of like left out in the codified self kind of thing, but it's a rather interesting temporary self. That should be also somewhat of a thing. There's definitely ways to complicate or add more nuance and layers to the pyramid for sure. But yeah, tempos are all about like temporary states, such for example grips where you get stuck onto one function, or loops where you get stuck into one animal or something like that. There's also this old idea of function modulation, which is all about how the codified self would essentially kind of influence you in one way or another, like how others influence your codified self, such as for example your parents or something like this as you grow older. Kind of legacy concept, the codified self as a structure is being built more and more in a much more formal fashion than this old function modulation. But these old ideas are still interesting to us. Then we can look into channeling modes. So to quickly describe channeling mode, the idea of channeling modes is essentially that you're not really using both your ego stack and your shadow stack. You're using either one or the other. Everyone has access to both, but you're using either one or the other. The importance of this is because then you won't be using two temperaments against each other. And that also means that you can't really do these kind of asymmetrical jumps and things like that, as opposed to theory like socionics, where you can do all kinds of asymmetrical jumps. Kind of a very technical, nerdy thing, but it's also rather interesting. This is kind of how this would look like, as opposed to. Wait, why are you showing this again? Where's the did I never make a channeling graph? Okay, I guess I never made a channeling graph. Well, too bad. Type identification. Alright, that's a rather fairly simple concept. So you can take each of the elements within the whole type, and you can give them a number, and then each unique type of the 49,000 types would essentially have their own unique number. And this unique number can be displayed in
Could
graphs
you give an example?
of which type, how to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. So let me go to figure 48. I'll want to make a copy. Here's actually an example of this already. So this type, and this is actually using old number extensions. Technically, this number is wrong somewhat, but so the idea is, let's say we have a type like, for example, ENTJ or something like that, right? So they're gonna be a thinker first. So their first number is gonna be 0, 1, right? Their second number is gonna be intuition. So that's 0, 1, 0, 5, and then they're a blast type, first type. So that's gonna be 0, 1, 0, 5, 1, 1. So that's gonna be the code, the universal code for an ENTJ, as opposed to an INTP, which is gonna be 0, 1, 0, 5, 1, 0. Right? And then you can go on with the F blocks to create the rest of the type. So that it would be, for example, 0, 1, 0, 5, 1, 0, and then 0, 4, 0, 6, 1, 1, and then 0, 1, 0, 3, 0, 1, 0, 3, and then 0, 1, 0, 6, 1, 1, 1, 6, and then boom, you have a full what is it called? Type code such as this one, for example, which is 0106 100 10 8090 10 40 10 30 00 5 12 1, 4. And then you can take a type code like that and put it on some kind of graph. And depending on what kind of graph you put it on, you're gonna get your very unique own visual graph, which is unique to only your type and is never replicated in any other type.
This is
At
very
least not for
interesting.
yeah.
A quick question.
Yeah.
How would this interact with the oscillating thing you were speaking about a minute ago?
That's interesting, right? So what you could do, and this is rather interesting, I didn't think about it this before, but what you could do is, since there are type changes, since there are type dynamics, for example, going through your transformation ring, what you could do is have this visual be a live visual that changes, showing the changing between types. So if we go here, for example, this is the oscillation. So essentially what would happen is that some of these things would go down, some of these things would go up in the graph, showing your life progression as a person. So what you could essentially have, if you could put like an electrical device on someone's head and then put on a graph like this, you could essentially have a graph that shows you one of these figures, and as they're changing their type, as the behaviors are changing in their brain, you can see the figures like change here. So that would allow a doctor to see, or a psychologist to see someone's change in personality live, and maybe they put this on your headphone and in your smartwatch, and then you can see how your personality is switching, and then you could check your head like what is it called, your smartwatch, and then be like, oh shit, I'm an ISFP right now, fuck. Right. That'd be an interesting thing. I did skip over oscillations, but oscillations are essentially kind of a weird phenomena where sometimes rather young people, switch between types. They just have this active high switching between types, which is caused by the mechanics. Their mechanics just tend to be less stable. And so you can see, like, for example, the case with placebo. I could see fucking ENTP 1 minute, and then I could see INTJ for him the other minute. It was rather wild. That's kind of what oscillation is all about, just switching between types really quickly. Instability. But yeah, that's how you could combine them. Rather an interesting idea. I never thought of that way, but yeah. Okay. All right, we have reached the 3 hours mark. Don't worry, we will be done after this break. We will be done after this break, but yeah. After the break, we'll talk a little bit about neurotyping. We'll talk about DCNH, and then maybe just something else, whatever you guys have questions on, and then we will be done. Yeah, not too much to go through, but yeah. For now, we can go back once again to the timer. Lovely timer. But just as a reminder, this will be a video later on which you can watch. And I'll make sure to upload it.
Not really, but
No, I
I
wouldn't say
quite
so.
like.
Not really. Oh shit.
Not really. Okay, not really. But I quite like how every every story arc is like, oh, something's gone wrong, of course. Then what's the solution? We'll try to talk it out. Then eventually, he pulls out 2 guns and shoots the guys. And then he's having some marital difficulties. Okay, so he pops his wife in a mental institution, as you do, and then
Yeah.
again, somehow that doesn't help, and so he has to shoot with 2 guns.
Sounds very relatable.
Somehow it does delight me in it's the simple things in life. You can't lose track of the simple things.
Guns.
Absolutely
You
cannot.
got to keep your
Talking
humanity.
about the simple things, the break is
No.
finally over. And so,
Hey
No.
now.
and now we will go back into it and finish what we started. Talk
The
about the
background
last
noise
final
is gonna
bits.
come back.
And then we'll
Come
do some
on,
Oh,
Ryan.
typings. And then the final class of MTIA be over. And
What? Who are you gonna type?
good question. I have a wheel. It's gonna decide for me.
You have a
Don't tell
wheel.
that to the
So you're
females
gonna
here,
do a
though.
whole. You're gonna do a whole typing.
Probably, yeah. I've become very proficient at those.
Oh shit! My fish is drowning. Be right back.
His
Uh,
fishes. What?
So let's talk about DCNH, and then we can finish it off with neurotype.
We
Okay,
do
so
some spike typings just for fun.
no.
No.
Please.
So there are
I
4
think that would be
subtypes.
great.
There is dominant
Okay.
with D. Dominant subtype is all about implementing things. It's actually let's start it. Let's do it the one by one. Okay, so let's start with creative. Actually,
I'm a
the creative
perfect
subtype.
example.
Yes, darling. The creative subtype is all about starting up stuff. So it's the start of the chain is the person who's like, hey, let's start this, let's start this, let's start that, let's do this and that and this. It's the start of the chain. It's the fire that lights everything up. Then we have after that the dominant. So after someone has started up the machine, someone has to actually go and put in the hard work to implement it. The implementer. Then after that, we're gonna have the we're gonna have the harmonizers. So the harmonizers are the glue that sticks everybody together. They're the ones ensuring that the relationships are stable between everyone and everyone. I got a dirty spider in my room that thinks it can survive around me. Well, it thought wrong.
There's only room for one dirty spider in this room.
That's
And the
you.
room that it is in my trash can.
Oh.
Alright. So the harmonizers are the glue that sticks everything together, and then finally the dickheads, the normalizers, are the one who's like, oh, actually, Reddit comment, blah blah blah. They're the ones who are like
Let's go.
they're
Yeah,
like they're like the ones who ensure that the is correct before the product is finally finished.
and now the top G's.
Like we have mentioned earlier,
Oh,
you have a first subtype, then you have a second, third, and a fourth subtype. So that it would look something like, for example, this beep 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 beep, whoop, something like that. Very
Wait, isn't
horrible.
that what you gave me? Oh no, it's not.
No.
It's not.
You know.
Yeah. So for this subtype, for example, their main element, their main way of being is like creative. It's like, oh, let's go start things. And then their secondary kind of like right hand is harmonizing. So they're a very creative person, very startup person, and also a very harmonizing person. But then after the second slot, we start getting into problems. This is their insecurity. The third spot is all about your insecurity. It's about the thing that we're like, oh shit. Oh no, I've just started a new project. I've just harmonized everyone. I haven't implemented it because I completely do not care about implementation and I'm completely making someone else do that. But I can't really finish this project because, oh shit, I feel like these voices in my head, these Redditors in my head, they're not letting me do it. And that's kind of how it goes. Now, some people are going to have harmonizing third, where they're like, oh shit, people don't like me. Oh shit, I'm unable to stabilize this relationship. It's failing. Some people are like dominant third, where they're like, "Oh shit, I can't implement anything. I have everything I need, but I can't actually put in the work." Or you even have the creative thirds who can't start anything for their life. They can do everything but not start a project. Kind of horrible. And then you have the same for every other position. With this, you get the lovely following these types. There's about 4 of them, and they affect your type. They affect your type in few ways. First of all, the dominant, like the implementer, the initiator, the stabilizer, and the finalist way that we've talked about already. But there's also the transformation rings thing we talked about. So depending on what subtypes you have, you're gonna lean into a different set of types. So let me bring up the thing I need really quickly. Transformation ring DC picture. Show you how that would look. A little bit less than a minute. Yeah, okay, found it. So here is the type for each one of them. So horrible. Yeah. So if you're, for example, a creative harmonizing, normalizing dominant as an INTP, that means that you're going to be leaning first into ISFP, you're going to be leaning second to ESFJ, you're going to be leaning third into INTP itself, and then finally into E. Just as kind of an example. And the same goes for any subtype and any type you can just picture, and then see what types you lean into. So that's the second basis, and then the third basis is that creative is dopamine. Dominant is yeah, testosterone. Yeah, testosterone. Oh shit, I cannot write any of this in life. This is very horrible writing, but that doesn't matter. And normalizing is serotonin. So he got that, and then harmonizing is estrogen. You can also observe those traits and how they play out in terms of the hormonal composition, which is the third part of this, thanks to Dr. Helen Fisher. DCNH subtype is showing how your hormonal composition is affecting your informational model and how it's making you look like other informational models and somewhat act like them as well. This is rather an important concept because this is the third thing, which is the how the chemicals start affecting our rather much like computer-like model been building out so far. So yeah, that's the DCNH subtypes explained as briefly as possible. At least in an MTT context. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah,
Or
could
no?
you explain how
go
this works with relation to the oscillating types and the long numbers?
Sure. So it doesn't have much of a to the long numbers, but in terms of the oscillating types, the oscillations most often happen between your trans itself. So, for example, for placebo, we were seeing a creative normalizing oscillation. So what we were probably seeing is a weird thing with his hormones as a young person's constantly the composition being unstable between the dopamine and serotonin, just constantly switching, making him appear like either. And in relation to the numbers, we could make a number out of these graphs and then visualize how placebo is switching in real time in terms of those graphs.
Okay.
Is this your system? I apologize. I just want to know.
Yeah. I'm the main guy here.
Wait. This is like genius. Do you actually focus on hormones? That's amazing.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Speak up. Speak up. I'm sorry.
No, I was just letting you speak. Okay. So, yep. That's the DCNH subtypes for you. If you want to read more about it, you can read more about it. Reading a little bit of Galenko's work, especially, or Dr. Helen's work as well, can be helpful as supplementary, but a lot of the implementations can often be different, so that's one thing to consider. Now that we're done with that, we can talk about. Yeah, go ahead.
Tier list, like maybe and the other two guys you just mentioned.
You would
Who's
like
more
a tier
important
list?
and why?
Hey, what?
Yeah.
A tier list.
Between Dr. Beebe and these other two guys you just mentioned.
Dr. John Vivi is a very interesting person. He was a big proponent of the Jungian work, and he, as far as I know, goes back to as early as the 70s and the 80s in terms of typological development. We can go back to the graph I made at the start of this, where all the way down here.
Let's go back to the beginning. What are we doing
Yeah.
here?
You can see like how typology developed, and then at some point, right, along those years, actually Dr. John Beebe had already been working. Here you can see down there, this brown point is John Beebe. He'd always published small works every now and then in the typology community, but had never actually written his own book until much later, I believe in the 90s or something like that. Much alike to Golenko, although Golenko had been a little bit more on the producing side, all things considered, at least in the early times. Nowadays, he's very horrible in the producing side. He's just more focused on his like locked-in academy, paywalled academy, and so on. Golenko had done a lot to the socionics community, made even his own model one of the most successful. So both of them had really rather successful models. As for Dr. Helen Fisher, she's just like a general scientist who did like research on how personality relates to hormones, and then Dr. Ulenko like came in and Dr. Victor Golenko came in and then actually related it back to topology and saw the consistency between those two. As for a tier list,
Tri-type.
how would I relate it to your type?
No, tri-types.
Oh, Tritype. Tried it. So the DCNH kind of exists in a very intriguing place, because it's not precisely process self because it's not static, but it's not exactly codified self either because it's not something you can exactly learn, but it's also slightly codified self because it's something that changes over time. So it's kind of in an awkward position where, that hasn't been described in the Tritype Pyramid, where it's like in between because it's like just how the dynamic chemicals affect your brain. It's a dynamic element, but it's also not a dynamic element that you exactly necessarily have all too much control over. It's not something you learn. and it's something that changes over time. So yeah. But as for the tier list,
And do you find the tritypes? Do you find
Yeah,
the
go ahead.
tritype stuff to be influential in your developing of the system, Adele?
Yeah. That's why the DCNH is like considered to be the dynamic range thing, while everything else is not considered to be that. Also very important because to consider what parts of personality are malleable, what parts are not, to understand that there exist these two dichotomies, right? That's very important.
It's a
But
big weakness, I
yes,
think, in some of the
what you
more
say?
static ones. I think it's a big weakness in some of the more static systems. The
Yeah.
neuroplasticity and developments are not adequately taken into account. Okay, sorry, please continue.
Yeah,
Didn't mean to interrupt your flow.
I agree. Now we can finally go into the last part of the theoretical thing, which is just a little quick mention of neurotypology as its own system. The neurotypology is a system that looks at two very interesting axes, one being the laterality versus the linearity. Linearity has to do with how many flows of thought you have at the same time. Very linear can only think about one flow at the same time, while someone who's very lateral thinks of many flows at the same time. Then lexicality and impressionism has to do with how much do you restrict yourself to the system, or usually the system of language, restrict yourself within the box, therefore allowing you more competence, or how much do you pull yourself out of the box, allowing you less competence within the box, but more outside of a horrible language expression. People who are linear and lexical think in uh, one, uh, one or not too many flows of thought. They're also very restrictive and very anal with their language, while people who are very lateral and very impressionistic cannot describe anything for their life, and they're thinking of everything at the same time. Well, we were in the middle tend to be kind of more middle of those two axes. It's a very interesting system with a lot of like a really great amount of interesting ideas, and they have 16 interesting types, and you can see this is kind of the work that I've been put into understanding them, at least by myself alone. All of this just to try and understand all of this. Um, but the most interesting thing in regards to MTT itself is that laterality, not laterality, but lexicality is actually a variable that is used to define the types, as has been the OPS to some extent without even knowing it themselves. We define NESI to be lexical, where NISE to be non-lexical. Because language is very SI, it's very structure of data. And so if you're competent within SI to some extent, or at least value it, you have that structure of data, and then in terms of the language, you're hopping from one thing to the other thing, but the important thing is the SI. As opposed to the NISE, which is like, oh no, I don't have that structure of data, but then I have that like very big vision, which makes it a lot more blurry in terms of language. And you can see this with NI type, high NI types, right? They really struggle in terms of expressing themselves in terms of language, while SI types are very rather anal about the language. And like, oh no, this is technicality, this or that, right? And it's actually a very important variable in terms of determining who is NESI and who is NISE. It's rather one of the find. And yeah, we could have like 2 hours of a class just on neurotypology itself, but there you go. Okay, does anyone have any questions about anything so far before we hop into the typing? Any general questions at all? Or
I don't
just
think I have any additional. I don't think I have any additional questions right now. It's very actually well explained considering how challenging the material could be.
yeah, I appreciate it.
And
No,
nice graphs. I like your graphics, Adele.
thank you.
What are you doing on Friday night?
Uh, I don't know.
Excuse
What am I
me.
doing?
Could you not?
That's kind of gay.
I'm supposed to be like jokingly sexually aggressive rather than
Jokingly sexually aggressive.
it's
Can you
this
say
is
that?
about power. This is about power. Okay.
Okay.
This goes to Major once said.
Hey now. Hey now.
I'm writing this
Okay,
down.
sorry.
We
Uh,
will need that as a quote, and I'll make a quote out of this.
Dale knows
rather
what he
leave it in the
wants. He's too busy
past.
quivering to write anything right now.
All right,
Okay,
we'll
Adele,
pick our
continue.
3 people to type. See who we're gonna be typing.
Oh, there's Putin.
I Am Lucid is gonna be one of them.
I
I think Holllow would like to be typed.
Ooh. Ooh, Joyce Meng is gonna be one of them. All right. Let's see who's gonna be the third. Or should we do 4? Does anyone want to do 4? Guess it's a no.
Are we going to type one of us, or are we going for celebrities?
No, no
Teams,
celebrities. Unless you want one of us as an
Oh.
addition as well.
Yeah, I think Holllow said she would like to be typed. So I don't think she's been typed in this group before, or by you.
Sure, we'll
Dude,
add her
I'd
to
like
the
to be
list.
typed as well.
Huh?
We're gonna be here for 5 more hours, aren't we?
No, it's going to fly by. I can tell. Why don't you type the guys who want to be typed, and then for those of us who are very dedicated, we can do the celebrity typings.
Sure. Usually the latter is kind of the former is kind of the harder, so it's usually better to keep it for later, but that is your preference, then so shall it be. All
I'm
right.
just thinking about these guys who might be, I don't know, desperate to get their typing rocks off.
Although from a marketing perspective and keeping them perspective, it makes more sense to do celebrity typing so they stay here for longer, getting to know this place better for longer,
I'm not
because they
sure,
have a reason to stay here for
but
longer. And then we do.
I think they might like love and respect you more if you just like gave them a little of what they wanted, which is like validation, right?
although validation you work hard for, you appreciate more than validation you get for free.
Some of them have been sitting here for hours. Some of them are just some of them are just new hot prospects. They're not yet committed, so you want to close that sale, Adele. Close that.
Yeah. All right. Let's close this.
Close that.
VinnyJimmy, did you want to get typed? I did already typed you, Vinny.
Yeah, you typed me, but I'd like to be group typed as well.
That
seems fair.
Sure. You know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a poll. No polls. Fuck polls. Here we're gonna do it. Holllow and Vinny want to be typed. Is that... Holllow, do you want to be typed?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna do a
Vinny's
wheel.
already been typed, has he?
Vinny has, but by
Between the
myself.
two
He
of
wants
them.
he wants a group typing. Holllow. All right, here we go. Whoever wins out of 3, he gets the first punch. But all right, that's the first punch for Vinny. Doesn't change the probability, but looks smart. Oh. Holllow, I don't think you're making a comeback. Let's give it another shot. If you get this one, we're gonna give you a shot.
I feel like you just want to. I think you feel like you just want to type Holllow first.
No.
Vinny.
I just wanted to see
Let's
to
give it
the end.
another shot. Let's give it 27 goes. Give it another shot.
Vinny has won by
Ladies
unanimous decision of wheel. All right,
Wow.
Vinny, you ready?
Wow. How about we just discuss our time zones and because I can't really be here for way too long, only 2 hours or something.
Fair.
2 hours is
I
enough.
think that's fair.
But you can write in your time zone.
Yeah.
Let's do 30 minutes per pop. Let's do 30 minutes per.
Okay, 30 minutes. That's fair. The average time is like 20 minutes, right? So 30 minutes. That's a bonus. That's a sizable bonus.
Up. Give me 30.
Okay, yeah, Lamp wanted to sell it to me.
That's why I told you to not message him. Yes. Major, you wanna start with the questioning?
I can do questions if you like. Got to link me to the question thing. I never remember where they are. Hashtag questions. Is them? No. Something else.
It's an MTI. Typist channel.
It's in MTI.
Yeah, MTI typist is.
Boo, boo. I feel like there are things that are not on my list, and they should be.
I could have sworn I DM'd them.
I feel like you have as well. Hang on. Let's see. Oh, Jesus. I hate being competent, but it's like one of my favorite hobbies at the same time. The two things, they are hand in hand. Being alive and being shit.
Oopsie.
Questions. Is this the one? No. This is not the one. Fuck. Oh, these guys. Yes, all right. Okay, so, Vinny, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so let's jump straight into it. So tell us a little bit about your day.
Today, I was just studying for
Yeah.
the copy exam. Oh, yeah. I was just studying for the copy exam today. Woke up at around 10 a.m. And then after doing a quick study while listening to Adele's class recording for today, I heard, hey, Haikal, someone can only get type today. Oh, I'd like to go and be Haikal group type. I asked Adele that earlier, but there was someone else who had to be typed at the time. And that's been my day so far.
Okay, so you've been listening to typology stuff a lot today. Would you describe yourself as very interested in typology? And for how long?
I've been into typology since, since around the 2021 or 2022. I got into it through MBTI. I went ahead and spent a lot more time in OPS. I
Right.
then got bored of the servers and then decided to go ahead and make a new account to go ahead and experience the Discord NCI sphere with new lenses, basically.
Would you describe yourself as someone returning to typology?
No, I wouldn't describe it as returning to it. I'm just going ahead and doing it through a new persona.
How does that work? Can you hear me?
Yes, I could hear you. I don't actually know how to answer that. Truly, I basically act the same way. I just don't have any high call baggage. I can go to servers that I used to go to without high call needing to be a mod or an admin, stuff like that. Trying to go ahead and high call meet people. That's probably my favorite part, trying to meet people.
Do you find yourself, now you have this different identity, connecting with the same people with the same kind of relationships, or is it very different?
They're basically the same. Usually, I eventually end up telling them that I am this person after a while, of course.
And do you find them, generally speaking, receptive? Or do they feel like, you were playing with them or
Receptive to
something
the
like that?
idea that I would do that. Oh, sorry, receptive to the idea that I would do that. Actually,
Precisely.
not typically. Well, sorry, they're not mad or anything like that. They're mostly surprised that I would pull that off. There is typically another in one specific server. There is someone who typically do that, and for a typical reason, I actually wanted to do that. I wanted to go ahead and see whether they would type me differently if I came with a different server. But I acted so much I call like to my normal self that I basically said, I probably should have chose a different cat PFP and two, just not said anything and just put in a typing application. That's probably what I should have done.
Right. Yeah. If you'd like to talk a little bit about that typing, are you satisfied with how it went, or
I
somehow?
wasn't able to go ahead and do the typing. They caught me too quickly, and I found it pointless.
Okay.
I wasn't able to retype.
Right. But you have been typed before on multiple occasions.
In OPS or in MBTI. In MBTI, I've only ever done one voice typing. Well, actually two recently. I was typed by Urchin and Ven. Not recently.
Urchin?
Urchin and Ven, and then Introvertopia.
Urchin Ven doesn't
Okay.
count as MTI. Unless you're talking MBTI. Difference.
MBTI. MBTI.
Oh.
Yeah, I was like, urchin, really? Yeah. Good thing you clarified that.
So let's move on a little bit. Let's talk a little bit about early life, if you don't mind. I should say, if there's anything which you don't want to answer or is uncomfortable, feel free to tell me and we can move past it. Okay? It should feel pleasant and relaxing, hopefully. So some of these questions may feel them too direct or too maybe touching on painful subjects. That's okay. Just let us know. Okay? So speaking about upbringing and early life, what could you say about that?
Mm. So my father was a hammer and my mother was a much okay, yeah, there it is. So my father was a hammer and my mother was a mallet. And in that regard, they eventually Haikal had to divorce due to some other stuff I'm not mentioning. And then my mother Haikal learned how to go and take both the role of a mallet with a padding and just a hammer. She was she was my main guardian throughout my life. So I consider her my main parent. Even though I do talk with my father every now and then, he's not really in my life all that much. Regarding my mother,
Sounds like...
yeah. Regarding
Sorry,
my
please.
mother, she was
Sorry,
pretty
please.
strict.
Yeah.
She was pretty
Sorry,
strict.
there's a delay on the line. So sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Please continue.
Oh no. Yeah, she was just generally pretty strict. She had high expectations for me. And after that, she just left me alone. After that, just meet those basic expectations, and then she would just leave you alone to an extent. She was very loving and affectionate, something that I tended to go ahead and reject. But besides that, a pretty normal parent. She was young, so she wasn't very good at the beginning, definitely.
And how would you describe yourself as a child living through this experience?
I just went to school, really. I mean, I'd say school was just a simple sanctuary. My high call house wasn't anything special, but I definitely need to go home. I call with temperamental father occasionally. Like sometimes I wouldn't understand what I was doing wrong, and they wouldn't explain it to me. They would say, "Oh, you know what you did wrong." I'm like, "No, I do not." In school, things were simple. You had very clear expectations, and you lived by them. Did what you need to do, and then that's it. After I call it their separation, a little bit more into around 10th grade and stuff and beyond that. I tried to go ahead and exercise a bit more agency, basically. I started saying things that I wanted. So I want to go ahead and do this. I want to do this. I want to do that. And I would have to go ahead and fight with my mother a lot with that. Basically bargaining with her. Besides that, pretty normal.
And if I may ask, considering school stuff, which kind of subjects were you drawn to, and for what reasons?
Math and science. Within science
Okay.
specifically, I really liked biology. Besides the nutritional aspect, the human body is just really interesting. You could go ahead and learn about it and still only scratch the surface basically.
Right.
And the math, regarding math, I mean, it just makes intuitive sense at a certain level. It's be when you start going to, I don't know, I call trig and ln and logarithms and things like that, yeah, it gets a bit harder. But beyond that, below that, quadratics, linear algebra, stuff like that, it's pretty simple. And it has a lot of application with I call simulating everyday life, really. I mean, how often do you really see yourself going ahead and using the ln function?
Right. And has this affection for those subjects um, carried on in your life? And do you apply them now in your work, for example?
I'm in college, so I don't work. I plan to go into electrical engineering, but that's all I could say beyond that.
Right. Okay. So, staying with this theme of your young life, could you talk a little bit about the friends and associates you had as a young person and describe them a little bit and how you related with them?
I'd say before college, I was basically just a floater. I didn't really have a friend group. I just existed in the periphery. That's basically it. I would go ahead and say that I would sometimes find a person, get attached to them, and then they would go ahead and carry me between friend groups and events. That's basically it. If I didn't know anyone, I would just sit in the corner and wouldn't try to socialize. In college, it's been a bit different since I can go ahead and talk a lot about different things, often that being about college, our shared annoyance, but also genuine stuff. I remember a very specific conversation regarding the Palestinian conflict and religion. That was fun. I wouldn't often get that during high school, or if there were people, there probably were people, I just couldn't find them. Never cared to put myself out there, unfortunately.
Well, it can be, I think, a challenging thing to know how far to go and what's appropriate and so on, etc. So let's talk a little bit about the culture you lived in as a young person. So you described a little bit about your parents' relationship and your time in school. You used the word regular and normal, this kind of stuff. Um, can you talk a little bit more about the culture you lived in, and whether that is a family culture or the culture of your yeah of your society, or every family has its own kind of subculture, I guess. What can you say about this?
My mother wanted me to go ahead and get much more engrossed into Haitian culture as she was by her mother, but my father was a natural born American, and he obviously wouldn't like to go ahead and sometimes potentially be talking behind us if me and her could go ahead and speak Creole, for instance, and he couldn't. So
Right.
during the prime time to go ahead and try and force to go ahead and make me learn culture, she basically had missed the mark. She had missed that prime time. And after that, I just didn't care.
And how do you feel about that now?
Nothing really. I mean, sometimes it's annoying when we get questions like, "Oh, your heritage and things like." I'm like, I don't know. My only connection to that is probably food, which is which is something a lot of Hispanics tend to relate to.
Well, a lot of people in general. I'm a little picky myself, and definitely, yeah. For me, I come from a large Irish Catholic family, right? And like love smells like fried potatoes. Okay, this
Yeah.
is how we roll, right? So, okay, thanks so much for sharing about these early times. Let's talk a little bit about other subjects now. So, let me ask you about your relationship and relationship status. How do you find this kind of topic? Does it come easily or naturally for you? Are you experiencing some challenges or something else? What can you tell us about this?
Sorry, I needed to mute a chat. Can you go ahead and repeat that question?
Yeah, sure. So I asked about intimate relationships, and how you find those or this kind of topic. Are you in a relationship currently? Do you enjoy this kind of socializing? Are you like I don't know, a strong couple
Okay,
kind of
I understand.
person or something else? What's the deal?
I've never been in a relationship, and I struggle to go ahead and find why people would care for a relationship. I still feel the same somewhat now, but then again, I felt very little pull to go ahead and find even friends till college. So I think I have to go ahead and wait to go and feel the need for intimate relationships.
Okay. And why is that, do you think?
I've described it as disinterest.
Yeah, so you have a sense of disinterest, but do you have a sense of why you may feel a disinterest for this type of thing, which seems to bring plenty of people at least a uh, sense of interest, we could describe it as, and yet you're not interested really. How come?
So I think the main things that people go ahead and talk about when they think about a relationship and the benefits mainly, you could go ahead and get that from an acquaintance or friendship, really. And any
Right.
deep, high thought relationship often, for me, means it is material after that. After that, it just becomes a material connection. So, given that I don't care to go ahead and share, share, or I don't have any reason to go ahead and do that, friends is enough, really.
Right. And do other people in your life encourage you to change your ways, or do they understand and support you in your choices and preferences?
Well, I think my mother would go ahead and ask for me to go ahead and be more social. She has described me as a hermit and my room a cave on multiple occasions.
And how does that make you
Generally,
feel?
I think it's accurate. I don't feel much towards that.
Okay. Let's move on a little bit from this topic. And now I'll ask you about some opinions, if I may. So, without going into terrible detail or very deep questions, what would you say generally are problems with the society you live in and the people you share the society with? Uh, Excuse me.
Yes, I
Brown
heard.
man.
Sorry. Just, yeah.
That's okay. Yes, so Brown man, your mic is open. We can hear you ticking away. Would it be possible to close your mic during the typing?
Close my
Cheers.
mic. All right, sure.
Okay, cheers.
Thank you.
Sorry, please continue, Vinny.
I think it would just be curiosity, really. I mean, even if someone can't change their opinion because they feel so strongly enough, I think it's very easy to humanize your, and I'm calling your opponents, if you can understand where they're coming. And that's also the root for things considering I call discrimination, misinformation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, many problems. If people have more curiosity, if people were more willing to go ahead and consider the fact that they may be wrong, then life would be a lot better. Society would be a lot better.
Right. And could you give an example of an issue where this might be applied?
Sorry?
And could you give an example of where an issue where people could be more open-minded?
Oh, definitely politics.
Okay, and so which aspect of politics?
Probably economic, really. Economic and considering welfare. I think that's probably the best one.
Hmm. And how would you describe your own politics?
My own politics can go and be described as you don't go ahead and harm anyone else. No one can go ahead and harm you. That's one. Two, you have a right to go ahead and defend through any means necessary. So guns within reasonable limits, meaning that unless you're in a wooded area in woods or such, access to semi-automatics are disallowed. Modding is obviously disallowed to go ahead and facilitate a type of pseudo-automatic weapon. Shotguns and and handguns should be the main form. And yes, I understand that handguns are the main usage and main influence of gun crime, but that's because they're the most common, so duh. Regarding more economic decisions, well, that's kind of government spending and economics are kind of hand in hand. I do support continual expansion of the military, and I've described it as kind of an insurance policy. Because when diplomacy fails, lead and phosphorus are the answer, or at least the temporary answer.
What is the question? I guess that's the question.
Hmm?
1 second, please. Just 1 second, please.
Intriguing. Okay, VinnyJimmy, let me ask you some questions.
Of course.
How about a rather straightforward question? Hello, Major. I'm kind of thinking
Sorry,
a little
back.
bit here. Yeah. I'd like to ask Vinny some questions myself. Vinny, how about a straightforward question like, what type do you think you are and why?
In MBTI,
Yeah, sure.
So when I got talked about Harley, T was the most obvious, and she said I had disproportionate amount of TE. And she went ahead and pointed to quote unquote NI due to me deciding to go ahead due to my planning and such things and tendency towards the future, in quotes. However, Ven typed me because she said Ven and Urchin typed me because one typed me INFP, FINE. Very different, I know, because one, they said that my tendency to go and see multiple perspectives were there, NE, and because I call in the presence of NI were pretty laid back. Yes, I had a plan, but I wasn't some overworking robot, basically. Regarding TE, they thought, even though that they said NE and TE were the two most obvious functions, they believe that anyway, they believe that obviously we live in a very TE society. You're going to need that regardless, basically, which is understandable, but they didn't completely describe why why that would be inferior still. They basically just kind of boiled it down to people still somewhat mattered, basically. I'm still
What type
confused
would you
on
identify
why it
with?
was inferior TE. Between those?
In general, not necessarily between those.
Well, besides that, I don't really know. That's kind of why I just use those. I typed as ICJ for a while because that's what people typed me. I didn't really go ahead and care. It was just try to use some grounding.
Well, out of the two,
You
which
get what
one
I
are you
mean by
picking?
that?
Yeah, sure. Out of the two, which one would you pick?
INTJ just due to the TE.
What if ENFP were an option?
ENFP was in the consideration by then.
But you've read my mind almost, yeah. But I was thinking in terms of socionics, not MTT, but yeah, good thing we thought the same across systems.
I don't know about VinnyJimmy because he's very suspicious, right? And in some forms, he's not full blown EP, right? He's not full blown freedom, like he's putting restrictions on things. But at the same time, I can't say he's a decider because he's clearly not a decider, right? He has clearly dismissed decider shit like relationships very strongly without like in a very dismissive way, right? Not like an IP how they would dismiss it and be like, oh, who needs relationship anyway? No. He's a very dismissive, nonchalant way of dismissing it, right? So he's clearly an observer, right?
Yeah,
He's clearly a delta.
yeah. At least we did the process of elimination, right? So,
Yeah.
like, chop the board in half and then see which ones are not, and then you kind of
Yeah.
reduce it down to the type from there.
Yeah, he's clearly a delta. He's so right. He's an observer delta. And he's a classical type. So I don't think he's play or sleep. So that's only two types left for him, and I'm having a hard time deciding between those two. I've typed him previously as an ISTJ, but I don't think that the NFP is that far off from him. But at the same time, his DCNH is naturally going to be confusing because the third subtype as an ISTJ would be ENFP. So am I just looking now at him at a distance, or was it the other way around and I was looking at him from a distance? I have no idea.
I think it might be normalizing. I'm not sure. What do you think?
Well, I had tapped him previously as an SITE, double masculine sleep, blast, sleep, play, consume last, double positive play, and I've tapped him as normalizing first, dominant second, creative third, and harmonizing last.
That would make sense. No, yeah, especially I see a lot of normalizing serotonin regulations, right?
Yeah.
It's this stability. Well, we have rules for these, guns. You cannot drive automobiles, for instance, right?
Yeah. But it was very interesting, right? He's not full blown AP by any means at all. At the same time, is he really
You can
any
have those too.
inferior?
If he's
but
SLI, he's like Menandi essentially. But I'm not sure if he's ISTJ in your system or ENFP or whatever.
yeah,
I imagine it'd be something similar because this guy also reminds me of Darunadi a bit as well.
In socionics.
Yeah, no, sorry, I'm just using these terms to cross-reference. Yeah, we are typing in MTTs, though, don't worry.
personally, I'm pretty sure that he's one of the two delta types that I mentioned. Which one I can't perfectly decipher. I have the inclination of sticking to my older one. But he's very suspicious. He's very on the line. Yeah.
Think about what questions will kind of eliminate it, right? Like, or the deciding questions between, like, focus on, like, eliminating one of the two possibilities, right? In terms of your questions now. I think that would be a good place to start.
Sure. Let me ask him a question. What is your opinion about freedom of speech?
I was actually going ahead and looking into Haikal. There are obviously the idea of freedom of speech is a sliding scale, but on the somewhat far side of freedom, a lot of people don't agree with, but a lot of people also still agree with is Mills. And basically, he wanted it so that obviously, if there's a potential to incite, or it obviously creates material damage, it would be considered just wrong. That's illegal speech. And I think I'm near Mills, but I do think he takes it to the extreme on it necessarily needs to be provable material damage. Because, I mean, emotions and feelings, they're not completely, they're not always measurable, but at the same time, they are important.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep him as the last type I've given him. I'm gonna keep observing Vinny over
Yeah, I was
time, but
saying
yeah,
SITE mostly. Yeah,
yeah.
like with especially
It
the
doesn't seem to
regulation.
show competence in FI either. It could be just a feminine FI thing, but seems like every time instead of talking about what he feels, what he likes, he's like, oh, here's what other people think.
Yeah, it doesn't seem TI blind as well. That's
Yeah.
another thing. Or whatever you call your seventh functions.
Yeah,
It's not
it's
like
called
TI.
blind. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm gonna leave
Yeah,
him at my
so
own type. I don't know who is here typing you. Seems like Brahman is tendentially agreeing with me. Major, did
I
you
was
type him?
passively. Yeah.
What Brahman?
I'm not sure.
No.
I'm not sure. I defer to you guys in this case.
Yeah, no, don't worry. I was passively listening along. I'm sure your type's really mad.
Excuse me.
Yes, Holllow.
Could I ask a question which could
Sure.
help with the question of SI?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Sure. Why not? Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Vinny, do you feel like sometimes you're with your past, for example, are you trying to overcome it and try to avoid it on daily basis, or are you very focused on it? Like it's always in the back of your head and you're trying to act against it consciously?
Sorry, you kind of broke out during that last part.
So last part, like how? The last sentence or the
Yeah.
second part?
The second part.
Okay. So, or are you rather trying to consciously just block it out in a way like, it is a part of me, but it doesn't bother me that much. You get what I mean? So the first part is more about, oh, it bothers me and I want to push it down. But the second part of is like aware, but you just kind of just try to put it in place.
I think I relate a lot more to the second. I think the past is just information for me. If I have any, so I mean, there are two versions of this. There's the version where I'm just taking a memory, obviously, just for information, and and I'm taking a memory just because I love that memory. And I think for the second one, right, I give the example of my middle school graduation. I actually loved that, and I do look fondly at that when I need high inspiration. But for the first one, for the former, it's just for information. There's nothing. If I failed, then I failed, and it's a lesson learned. Basically, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
I still am still sticking to what I typed in. I don't know if I'm pretty sure Solar wasn't here. 'Cause he's a sleepy bastard. But Emmy, were you here? Shoutouts to Emmy on the other server. Nope, Emmy is not here. Unfortunately, because had I known that we were gonna do typing, I would have probably done it at the start because our main type is like Great Crow or Placebo or Cole, all left somewhere along the lines. The rest are rather guests. Major was more concerned with asking questions than him.
Yeah, so I was. I mean, also, I don't feel like I got enough information to satisfy myself before giving a prescription. I'd rather think about it and then maybe later share some thoughts.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's certainly easier, yeah. Yeah, sorry, I'd be like, yeah, Major, that's certainly an easier thing to do. Because she's kind of confirming or denying, and there's obviously the bias aspect of it as well. Do you want to see it?
For
Yeah,
now,
sure.
however, cross 2 typing. I will rather agree with my previous self. Vinny will database now.
SITE harmonizing last is kind of weird, although I do see it like with the alternatives, right?
Yeah. Okay, let's do this. Vinny is here. Nope, not alright.
Still have me as Iraq based.
Where are you from, you bastard?
Yeah.
Okay, let me get the type.
ST blast. God, I can imagine this guy being an SLI normalizing as well.
Yeah, but he's a very sussy bucker.
It's kind of like Funhouse as well. Did you know Funhouse is Adele?
The ironically named Funhouse used to have a friend called Party Dave. He was ironically named.
Yeah, is that comic guy, right?
That's Comedy Dave from the Chris Moyle show, right? No, this is Party Dave. He has.
Oh, I was talking about Funhouse though.
Okay.
Yeah.
DCNH. All right. VinnyJimmy, how do you feel about the typing ISTJ?
PhD did a little bit as well, but like be a dual thing as well.
Given what I know about your theory so far, I think it makes sense.
Vinny, you don't happen to be a dirty millennial.
No, Gen Z.
Oh, it's TikTok generation best. Positive.
I definitely had a P instead of a J at the end there.
Like what, the ENFP?
Well, it's hard for me, but I didn't have a J. Let's maybe it's that. I didn't have a J at all, so I'd be very interested to learn about how this typing is structured.
Yeah, it doesn't go off like the
if you
full
have a
letter
couple of minutes.
dichotomy, right? It's not just like introverted, extroverted, sensing, intuitive, that kind of thing.
No, but looking at the functions and I think socionic as well, I wouldn't agree with this typing either. But I'll wait for the results, the full results, and Adele could explain how it comes together. But
Well, what do
according
you
to the
think he is in
answers, I don't
socionics?
know.
What do you think he's in socionics?
In socionics, let's see, okay? Because I've written some things down as well. There it is. Okay, it should be here. Yes.
How versed is she?
I was coming up with IEE for him, but yes, I would love your explanation for
Yeah, and
how
for
Yeah,
most of the
that's-
typing session, I've considered IEE as well.
Yeah, those are the two types we're
Okay.
kind of debating. That's still up in the air for him.
Oh, all right, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, it's for him it's between the two delta types, the one introvert and extrovert.
That's exactly why I asked SI, the last question I tried to throw in, because it is very important where the SI is standing, and this question is very helpful with it. So an ENFP would probably try and push their pass down because it is distracting for them. So they just try to make something silly out of it, right? It's very stereotypical, but if you look at it, the last function is going to be a little bit stereotypical. It's not very aware, it's not very there, it's just ignorant. And then you take ISTJ, they are very aware of their past, they're very aware of what happened to them and what they should work on, what kind of informations they should be putting in place. So the last question kind of just, I don't know. Okay, yeah, I'll wait for the debate and I'll join them. I don't want to interrupt this typing so far.
No, it's just in terms of like MTT or even OPS for that matter as well. Even to a slight degree, MTI I'd argue as well. Is he just didn't show any far outreaching EP tendency. Like even in terms of freedom, he was fairly restrictive, all things considered, right? Like it was like, yeah, freedom, but as long within my rules, as long as you play within these rules that make general sense, right? I don't think he's the bipolar either. I don't think that makes sense. But I get where you're seeing.
I could
ENFP.
see what you're.
Yeah.
Okay.
I get where you're seeing ENFP, and if I were to use MTT's theory, I'd say he's creative third, and creative in the delta would be ENFP. And so if you're looking at him from a distance, you should technically see ENFP. So, but that's outside of socionics.
Yeah, I saw more
okay.
like as it progressed, I saw more FE polar than TI polar. Right. If we're going with the two delta types.
Yeah.
Not even bipolar. You know what I'm considering right here? It's that he mentioned that he doesn't really have any friends right now and any relationships. And here's what I'm thinking: when an ENFP is very lacking of interactions and very lack of just expressing themselves to inner people in their circle, they start to lose focus on their main functions, right? They start to just get very frustrated and start to focus on daily work, like, oh, I have nothing else to do, so I should just focus on work and what things should be done. So I don't know, maybe this could cause a little bit of depression, stress. I don't know. I'm not a therapist, but just
He seems to be rather fine with it
little
though.
detail.
It seems to be a choice rather than a condition he was
Well,
placed
seems
into.
to be. But I see, really.
I don't know. I just look at things from the surface.
I mean, yeah, sure. I apologize. True. We could only work with his answers. Maybe I'm just overthinking it right now.
But here you go, Vinny. From overthinking or not, you're now in the database. For some reason behind shenanigans, even though shenanigans... Oh, you were technically the same day. Yeah, technically the same day. So,
Damn.
here you are. You want to see your people? Then go here. Filter, add condition. Type. And we can...
Alright.
Here are your people.
Talking with famous. What?
Literally straight urchin.
Wait,
No.
Adele, can you show me my people?
Because he's old.
Your people. Okay.
Yeah, I want to see my people.
Don't show her just
Alright.
like pictures of
Here's our people.
soldiers being blown up.
Adele, let's go.
Yes.
Why hiccup?
Why hiccup?
That
mean, why
doesn't
hiccup?
mean
Have you
I'm
watched
the
the
main
movie?
character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
His whole story is about him getting his new crazy ideas to be accepted by the tribe. That was his whole idea.
TNC.
Okay, now I see it. Now I see it.
Anti-Blast, we just have like Solomon, May, Placebo, and Doctor
Notice.
Gen
Strange.
Z.
And
High level
Brilliant.
unofficial.
Yeah,
Damn.
Here are you people. Cluster.
exactly.
So Doctor Strange. Okay. Okay. I respect.
Here's what Vinny could have been. Maybe is. It is. There's little strange eons in Vinny, I'm telling.
I'm sad that I don't have a psychopath in my people.
Oh,
Whoa. You know.
Maybe
we can
I'm the
find those really
psychopath.
easily. Need to go to Emmy's people.
Yeah,
Goes too
but
late.
not like Hitler type psychopath. I need a Johann Lieber type.
Sexy Dexter. Sexter.
Hmm.
Yeah, I need a
Mate,
fucking.
to
I
be
need
fair,
a
Mage's
Johann
my
Lieber
kind of
type of
people.
psychopath.
Majors.
Okay.
Yes.
You know
thank you.
Johann Lieber?
Yeah,
Are we
whatever type
still
Major
doing
is
this
one of my
lesson?
favorite types.
I
Adele,
literally
It's
I
No.
not a
know
lesson
reach
anymore.
your type.
It's more of a conversation between friends now, Cole. Nice to have you here.
Oh,
Adele.
I just left and did a group dog training session. It was so cool, and everyone benefited so much. We
Yeah,
were so
no, we
happy.
just typed
I
like
doubt it was.
Adele type that guy.
I will. Now
Just-
it is time for Holllow to get
we're
shaped.
just in T and B are right now we're close. Similar types, but not quite.
Very Major should be here. Why is he not? Oh, right.
Alright.
Forgot.
There is
ST, no, he's like TSB.
Here we go.
Major, you got the
Mongolian
edgy
mindset.
profile picture. Yeah. We got typed Mongolian mindset as an to. Really?
We're not sure about it.
That
He
makes
was one of the least sure types we've typed him.
Yeah, I mean in socionics it's like kinda like subhuman. He's like an SLA or something.
Okay, so the two EST types.
Yeah, I mean like the alternative is SAA, but it's probably like an SLA. If you're going by the
Mm.
charges, it makes sense. And maybe the aristocratic thing as well, but yeah, no. Like Major is probably like a true LSC. In socionics at least. MTT is he's an ESTJ as well.
All right, but one thing we do not know is what is Holllow. Thank you, Cole, for coming in here, because you're about to help us find out what Holllow is.
Who's
Hollow
Holllow?
Knight.
Exactly.
Me, hello.
Who's Holllow? Cole,
Is
you're gonna be typing her.
is-
So it's your mission
Is
to figure
Holllow
out.
like a person?
Hey,
You're a
mm,
woman, if that
I don't
counts.
know. We kind of agreed on you typing me, so I don't know if I want that to be changed.
Alright.
Well, I won't I won't know what your type is, but I can give you questions and stuff that can help
How
us
about this,
with
Cole?
adult
One of
typing.
us asks her questions, then you type her.
Me? Oh, I'm gonna get it wrong.
You can only get better by getting things wrong. All right, Holllow. You have me,
There's a
you
Yeah.
have Major, and you have Brownman. Who do you want to ask you questions?
Well, I want Major to be asking me questions, but who's going
Sure.
to type me now? Because
Major, you
Yeah,
ask
I'm
her
too
questions.
incompetent to ask questions. Can't be bothered with that.
Major, you have been chosen.
Yeah.
The man of the
I am the
night.
chosen one. Man of the moment.
okay, so
Okay.
once again, who's going to be typing me? Because I didn't hear that part.
Major is going to be the one asking you questions.
Yeah, there's a
Okay,
whole
asking
team
me
involved.
questions,
You
but
do
who's the
realize
one
that
analyzing my answers?
you do realize we
All
all
of
are
us.
right. Theoretically, it's a
Yeah,
team,
all right.
right?
Okay. I apologize. I didn't really get that part. I think I
And
thought
back.
it's just Adele.
Well, I think myself and Adele are involved. The other guys are more like watching. If that makes you feel more relaxed.
From the abyss, yeah.
Yeah, very.
Okay. Any further questions before we begin?
No, just one thing I would like to mention. I have a little bit of language barrier, so I apologize if I have to ask some things back or just don't know a word. I'll try my best. So yeah.
Okay. So before we begin, Holllow, let me say that if there's anything which is a painful or difficult subject which you don't wish to speak about as we go through the questions,
We
feel
won't
free to
have
say.
any problem with that, so don't worry.
Okay. All right. But I mention it anyway as a courtesy. Okay.
All
So
right, thank you.
all right. Let's begin. So let's begin with some questions about yourself, just some light things that help us establish a baseline. So perhaps you'd like to talk a little bit about your journey in typology.
Typology, all right. I've been studying typology for 5 years now, and yeah, that's really it. That's all I like to share about this.
Okay. And how did you become interested?
Oh, it was just one of my friends trying to bring up some incorrect information about typology. I've quickly noticed the patterns, so I studied it overnight and just printed some things out for her to help her be more aware of what is actually going on in the system. And she was completely, how should I say? What's the word for that? She didn't like it one bit. So we ended our friendship, I guess.
Nice.
So yeah, that was a great start to typology, I guess.
And you find yourself more, as time's gone by and you've learned more and more things, do you find yourself more skeptical or more open or something else? How could you describe your relation or your belief about this subject matter?
Oh, I believe that the theory itself is very great. I like TIP things, so I really do appreciate them. So yeah, I studied the theories and I like the way they are. I don't really like to change them. So whenever people come up with theories, I'm listening. But when it comes to breaking it all apart and just making a bunch of nonsense, when it comes to like, it's very triggering for me. I can't really bear to listen to it anymore. So
Would you say
I would
it
say
drives?
I'm very open-minded to the theory itself. When it stays in system, but when it comes to just changing it and throwing everything in just to be unique about it, I'm very skeptical. Yes.
Okay. So would you like to speak about previous typings you may have received, or do you prefer to move on to the next part of this interview?
Well, when it comes to my typing, I'm not very open about this part. So me coming here is a very, very interesting thing. But no, I don't really like when people type me. I prefer to type myself because I am the one witnessing my everyday moves. So yeah, that's all I have to say.
Okay. Thanks for sharing. So I'll ask you some questions now about early life, if you don't mind. Let me ask about the young Holllow. What kind of person were you as a kid?
As a child, I was always very, I was always curious, but I was never really. What is very interesting about me is that I'm not very different from other people. However, I am very different from my generation. I don't know if that's an understandable thing, but when it came to socializing, I was always very respectful and I was always very curious about other people, try to help them, try to be a little bit of defender sometimes, when becoming friends with someone, I would always stand up for them. But in my generation, I don't really meet people like me, even though in the older generation, I meet very often people like me. So yeah, it's interesting. So little Holllow
What?
was always just Holllow.
And has this provoked a sense of separation from your peers, or do you have another theory as to why you may be as you are versus what you consider to be the norm?
Yeah, I have. I had to grow up very fast, adapt to things, work early, had to help around, had to understand things very early. So I don't think I mind that, but at a very young age, it was difficult. It was difficult for me to look around and have fun as everyone else. I always just became very cold and distant and skeptical over everything. So people would look at me like, "Hey, why can't you just have a little fun?" I'm like, "Yeah, I should know. I'm having fun first, so don't mind me." And yeah, it became a problem.
So you referred here briefly to having to grow up quickly. Could you speak a little bit more about your upbringing and how this was?
Well, my mother is a diagnosed narcissist, so growing up with her was very interesting, especially when I didn't really know about her diagnosis. So, yeah, you guys could imagine what this leads to also. But I always been between my mom and dad because they divorced, and it always been a difficult thing. My dad was a drug addict and all that shit, so I was told to, stay away from him. And then my mother moved for 1 year, like leaving me behind with my grandma. So, to be honest, I was just always tossed around the family, and each family member had their unique personalities and everything. So, I always had to adapt to a certain person. There were times where I didn't really go to anyone, so I stayed alone. Like it was in my teen years, so I had to adapt to my generation at that time. Yeah, my upbringings is basically just me going everywhere and having these trust issues with, oh, okay, where do I go? What should I? Yeah, but I always had to make it up for myself. So that's it, I guess.
That sounds like a extremely challenging situation for a young person to be in. Yeah. How did this affect your experience in education?
Education.
Yeah,
That
how
what
did
is
this
very
situation?
interesting. Yeah.
I
I'm
didn't
a
mean to
very
interrupt.
good.
There's a little delay. So sorry.
It's okay, I understand. Like Discord is shit. We cannot see each other's body language, so whatever. So studying, did I understand it correctly? I'm just unsure.
Yeah. So how did the situation which you've described affect your school life, your academic experience?
I had to move to many schools. I think I had 6 schools till I got to high school. So yeah, it was difficult because we always moved. So what is very interesting, my education was always good till I got to high school. So like a kid, I was very, very, my memory is very great. I had amazing grades, even though I had these bad situations going on. So I focused on my studies. But now, I don't think I'm a bad student. I think I just became very very how do I say that? Hmm. I don't know how to say that. Okay, give me a minute.
Yeah.
But it comes to studying now, I kind of had time to rethink what happened to me, and more things are coming up. And even though I'm a very, very scheduled person, I always know what's going on. I'm very rational about things. Still, sometimes it just comes to me like, oh my God, what happened back then? And I just become a little bit stressed, and I don't know. Things are getting difficult now as an adult, just thinking about what went down. I didn't really have the time back then, so now I have the time because I cleared up my situation. I moved for my mother, and I have friends now, so they always ask me about my situation, like, oh my God, your past, oh my God, it was so bad. I'm like, really? Oh shit, it was. And now I just have time to rethink. and my grades are boo 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 going down. It's also because of moving out. So yeah, I had once again I had to become adult very very soon, and I had to find my own place, and it just like became so overwhelming that my grades were not really in question. Like, okay, grades can wait. Grades can wait. I have to live somewhere. So yeah.
Okay. And so you said at some point your grades have been good, and other elements of your education experience were something else. What can you say about subjects which you were drawn to or felt either an attraction or an affinity with? What do you like in your school life?
Could you repeat that question, but a little bit differently? So I don't really understand what you're
Yeah.
trying to ask.
So, what are your favorite subjects, or what were your
Oh, okay.
favorite
Thank
subjects,
you.
and
Yeah.
why? Yes.
Okay. My favorite subject, while we had it because we don't have it in our school now, I liked physics very much. It was amazing. And I liked chemistry. I loved it. Biology also. Oh my God, that was my favorite. And also English. Like I love studying languages whenever I could.
Okay. And so let me ask you a little bit about your relationships with friends, because you've mentioned you've moved around a lot, changed lots of schools and this kind of stuff. How has this affected your friend relationships, and what are your friend relationships like now?
So back then, I would always choose someone to be loyal to, whatever really even happens, whatever they do. That was like a very idiotic thing from me. But hey, I was very loyal. So I always try to be someone's savior and just be by someone's side, just be their little guardian. But it always came out like me being their mom. For example, they don't do their homework, and I'm like, hey, come on now, you should do it, and I can help you. Don't worry about that. But when you try to be someone's mom, they kind of reflect you as their mom, and they're not really going to see you as a friend anymore. And also, I always chose people who were kind of like my mother, but I didn't really realize that at the time. So it became like a very toxic relationship comparing it to now, because now I found my best friend, and oh, she's amazing in all of the ways. It's very healthy. We tend to disagree on things, but we never really argue. You get what I mean? So we have debates over topics, but it's always fun, and I'm still acting like a mom friend, but she likes it. She can handle it. And whenever I overwork myself with a relationship, or whenever I'm trying to be, I'm always just looking around like, hey, what could go wrong? She's like, hey, calm down, okay? It's okay. You're doing amazing, but you're not my mom. And I'm like, yeah, okay, sure, sorry. So yeah.
Yeah, so it sounds like you have intense relationships with a few people at a time. Do you find it easy to make new friends? Are you gregarious in this way? If friendly, if you don't know what gregarious means, it means like outgoing and open. Or are you
No,
more
not at all.
a private person? Yeah,
I'm a
talk about this,
private
please.
person, yeah. I'm not outgoing at all. I'm very quiet, and I like to observe my surroundings, and not in a way like I'm not always interested in my surroundings, okay? I'm not always interested in what they do and what they want. What I'm interested in is what do they want from me, and how could this affect my ability to focus on my things or my friends or whatever. So it's more surrounded based. I only care about my surroundings my and groups when it comes to work. I'm very serious about my work, and when it comes to group work, I do anything I can to not who pulls someone down, because that's just not ethical, and I fucking hate people who slow a group down.
Okay, thanks for sharing. And what were your hobbies and interests? What do you do for fun? So you have an open weekend ahead of you, your time is your own, you have all the resources you need. What would you do to enjoy yourself?
It's very interesting because, like, even though I went to art school, I'm not very interested in art. The only reason I went to art school was because my mom saw the potential and she was like, "Oh, your arts are amazing. You should go to art school." And I'm like, "Well, if you say so, I'm very interested in studying something new, I guess." So I went to art school. I do art in my free time, yes, but it's not very something I want to show to people. I only share when it's like well, it could be like a communication or it's an opportunity to talk about it. But no, I don't really like to show it. So that's one hobby. I really like to plan things, even though it's not like a weekend thing. I just tend to plan ahead. Maybe maybe projects or something to do with my friends or just something I want to do in the future. That's kind of a hobby to me. I don't know why. It's like a habit, I guess. Mm, I like to read a lot. I really do enjoy reading. Oh, I love watching my favorite shows. I just love watching shows and films. And I really do adore sports. I love to set myself up for a challenging sport like, I don't know, running, swimming. Swimming is one of my favorites. And I love group sports like football. I used to play football and handball also, but not anymore because I don't have the opportunity. But if I would have the opportunity, I would again. So that's all.
Okay. So, interestingly, you enjoy team sports and solo pursuits. Would you prefer, if you had the choice, to do team sports or to work in solo sports like running or swimming, and why?
That is a very interesting question, but I would choose team sports, and the reason is I like getting a reason to do sports. When it just comes to me motivating myself, do sports, I think that doesn't really work. But when it comes to a group, just telling me what to do and where my position is and what to help with, I really enjoy that. So like I have a set position and I have something to do in a group and it is helpful and it is achieving something. And I focus on my part the best. I'm doing the best from my part and I expect others to do so. So yeah, I would choose that. It's more like more motivating, I guess.
How interesting. And do you think that the experiences you've had as a young person, as a child, I mean, some of them obviously very challenging, others could be described as character building. Do you think they have affected your attitude to groups and teams and your work, which you describe as being a very serious attitude?
Yes, I think it affected it, but I'm very open to it also. So I don't think if anyone can choose what way they would prefer to act, I believe. So what happened to me is not an excuse to be an asshole, but still I'm open for being an asshole. So that's like my choice, right? Even
It's
though
everyone's
something
favorite hobby.
affected it. Yeah. What?
It's everyone's
Shut up.
favorite hobby, right? Okay, so let's find out so a summary, if you don't mind. Um, if you could talk about the culture you lived in as a child, how would you describe that?
Culture about like my country culture, like what my family picked up, or just the family culture, like the style of the family. What are you trying to
It's
ask here?
it's more about your impression of the culture you were living in. So it could be
Okay.
dominated by family, could be dominated by the geographic area, or something else. How do you describe
Yeah.
it? How do you
Okay.
perceive it?
So okay. My family picked up a lot of Hungarian culture things, so I believe I'm affected by it. And let's just say Hungarian culture is very melancholic and very skeptical, and sometimes we're even well, not open-minded. So yeah, I picked that up. I'm very I think I tend to pick these up from family members, and even if it's unintentional, I just live in it, so I pick it up, and if I find something useful, I'm just using it. So yeah, that's all I can say about this.
Okay, thank you very much. So, if you don't mind, we're going to move on to another facet of this interview now. And these will be questions
Sure.
connected with intimate relationships, how you see yourself, and this kind of thing. So, let me ask you about relationships. Are you currently in a relationship? Do you find romantic relationships easy, natural, tempestuous, enjoyable? Something else? How is this part of your life?
Okay, so right now I'm not in a relationship. But when it comes to relationships, I'm a very loyal and a very, very high standard person. So what I expect from myself is basically what I expect from someone else, but not like a personality thing. It's like what I give to you should be something that I'm receiving, like love, truth, honesty, obviously, loyalty, and these basic things like the bare minimum. The bare minimum, okay? This should be like a standard. And I date to marry, so I do not accept anyone just coming my way, interrupting me and wasting my time with hookups. I don't like that one bit. I'm really okay. So when it came to love and relationships, there was this one person I waited for her for 3 years, and when we became like an official partners, it was a very serious and very good relationship. We worked on that very hard. Well, it was mostly me, so over time I noticed it, but when it was on and going, it was very just hard work for me, but not in a bad way. I enjoy hard working for someone, okay? So the main reason why I'm not in a relationship right now, currently, is because I don't really find like over time I just know by now what I need and what I want from someone when it comes to relationship, and I just don't see it in my surroundings. So I'm waiting. So I'm just like I'm very skeptical right now with people, and I try to distance myself. And right now I want to see who comes up to me first. I don't want to be the one anymore. I just want to see if someone else is interested, even though I'm the person I am, because I describe myself right here, and you guys could see how distant and cold I could be. So yeah, like yeah, maybe someone likes it, and I want it to be that way.
And how would you describe the problems with people? Which you seem quite, as you say, skeptical. Why? What do you see that you don't like?
Trustworthiness and waste of time. Like I said, I like to do my things scheduled, and I like to. I plan my life out basically, like how it should go and what thing where I want to fit in. And if someone pulls me down and interrupts me in this, I don't really like it. I'm willing to change some things for someone that is willing to work with me, but not until it is official, okay? So like I'm not very open-minded in this part. So like I find them very it's interesting. My name is Holllow, but yeah, I found people very hollow. Okay? Just don't like that. I prefer my surroundings to be sparkly, so I could be the not sparkly, if you get what I mean. I'm just trying to be someone that completes someone, not the same person as me, because that is going to be like the same thing over and over. But I want someone to bring me out of this little shell and just be this other person, and I want to support that. So yeah.
Okay. So you've spoken about your perceived challenges, people, or the challenges they have, their faults, if you like. Let's talk about politics. Would you describe your politics as
Yes.
being very consistent with the rest of your experience, or do you believe things which you consider would be unusual for your profile, and why?
So can you ask the question a little bit differently? Sorry.
Yeah. So talk about politics, and do you think that your political positions are what would be expected for somebody like you, or is there something there which surprises you?
Mm, I think my political standard is very based. It's just like the bare minimum I want from a politician, for example. That's Orban Viktor. I don't know how many of you are aware of his politics, but doesn't really matter. He's a dictator in disguise. I don't like that one bit. I would prefer someone in charge of a whole country to be, yes, he does a lot of things right. But when it comes to morals, he's lack of that, okay? And yeah, sure, we could argue on if someone is in charge, they are very, very, they tend to do bad things over time they are in charge because a person who has such power is always going to be adaptive to stealing and just fooling people. But I don't think this should be like a let on thing like, hey, he's like that, but he's doing so many things good, so we should just let him stay in charge. Yeah, fuck you. This is not going to make any change. Or just, I believe in law, and I believe that things are in order because they worked out in the past. So I like things to go like, I like law, and I like how should I explain it? I like justice, okay? That's what I'm trying to say here. I like justice, and when it's not happening, I'm fucking irritated. And I'm willing to do a move when I feel like something is wrong. I speak up when I feel like something is off. And I'm trying to do my best as a member of my country to, I don't know, be useful. But I'm not here to save people. I just want people to kind of match this energy with me. So yeah.
Right. So you mentioned the past. You mentioned patterns which are repeating. Let's talk about that for a moment. What would you recognize as a pattern which is repeating, either on a social level or a personal level? And how would you define it?
Are you talking about bad habits or what?
I asked a neutral question, so not necessarily bad habits, patterns which
Okay.
repeat. It could be something negative, could be something positive.
Ah.
The reason for this is you mentioned the past and you were speaking about the political situation, how things have developed, and then your own preferences. So, yeah, that's the context of this question.
Well, I tend to be very overworking, and I still tend to just, in short term, trying to choose relationships where I just work, and I get nothing in return. So I'm trying to just ditch that because that's bullshit. I'm also trying to, I'm also doing like, it's a bad habit of mine. When I'm stressed, I just tend to just, work for the sake of work, and it's becoming like very bad. Like I have a bad day and I get to cleaning, or I just bring up a project that I'm working on. I just overwork on it. So it's repeating. And
Yeah,
time's
so you
up.
mentioned,
So I guess that's all
well,
because my time is.
if you'd indulge me just with a follow-up question, I'd appreciate it. I think it's relevant and a useful question, perhaps. So you mentioned your reaction to stress just now. What kinds of things stress you, if I may ask?
That's a very good question. What kind of thing stresses me? Well, people who are not willing to just recognize usefulness. So, like, I could bring up a very short example. My classmates, they always try to argue with the teacher and just always try to find their way out of doing what is necessary and what is needed. But if they could just lower their ego and just find how useful things could be, they're not teaching us bullshit, okay? Even if you find something useless, you should just ignore it yourself and try to be selective within you. Just try to find patterns that could be useful for you or for your surroundings in the future, and try not to interrupt others by being an ass. That's all, I think.
And how do you handle those stressful situations beyond, as you said, burying yourself in work? Are you given to confronting these guys, or do you just think, fuck them, or something else? What do you do?
It depends. I'm not very the one to, play the teacher's pet, like, hey, people are very loud. Could you tell them to shut up? Or I'm not even telling them to shut up. I'm like, hey, the end of the year is coming soon. They will be standing in front of a bunch of teachers, and when they do not pay attention at the end of the year, it's going to show, right? I just don't like when people interrupt me personally because I'm trying to pay attention, but I'm not very limited when it comes to studying, so I could always just study at home and also listen to the teacher. When it is not that distracting, I don't say anything. But when it comes like absolutely disrespectful to all of us, like the teachers, the other students, me, I kind of lash out. I'm like, what the fuck? Could you just shut up? Nobody's actually curious about what you have to say. Just shut up. That's all. And that only happened one time. One time, okay? I even had a bad day, so like I couldn't control myself anymore. But that's it.
And last question, I promise. We've spoken about, I guess, some things which may annoy us, some tricky political characters, etc. What kinds of people do you like, or seek out, or feel attracted to? Who are the good eggs, in your opinion?
That's going to sound weird, I think, but pure ones who are just not intentionally hurting someone. Those people who like to make things happen, or even just imagine things and tell me to, hey, could you help me with making it happen? And I'm like, yeah, sure, this is a great idea. Why not? So I like people who are fiery and just knowing what they want. But I also like people, not very in my surroundings, but I like to listen to people like very TI based, just all the theories, all the patterns behind things. I really like these people too. So these two people, I think. Yeah, that's all.
Okay. Thank you very much, Holllow. That ended
Right.
the interview. All right.
I think I have her type. I'm
And
rather
yeah.
confident. Major, do you have a
I
type
was
for her?
out.
Or...
Can I
My
ask
lap
you a question?
died.
Yeah, sure.
Holllow?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
You talk a lot about TI things. What is TI to you?
Well, TI is a way of thinking that helps you figure things out. It means that you like to think about things before you talk or act. You usually take your time and think before making decisions rather than acting impulsively. That's TI to me. And by the definition even so.
Can you explain more to me what that is? I just wanna the reason why I'm asking is because like for me, I didn't know what really TI was until I got older. That's why I'm asking. And I want to know if it's like the same case with me.
Okay, TI is a definition, it's a function, and there's no such thing as TI to me, TI to you. There's a TI function, and there's a definition for it. So I could explain to you how TI shows, yeah?
Yeah, show me how it shows.
Okay, so TI people, let's take TI dominant people because they are hardly mistaken. TI dominant people are just TI. So INTP and ISTP they are very stereotypically known from understanding things and working with that. For example, ISTPs, these car fixers, or how do you say that in English?
Mechanics.
This is mechanics. Yeah, mechanics. And okay, they're just very like, they see something, they open it up, they look at, what could really go wrong? What really went wrong here? Let's check all the opportunities why this car is not working, okay? So you're saying that it was smoky, okay? Surely it's the front of the car. Let's open it up. Oh yeah, I see what the problem is, but it's still not sure like what caused it. And they are going to go with all the details. They know what they're looking for by what you tell them. So an INTP, let's just say, Adele, are you an INTP? Because I think I heard this gossip about you. Is that correct?
The gossip about me. Well, I identify as one.
Yeah,
Yes.
someone said that. Okay, all right. So in his case, INTP, okay. In Adele's case, I could just talk about him. I noticed that he's an INTP. He has all these theories that he likes to share, but in an inner group like this right here, with the people that is also interested. So I think he would be not very triggered by people who are not genuinely interested, but he would be skeptical over them and wouldn't waste much time on explaining his inner thinking and inner thoughts about a subject. He's very I think he's also interested in what other people have to say, but he's mainly focused on what he has to offer with a logic. He looked at MBTI and it was like, oh, that's a great theory. But could I make it even greater? He's all about upgrading and he's all about making sure that a system is really going to work. Or even if it doesn't work, he should do something with it, right? Because it's there and he can't just leave it there. It's way too interesting for him to just let it be. So let's just touch it and see what we can do with it. It might work, it might not. Let's test it out. This is basically INTPTI.
Thank you. Yeah, that really helped.
Okay, that's great.
Rather confident. Is anyone not?
Boo-hoo.
Boo.
I'm
My
gonna leave
laptop.
for a second. I'll be back.
For the first few minutes when my laptop went deafened and I was using my phone, she does seem like either pretty TRT, but definitely heavy on like the logic. This is what it is. These are the systems what we're working here. Just being technical. What do you think, Adele? I mean, I don't know, man. I've been away
I'm
for like.
rather yeah. I'm rather quite confident. I mean, she has shown all the signs for being like an ISTP, like the ISE. From her ST hard-headedness to her ST approach to everything. Also quite denormalizing dominant subtype, which is quite stereotype of like an ISTP,
Yeah,
right? He's kind of sitting
I
from
say it's.
behind your back and criticizing him.
But, sorry, now that I think about it, like the last 20 seconds that I was here, she kind of reminds me of like Wildman, just very direct.
Mm.
It's a bit of a pressure.
Yeah, I think Wildman
Anyway.
is dominant first though, so I think that's one distinction, and plus Wildman seems to be
Then
like
again,
yeah,
Russian as well, so like Russians are pretty like direct and that kind of thing.
yeah, that's one thing to consider. Yeah, but
I
Wildman
wonder
seems to be
if
the I
she
plus.
identifies as a Russian.
Huh?
What the fuck was the Russian thing about?
Oh, he asked you if you identify as a Russian.
She's from Hungary.
If I identify as a Russian.
We beat the Russians. Russians are boohoo.
Huh?
So she definitely not go there. But in either case, I think there's quite every sign you could ever need with her for being an ISTP, right? From her judging people in terms of groups, right? For example, at the start, she was like, "Oh, this group of people or that group of people, I'm better. I'm different from my generation." Again, DI minus as well, which is, and then even then, when like she would only kind of like speak up someone in class, not necessarily only, but one time she mentioned was because if someone was like disrespecting everyone, right? ISP thing of being like all about respect, right? Beta delta thing, respect, and this very aristocratic thing of like, oh, you're disrespecting my group. All right, what the fuck are you doing, my guy, right? So yeah, I'm quite rather confident of her being TI SE, very rigid with her TI. I'd say she's even a double masculine in that case, right? She's rigid both her TI and SE. I think she's normalizing dominant. Creative third, interestingly. I see the bit sense of that. She's so harmonizing third. It's harmonizing fourth. It's quite funny. She does not care. She just does not care. All the estrogen has left her body a long time ago. I think she's blast sleep. No, blast consume sleep, blast play last. That makes sense for her too. So yeah, that's my final tapping for her. ISTP, normalizing dominant creative third, harmonizing last, consume sleep, blast, play last. And then I have her as double masculine and consume, but most interestingly, I don't think her type fits photonics perfectly because she's double positive on play. I think she has the I minus.
Mm-hmm.
She likes to keep people at a distance. She's not a very trustful person. Most of her opinions are kind of negatively oriented, like that. So, yeah,
Yeah,
like that.
that sounds like I minus a bit.
Minus, yeah. And it seemed like her journey wasn't finding, things she doesn't like or finding to stop trusting people or something like that. No, her journey was, I just started finding what I like. I know what I like now. All of a sudden discovered the DI apply.
Yeah,
Yeah.
in social, I think I don't actually. I can't really type her because very limited information. But I have the impression she might either be like some result type, like an ESI or SLI, something like that.
Yeah, it's a bit cocky. But yeah, that's my typing.
I would like to hear Cole's
Yeah.
incorrect typing.
Now, if Cole comes here, she ran away to not speak about her results.
I
Is
noticed
she
that.
here?
Bless her.
Where is she?
She's a lovely person. Let's get her back here, then absolutely red team her.
Major, do you have a typing for it?
It's yeah, I think it's a long way from yeah. I was thinking along very very different lines. I think.
Like, what
But
do you think she
this
is?
is because I know Holllow. I know Holllow a little bit from other places, so I have other opinions. So
You keep your opinion
it's a
secret?
very no. I'm happy to share. Yeah, but it's a very complex. Holllow is a complex person, in my opinion. So there are some aspects which I think are acquired tendencies rather than reflecting her character, which is rather kind of noble, if I may say. Like she's loyal. The values she speaks about are of loyalty, but also there's an element of self-sacrifice. It could be connected with having a narcissistic parent, of course, taking this role of it's a very demanding situation. So I'm unsure as to what extent the self-description is acquired tendencies, or to what extent the language barrier is present. But I think she was quite adept actually in her English. I enjoyed that. Yeah, I see her in a very very different way. I see a dominant TE, and I think of her as being quite intuitive as well. Why I say dominant TE, her of team sports, the role, seriousness about her work, her sense of community, her sense of justice. She also has we can say slight aggressive tendencies, which I'd associate with somebody who's TE dominant.
It's
Um,
Could I interrupt before you guys
yeah, go ahead.
continue? Just one thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's very interesting to me whenever I mention with typists that I like TI and I appreciate it in my surroundings, they immediately think that only TI is open to TI, which is actually a very, very wrong way to go about it. But I'm open to listen to this typing so far. So far is like only major is able to see the TE, which is very interesting. I think it's because of, yeah, he has more experience with me. But I want to hear why TI ended up dominantly. Like,
Okay,
I would
so
love to hear details about that.
well, I'll shut up and let the other guys speak because yeah, it's true.
Oh, wow.
Obviously, I know you a bit better, right? Because yeah, we share some time together, so I have yeah, just a different vision. Okay, but yeah, I'm very curious to hear how more adept and experienced typists develop their vision of this profile. So I guess that's Cole, but definitely Adele.
Where the fuck is Cole? I have no idea where Cole is. Cole should come back.
She's on
So
top of the wardrobe.
no, I think she's quite clearly ST. I'm not sure where you're seeing the intuition. But in terms of TE, actually, the type I've given you in terms of subtype is actually rather quite TE for an ISTP. I said dominant, second, and dominant in your chain would be ESTJ. So you're leaning into that. That's that, and the second subtype would be kind of the most healthy subtype of them all. First is kind of overconfident, while second is kind of like the ideal subtype. So you have that there, and then your blast third. So that's gonna be all your to translate it socionic terms, all your PI and all your JE functions just naturally much better than all the other ISTPs who don't have blast third, right? So in terms of subtype, there's actually quite the decent bit of TE, and I almost typed you masculine TE there for a second. It just doesn't seem to me like you're trying to control a narrative. So there is quite a bit of decent TE if you just understand the full. It seems like a lot of the things that were coming from your story, it wasn't based on what other people necessarily thought. It wasn't based on what was generally practical all too much. It seemed like it all came from you, from your own self. What is it called? From your own self, yeah, from your own self. What you thought was logical, you didn't think it was logical, right? It didn't seem like it came from others, and it didn't seem, while there was, yes, this tendency to overwork and this tendency to kind of be self-sacrificing, didn't seem to be your base, at least to me. It seems like you just really are a clear subtype of it. So what would be the other types for you? Because
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
that's the worst way you could go about it as as a typist. Like, you feel like and you think like, and I'm sorry, I just have to, like, if someone doesn't agree with their typing, I think it's fair enough to argue, right?
Yeah.
No,
To make
that's
things clear. Like,
that's
he's
fine.
not,
As long as you
it's not his
realize
fault that
everything
he
you say
doesn't,
is just reinforcing his opinion.
not his opinion. I
Come
think
on, I'm only joking. You can do it.
as a
Go ahead.
typist, there is no such thing as an opinion. There are systems that you study, and there are systems you see clearly, and someone gives you straight up answers for a function to be seen. When you don't notice it in an answer, that's a very concerning sign of, wow, what's going on? Like, where is this
Oh no,
going?
sure. Oh
And
no,
I
sure.
was just curious about,
No, sure.
yeah.
When I say that, I use different language to describe my different confidence interval in each one of them. Obviously, each thing I'm looking at, like as a whole, as what you're saying, all the sentences you've been using, all the stories you've been using. It's just from one thing to the other, I have different confidence intervals, and within each thing you say, there's a probability of that relating to one thing or the other. And depending on how many probabilities there are, and depending on how many arrows are pointing towards one direction, I'll have a different confidence interval. That's why I use different language to describe confidence, essentially. But all things considered, I'm still confident about your type, right? And like, don't think you're a gamma. I don't think you're a delta either. Although that would be closer to you than gamma, where major was going. So what other types would make sense for you? I
Just
don't see
call
many.
her an alpha. That would then.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. No.
No, not in that sense. Just like you are so alpha.
Oh.
Just...
That
You're
kind of
alpha.
alpha. Why is Cole messaging me?
Adele,
Yes.
could you explain the difference between an ISTJ and an ISTP? I know that, like, you could clearly see that they have a bunch of different functions.
Yeah.
And also the socionics they are connected to, because they could both stand for LSI, if I'm correct.
Well, one of them is SLI and the other one is but what huh?
Depends if you're going function or type code and that kind of thing.
What the
But-
fuck did
oh.
Cole type you? What the fuck did Cole type you?
What?
What the
Alright.
fuck? Okay, now I see why she left. Oh my god.
What?
Oh.
Just type to
Wait.
an FP or something.
Oh no, that would have been better. Oh no, she does.
Wait,
That's
what
horrifying.
did you type me?
Uh, I'll leave her to tell you that. She feels confident
Oh
about
my
it.
god. I don't want to be triggered, so maybe no. Maybe
Alright.
no.
I don't think it's a type you would like. But sure. Let's point out the difference between SLI. Well, and socionics could be very well SLI. It's just because of how the homology charges, and I believe even Model A would be cocked over there too, because you do have JI minus as far as my perception goes. So
Cooked because it doesn't conform with MTA, so it's cooked.
yeah. No, it has to do more with conformation with reality rather than that one. That's why the difference exists between MTT and socionics. Ultimately.
I
Okay,
mean,
so
yeah,
here's
yeah, but
something
what reality
someone
measure
mentioned that it's like a great oh sorry. Okay, go on.
Yeah, it's interpretations. Remember the philosophy and science discussion we had a while back?
But I wanted to answer her question about the difference between the two types. So I'll point out the differences and I'll point out how relative they are to you. So for example, and as far as an MTI, or SITE goes along, there are people, for example, such as VinnyJimmy, right? People who are not very concerned within all too much within the relationships between people and the identity and the self and the tribe and all those people stuff. They're rather dismissive of those to some extent. Maybe not necessarily dismissive, but just it's a secondary thing to them rather than a primary thing. As far as your story went, it was there was a huge a lot of amount of just people talk in terms of people's story, whether it came to your own or others. And bro, why do you keep interrupting? And the dynamics between between the two, like there was too much for me to consider that as secondary. It was clearly primary, right? So if I'd give you any type, it would be a deciding type. Since it's so clear that people and yourself play a big role within your life, it doesn't seem to be object. It doesn't seem like you're all too concerned as primarily between the struggle between chaos and an organization. That seems to be a rather secondary thing to you. So that's kind of one of the biggest differences, and the difference that would just completely cut out that type for you. But other things that go along with it is that, for example, that type would have a much more take it or leave it approach. I didn't necessarily see it with you. That type would be overly controlling. Again, I didn't necessarily see that with you. I just didn't see that type for you. And the decider observer thing is the thing that really kills it for me.
Based.
Interesting. Well, I think that's a very compelling explanation, Adele. I can see Cole is here, but she's not delivering it orally. She doesn't like the oral. She's more of a typing it in type of
I
person.
don't know what Cole was smoking, if I'm being perfectly honest. Although she did
But yeah,
write a
I
full
would
description.
like to know her opinion. It's interesting to
Mine?
see.
Oh, I'll just read you
It's
everything that I
interesting
sent
typing
Adele,
style.
and all of you are more than welcome to disagree with me. Is that
Wow, Cole's a very nice person. What is she doing in this community?
I said that she is FSB, P, and then I said her things are PCS, so play, consume, sleep. And then I said her thing is feminine, masculine, and then negative, positive. And then I said her animals or her hormones are dominant, normalizing, and then harmonizing, and then creative. And I could explain exactly why I said all of this. I said that she values TI, but is clearly attracted to those who use it better than she does. She is obviously having people decide her problems. She's not afraid to assert dominance onto her environment. I said that can be seen as SI masculine, at least in my head. She's also SE masculine as well. I think she's an FE lead. She's keenly aware of what the group values. I said she's an EJ because she likes to work in the groups. She also sees herself as a caretaker and puts others before herself. I think that she's OI, is positive by her ability to want to fix things and kind of make them better in that way. Despite her being serious, I think this is more to do with her FE being negative. I think that she's alpha because she seems more individualistic and democratic rather than the other one. She wants
Wait,
people to
typed her
be
FE lead?
equal. I'm talking about Holllow. I said she
Yeah,
wants
she
people
Yeah.
typed
to
her
be
FESI.
I said she
Oh,
wants people to be equal and treated fairly. I think she values NE as well, but I think her SI is above it. But I think her NE is negative. Her hormones, I think that she's dominant first. It almost makes her seem like she's an EP. She wants to kind of keep herself busy doing things, constantly putting herself like into things, keeping herself busy. But that could also be because she's also EJ too. EJ's also like doing that. Then normalizing because she doesn't seem to struggle with completing things or perfectionism. Harmonizing third, this is where she has problems that she notices, calling her, saying that she's like an asshole and stuff like that. A lot of people problems. And this also might be why she doesn't seem like a stereotypical ESFJ because her harmonizing is lower. And creative last. I'm aware I could be wrong and my ideas are different, but I kind of stand by what my answer is. And feel free to disagree and stuff.
yeah.
Should I go or should I? Oh yeah, so I
Wait,
think
what?
she values the. I think she values the
I was
What's
other
that
going to
strengths.
say, I
MBTI?
think Cole is a great human being before any other comments are made.
Yes, but
Wait, what? Why are we talking about that? That's not relevant.
yeah.
Wait,
I
can
think
you
she values the eye,
translate
but
it?
is attracted to those who use it more than she does. Um, let's look at various things he has said. She has said that she likes people who are pure. She said she likes everyone else to be sparkly, while she is the one who's not. Every single time it seems like she's the one who wants to solve the problem. She's not just delegating that to someone else.
That's
I
interesting.
don't.
I'm gonna write that down.
Yeah. She's obviously having the people decide her problems. I totally agree with you. She's not afraid to assert dominance on her environment. I agree with you as well. SI is masculine. She's SE masculine as well. Cole, that's not how the theory works. And she is SE masculine, although I could be convinced she's OI masculine. I think she's an FE lead. I don't know what you were smoking there, quite frankly. She
I
was
don't know.
extremely dismissive of, anything that was other people. Yes, she did.
There was
She did say
she was talking a lot about like ethics and
Hey now.
this is that's why. And like
she was
she
talking
had
a
like a
lot about
lot of,
ethics.
and that could also be like FI, like if she does value FI,
Mm.
I could like I wasn't quite sure like which DE it was. I didn't know if it was TE versus like her FI or if it was the FE versus TI.
Well, every single time she had mentioned it, she was rather quite dismissive, right? And then as far as I remember, what she talked about, all the mechanic stuff she talked about, all how she likes to solve her problem. All of it was like structural, like logical problem solving. I don't know where the feeling first comes from. I really don't understand that.
Well, the
She's
thing is that I think
yes.
that she's an EJ. I think that she's an EJ and she likes to solve her, so I was thinking like the problem solving and stuff. Like I thought she valued TI. So I'm like, well, she looks like a TE dom, but she likes to solve her. I don't know.
She
So
wasn't dependent on others. In every context, even in her school context, she wasn't dependent on others. She had no problem just completely being on her
Because
own
I
in every
couldn't
single.
be. Wow.
What,
Oh,
Holllow?
So like I don't really see the right logic here. You are very much going for things that are affecting me, but not the way I how should I explain it? Let's just say I've been put through a lot of situations that I didn't decide for myself, so therefore I had to learn to adapt to these things. And I don't think that really stands for anything TI based. Okay, here's the thing. Here's the definition. Okay, LSI can be forceful, confrontational, and protective. However, LSI's confrontational nature is subdued and subservient to TI ideology. As such, as they are unlikely to express the same degree of raw impulsiveness and SE dominant types, my blah 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 blah. So like, hello, good
I'm
morning.
listening. No, I'm
We're
like listening.
alive. We're alive. We're just like dead on the
No,
I'm
I'm
really
inside.
just like
listening.
that's the definition. What do you have to say about that? Should I screenshot it or?
Oh, I thought you were gonna like elaborate and say how that's not like, or how that's like you or whatever, right? Yeah, no, they can be. Some are more like toned down in essence, but I guess if you're looking at archetypes, yeah, this isn't far off from the other side, probably.
Wait, so she's LSI?
Well, I'm thinking something
I am
else in
LSI, but I'm
socialness.
just willing to. Well, well, since
I'm
I'm
sorry if
here,
I
I
got it wrong.
guess
Like
I
I don't
see
like to
more
fight
no, it's
people.
results.
okay. Like, who
Yeah,
would even have a right result after half an hour? I'm
I
just
I
see
mean,
finding
like
more
so
you
many.
also.
democratic FI than a flipping aristocratic FI. So I think she might be a result type in social, but I could be wrong once again.
You also have to remember that this is my perception of the information that you're telling me. So even then, the
Yeah,
way that
exactly. And the questions, well, it's not Major's fault, I think, but it's like the questions are very not function based. Like they're not very focused on each function. And when it comes to
They're
putting
not
them in
supposed to be.
order, I think Adele lacks of FE a lot. So he's not very aware of what could connect to each situation and how people could adapt to certain things, which is also fine because we're not really getting deeper into this conversation. So I don't think that's really a problem here.
Why does she disagree with the typing if she thinks that she's LSI? Why does she disagree with TISE?
Thinking about
I'm not
it.
an TI Dom. That's all I'm disagreeing with. I don't see how you
Oh,
I
saw it.
think
I
you're
don't really see
LSI
how
and you.
you.
Wait, what?
wait,
I'm just asking Holllow, do you know what TI means in MTT?
In MTT, well, that's the thing. Is this Edel's theory, or is this has to do with something with his theory?
It's
Because
Adele's
I don't
theory.
quite understand.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
that's the problem here. Like I
what verse?
mentioned in the beginning of the typing, I do not appreciate when people just do not really use the original theory. So I
well,
got the
you kinda,
information wrong from Adele. I thought he's going to like type me in the original system and not his own, but I apologize for
what
the
you mean,
misunderstanding then.
What the
what you
fuck
mean
is
by
the original
original?
system?
Classical young, like,
MBTI 8,
you do,
no, not 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
sorry, you
6,
do
7.
realize
And no, he has 8
MBTI isn't,
functions.
yeah, can I continue?
Myers-Briggs
Okay,
function. Yeah,
so
sure.
MBTI? Wait, so
MBTI,
like you can go, Brahman.
yeah, okay. You do realize MBTI isn't the original Jungian system, right? Necessarily, or like the idea of functions and stuff. In terms of like, and you also signed up to this, right? In terms of being typed, not every typological system that includes Jungian systems elements is going to be MBTI, so you have to kind of bear that in mind.
In
Oh,
either
Mhm.
case, MBTI isn't the original system. First of all, there is no clear definition for MBTI. Do you mean Catherine's MBTI? Do you mean the Myers-Briggs family MBTI? Do you mean Isabel's MBTI? Do you mean Peter Myers' MBTI? And with his
yeah, or like
organization,
some of the
those are four
extensions, right?
MBTIs. Or do you mean anyone
Yeah,
else's variation of MBTI? I mean John Beebe's MBTI. Do you mean Kersey's
yep.
MBTI? Do you mean fucking what was his name? Darinari's MBTI. These are all called MBTI, right? In either case, MBTI isn't the original system. It's Jung's. It's all based off Jung's work. It's silly to
Mm-hmm.
even like
Young and his students,
right? Unless you want to be like a
Yeah,
classical
Myers-Briggs.
Jungian. So if you want to be a classical Jungian, I guess you could make that claim. I wouldn't agree with the logic of it, right? I think the best system is the best system, and the decision shouldn't be based on which one is the original. Um, because by that logic, original Coke would be the best Coke, and well, you know, it's silly, but how do you think your
It's saying you're a Pepsi man.
No, I am a Coke man. But
Cherry
how do you
Coke.
think your LSI yet
Oh,
simultaneously don't think you're a TI dom? You do realize LSI is a
Cole
TI dom,
just
right?
shouts. Cole just shouted Cole like a Pokemon. Cole, she said.
How do you
wait,
think you're
what?
an LSI and simultaneously not a TI dom? How do
Sorry
you think
again.
you're an
Just
LSI and not a TI dom?
well, the definition of LSI and what LSI should stand for is
Mm,
basically when I read the description and when
yeah.
I was typing myself in the system,
Mm,
I've got LSI. And obviously, you know, when you spend so much time with yourself, you kind of get to know yourself, right?
gotcha.
So, yeah, I came to the realization that I was an LSI indeed.
And LSI leads
But
with
if
what
you need a
function?
description,
No, LSI leads with what function though?
well, it says like ego block and introverted logic TI.
Yes. So you are a
Yes.
TI dom.
Well, in socionics, basically, yeah, we could go with that. But why ISTP? Like, I don't get the logic behind that.
In MTT, I just explained why, but I can explain again. Like I said, number one thing, decider issues, people issues, right? Identity issues, not things issues. It's bad organization and chaos under control. It seems like problems were people things. So that's first a decider type. So that's gonna leave you with any IP or EJ type. Then secondly, I saw aristocracy in you, although Brownlow
Wait,
was
what did she do that was aristocratic? Because I missed it.
Sure. For example, at the start, she was comparing herself in terms of groups. She was lumping herself in terms. Oh, I'm kind of also DI minus thing, but she was like, oh, I'm kind of different from my generation. I'm kind of different from my class and people of my age. And then even later on, when mentioning stuff like who which she would like speak up against, she was like, oh, it isn't necessarily that someone would necessarily would annoy me per se, but it's more of if someone disrespected the whole group, right? Me, my classmates, others. Those are all signs of aristocracy. I don't know where you saw it. Yeah.
Oh, I thought like aristocracy was like talking about people as in like because I thought it was like
Mm.
individualistic because she's trying like I like understood it differently because I thought she was basically saying I'm different
I
from
think where you saw
other
the
people.
individualism is in that TI and FI minus, right? Her being like, oh no, I'm different. She's pointing out how she is
Yeah,
different.
yeah,
Yeah.
but
She
I
could be a spy, maybe.
No, I
But
can see where you're
hey,
coming from.
did you miss the part when I started
Mm.
off the conversation? The questions. When I
oh
answered
yeah,
the first question, I was
I
like,
I took what's it called? I took notes through the entire thing.
okay,
I
so
took
I
what
started the thing off with saying I am not very different from people at all. I'm basically the normal person you'd meet on the streets. But it comes to the adults. But my generation, I cannot fit in. And I explained those things and why and how
yeah, I got all that
happened.
stuff.
And yeah,
I
so like,
yeah,
I
that's what
minuses
I
are
thought.
amazing. You can't ever
Yeah,
put them in a box because they're always gonna disagree. They're never gonna.
yeah,
It's kind of amazing.
that's what I took note of, and that's
Mm.
what I saw
well,
as an
good thing I
issue.
disagree with something I don't agree with, right? Like I
Sure.
should.
Yeah. Sure.
That's a very
Yeah.
LSI thing to say.
Major, are you turning into lamb sauce?
Hey now.
So we had aristocratic. So that was gonna be either beta or delta. We had either IP or EJ. So that kind of reduced down the types to quite a bit, because then if we were only doing classical types, then that would leave us literally with 4 types. Those would be like what? What is
SCJ.
called INFP and what would be the other one? ESTJ? ISTP?
ISTJ, no?
No. She's a decider is the thing. ISTP and who's the EJ? ENFJ. Yeah, those would be like the 4 that would be left at that point. You are clearly function oriented. In all cases, it didn't seem like ethics or ethical values or all that seemed to be the forefront of how you made your decisions or things that matter to you. So, thinker, so that took out INFP, ENFJ, left us between ESTJ and ISTP. And from that point on, I just saw more DI or more self-focus, right? And necessarily others focus. But I see where someone else would see, what is it called? ESTJ, and it did type you as dominant second. So.
Yeah, I saw ESTJ with FE and TI.
How
So
the
that's
fuck does
basically
that
how
work,
I fucked
bro?
it up. Because I saw the FE and TI, and I saw the like very focused on like got good SI.
Yeah,
So
in MTT, ISTP makes sense. TISC, even in MBTI, I think maybe ISTP as well. In socionics, however, I think she might be SLI or something. To be fair, very high correlation coefficient in terms of even across different systems. I think I said this before, but ISTP SLI is more common than ISTP LSI as well.
It's a bit confusing with her because I think she had shown like some great examples of like being any polar, but at the same
I
time
did
she is
too.
JI minus.
I think it was a very interesting typing and definitely lots of food for thought.
Very interesting indeed.
Thanks for sharing all that information and everything.
Yeah.
I'll look at Cole's DE plus.
And thanks to Vinny as well for sharing his information. Thanks, guys.
Should we do the 3
You're
other
welcome,
typings?
man.
Or
You're welcome, man.
Oh, Monkey Boy's here.
Oh, that didn't sound good.
It didn't look good.
So Adele, one question.
Yes.
You did
So
look good.
is
Come
this
back.
typing going?
Oh no, I've insulted him. Sorry.
Yes, Holllow.
Okay,
Hey now.
so is this typing like going online or is it put on somewhere?
Technically the whole class.
Yeah, please don't post this. I'm almost begging at this point. Please don't.
No, I know, I got you.
For some
Right.
reason, I can't see the screen. I can't see your screen share.
Might as well for now.
But thank you for the time. I appreciate that.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Very much looking forward to lots of